Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I trust you had a good night's sleep. I did. Yay. I slept well and I feel awesome for it. And I just realized I didn't put any earrings on. Oh, well. Are y'all ready for another day of Young Dolphin trial or Young Dolph trial? We are. It has been a very interesting case. I hope today is a little more exciting than yesterday. It got a little, but it's because we had to get all that evidence entered in, and that just takes forever. So let me give you a quick rundown from yesterday. First, we had Terrence, if I could read my own writing, Dabney. He's a CSI retired agent. He's the gentleman that had the rotator cuff surgery, so he had that big sling on. And he was just sharing about the collecting of the evidence, but I found it interesting that there was a 9 millimeter rounds found in the store casings. Outside, there was a 40 caliber casings, 7.62 caliber casings, and a 223 caliber casing. Now, the 223s belonged to Doss's brother, who was the security guard. Okay. And so basically, what happened was the two gentlemen who are charged with this crime, and I say gentlemen loosely, drove up in front of a cookie store, came out with semi automatics, started spraying lead everywhere. The security guard for Young Dolph, Young Dolph, returned fire, ran out of ammo, ran into Young Dolph's car, grabbed his weapon, and continued to fire back, which basically the uh, other person who's not on trial, he got shot and had a through and through and a graze. And then Justin Johnson had a graze, if I am correct with all that information. Um, then the partner in crime got up and testified, and that was Christian Garner. He kept saying he had no idea the Mercedes was stolen. So it was interesting. He was on and off again. He was not real clear with his testimony. And then Jamarcus Johnson, the half brother of the defendant, got up and testified against him. So that's where we are. So I would like to welcome our fabulous interpreter who we have been missing greatly, Miss Diane. She's saying sorry, sorry. Good morning, Miss Diane. You have a fan blowing. I can hear it. It's okay because you'll
Oh,
be muted for
oh,
anyway.
yes, I've been very busy this morning, and so I was extremely hot, so I started to cool off. See,
It's okay.
frozen Gatorade.
Frozen. I've never had it frozen before.
Oh, put it in the freezer and then take it out. Put it in the microwave for about 2 minutes, and it'll start to thaw it. It's wonderful.
It's like a slushy.
If you froze it that, if you do it that long, I could probably put this in my Vitamix and make it slushy.
Oh no. No, no, honey. I have Shooter Shack coffee,
I've
and
already
this is
had
my
two.
favorite coffee. While we are waiting for court, let me go ahead and do a word from our sponsor because they're fabulous. They keep me going, and I love and appreciate them so much. Here you go. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor, go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com, order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, show them some love.
What does a Christmas blend taste like? Have you tried it?
Huh?
What does a Christmas blend taste like?
I haven't tried it yet. As soon as they put it into season, I will be getting it.
So, what is your favorite?
It's hard to tell. I'm drinking the Hill Country Ethiopian dark roast right now because it's a bolder. If you want to wake me up, but without the bitterness. Um,
Oh, I
Normally
need
I
some of
drink
that.
the breakfast blend. I normally drink that. Hey, Slay the Wicked, how are you? You're coming through great. Thank you so much. Hello, Andrielle. And then what I drink through the day because I'm drinking too much coffee is the half and half.
You can never drink too much coffee.
Yeah, you can. When I start talking about it like this, and everybody goes, "Oh, slow down."
Oh, yeah. I'll
Good
be the first
morning,
person.
Slay the Wicked. Have you been here before? I don't recognize your name or your icon, but that doesn't mean you haven't been here before. Andriel, that is cool. Do you know what they do? Did you see that, Diane? They put Gatorade in little condiment cups with liquid, freeze them.
With lids. No pickle juice. Sweet pickle juice. Yes. Bread and butter. Ooh, that would be wonderful. That's
So we
lovely.
are waiting for the trial to begin. Slay the Wicked, how did you find us, love? But then again, I don't know if you're male and female, so if I offended you, I apologize. Mm, North Carolinas.
I know that place.
Don't you live there?
Me? Not now. I grew up there. I am out of the picture really bad. Okay, try that.
Just scanning? Well, I hope you'll scan and stay. Let me tell y'all who I am. I'm Ada K. I live in Central Texas, Tejas. This channel has only been live since the end of, well, since May. Our first trial was Karen Reed. And oh, you are male. Okay, thank you very much, sir. And we offer interpreting for the deaf. I grew up hearing, so I speak beautifully, but I'm totally deaf without my hearing aids. And Miss Diane is a friend of mine, and we provide interpreting when she's available for court. And the court feed sounds like they got some noise going on. Let me fix that. So we do a lot like a lot of the other commentators. We just kind of follow along and talk about trial. Now, I am going to school to get a degree in, I got an extra cup here. Sorry, get a degree in criminal justice and then maybe law school at the ripe old age. I'm 53 now, so I'd probably be 55 before I even start that journey. We'll see. If not, definitely a master's in degree in but we um, provide a safe place for people of all abilities to come and watch and comment and participate. So that's who we are. We thank you so much for coming in. Please subscribe if you are new. It really helps us a lot, and liking is even more helpful. Um, I apologize if I'm gonna be tapping my eye a lot today. I had a little baby sty, and I took care of it. It's kinda watery today. So, whereabouts so you're in the North Carolinas. Now no, you shouldn't get any of that hurricane that's coming through. No, I don't think you're gonna get any of it. I think the only well, it depends. If you live on the far west coast of North Carolina, you might get a little bit. For all those who are worried about Jules, the hurricane should not get close to her. She's going to get some rain, but she should be fine. For those who don't know, there's a fabulous woman, Miss Jules, who was in on the Maya trial. Who's caring for Maya? I think that's what the name of it was, and she lives in Florida. Now, tomorrow we will be having a Sarah Boone. I can't do it without doing the noise. Miss Sarah Boone is a hot siren and a hot mess. Anyway, she has a hearing tomorrow, and we'll be ready for that. We did the attorneys that taking care of Maya. That's right. We'll have flood warnings later. Yeah, but you shouldn't be in the danger path. Um, I am a 15-year veteran of the Red Cross. I was a part of every major hurricane from Katrina to Harvey. Harvey was my last. I after 15 years, it's a that's a lot. I was disability integrations and I was also sheltering, helping manage the shelters. So I'm very well aware of hurricanes. So, but I hope that your slay the wicked. I hope that your home will be high and dry. And um, so what was I going on that? Oh, the Sarah Boone. Yesterday, several of the attorneys that have represented her in the past put forth motions for payment. Basically, they each wanted the $15,000 max allotted. Um, each one of those attorneys spent an enormous amount of time with Sarah Boone, and they all were fired and happily for it. They did not want to continue representing her. Her current attorney right now is giving the boo-hoo season because he doesn't have enough time. He's requested more time. I guess we'll find out tomorrow if he's going to get it. Um, he keeps saying, "But your honor, we don't have time to get the witnesses." Well, too bad, so sad. It was the kind of the attitude the judge was taking, but he did say he would take it under advisement. The situation I feel personally with this attorney is that he took on a case, he knew he was gonna be behind the gun. I don't think he realized how behind the gun he was gonna be. He stated in the last hearing that they had to close down his law practice and solely focus on this trial. He stated that he was pro bono, so that sucks for you, dude. You're losing a lot of money. And if you're I don't know if he took this case in hopes to bolster his practice a little bit. I have no idea, but this has been a hot mess for him. So, I'm happy that those attorneys much going on in Texas. We have a couple of things that are hitting the local news. We had a judge that had a hit out on him, and they arrested the people. We've got some stuff going on with the border and all that, but that's a little political. I don't like getting into politics per se, but if there's certain trials that affect not only Texas but other states in it, I might pop it up. Wait? What do you mean wait? Andrea, wait what? What am I waiting for? Um, we Oh, there was a judge that someone put a hit out on his life. Um, oh, Donna Adelson trial, State Attorney Jack Campbell willing to negotiate. O'Reilly Auto Parts. This just dropped. So let me see what this is. I'm not subscribing to you. State Attorney Jack Campbell signaled he would welcome a plea negotiation on behalf of Donna Adelson's new lawyer. Ooh. Let me see if this is the. Nope, that's just a commercial. Don't want that. Campbell shares his thoughts and plea talks in 40-minute interview with reporter Thursday. His comments came 2 days after Adelson's trial was derailed by an abrupt withdrawal of her attorney, Dan Roshbaum of Miami, over the conflict of interest involving his previous representation of her son. uh, Stay on. Charlie Adelson. Donna is charged with first degree murder, conspiracy, solicitation in the 2014 contract killing of Florida State University law professor Dan Merkel, her former son in law. Charlie Adelson, his former brother in law, was convicted of the same three charges last year after the 2 week trial. Quote from her attorney: I can tell you probably 98 to 99% of the cases in this office handles are resolved through some type of negotiation. We are willing to negotiate and talk. I have no fear. Nothing will happen without the consultation of Merkel's family. Alex Alex Morris of Tallahassee, who's been serving as Donna Adelson's co-counsel, took over her defense after Roshbaum stepped aside. He told reporters on camera Tuesday, that he believed the change in counsel could open the doors for a plea negotiation. Okay. Campbell said, I trust him when he says that that's an effort that he would like to take. Sounds good to me. But candidly, Miss Adelson continues to have her Sixth Amendment rights, so she may hire a totally different lawyer. She could fire Mr. Morris. I don't know what she's going to do. I've learned over the years I don't count on anything until it is final. So more drama. Gateway Church. What are you referring to? Slay the wicked. And hmm, I don't know what you're talking about, but what about Gateway? Is that something I need to be looking into? Is there some kind of scandal? Ooh, Christian Post. I'm pulling it up, y'all. Oh, I did not mean to do what I just did. Sorry, y'all. Put that back up. Gateway Church revokes membership of critical congregant. Armed guards boot her from property. What? What? A former later, a former Gateway Church member who had her membership revoked was allegedly forced off a church property by armed guards for publicly criticizing the Texas megachurch for its alleged lack of transparency and accountability. Oh, inappropriate behaviors with children, allegations against former Robert Morris, who is now speaking out. Oh, okay. Thank you for this. I will keep an eye on this. This is something we will follow. Although I don't like following anything with child s abuse, inappropriate intimate acts with children, but this might be something that I will follow. Thank you so much for that. But we'll keep an eye on it. Uh, hold on, I got you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Um, did you see just, I think, last week in Kentucky, a judge was killed?
Yes, we
Thank you.
saw that. In fact, I went live with that.
Okay. Didn't know. That's what happens when you miss. But I knew
Oh no,
that.
no, 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 no. That's good because let's talk. Yes, yes, they are. Oh, hello, Brit. Hello, Keyswan. Y'all welcome a new visitor. Slay the Wicked. He is awesome. We welcome you here. We are waiting for trial to start. I do have it on. Yes, everything's going. Um, they have not released the reasoning for that unaliving of the judge. But we are waiting for that information. However, the courthouse will be closed until August 1st. They are in the process of replacing 2 positions. The governor will appoint a judge in interim until the next election, and then the sheriff position is also going to be positioned. Most likely, I would assume the chief deputy sheriff will take
The
that
30th
position.
Judicial
Okay, we
District of the
have
State of
court.
Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near and give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Can we bring Mr. Johnson out, please?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and adjust the sound until we're actually live. There we go. Here walks in the defendant. The courtroom is very small. It is very 80s, late 80s, early 90s. It's a very unique courtroom, quirky, I'll say that. Case 1, they're not saying much stuff about the cause of the argument, but they did release that the 2, did have breakfast together that morning, I believe, but there was a, situation where I think the sheriff was being accused, I don't know for sure, so I'm not gonna say this emphatically, of, ha having, intimate relations with someone against their will or under threat in the judge's chambers.
In our case sheet, and then we'll get that with this on the stand judge.
The break that you'll ask for, Mr. Evans, after the direct of Mr. Harriman's witness, will it be short, or do I need to excuse the jury for a few minutes?
I would ask probably probably excuse them for a few minutes, and it won't be a long break, 10, 15 minutes.
That's fine. And that witness, your witness is in court,
He is.
and that's okay with the state?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's an expert witness. He's here to listen to the expert witness from the state, and we don't have a problem with that.
That's fine. All right, if there are no other matters to take up, bring in the jury. Well, do we have the people from outside, the audience in? Do we have the audience?
No,
in from
Andriel.
outside?
Andriel, that's not in Texas. While they bring the jury in, I'll explain to Andriel. There is what state was that? Michigan? Where the judge was shot in chambers by the sheriff. His second thing is in Texas, a judge life was under threat, but it was stopped before it could happen. I'm going to crank the sound down just a little bit. Y'all need to let me know about the courtroom. I'm looking at monitors because I can't hear it. There is a huge air conditioning. I can feel that. And Kentucky, that's it. Thank you, Case One. And so anyway, I'm trying to balance that air conditioning and their talking. You can hear it. I feel it. It's like little Q-tips going. This guy is charged with, ooh, let me pull it up again. I'm sorry. Oh. Well, he's charged with the murder of the rapper Young Dolph, first-degree murder, among other felonies, in the death of Adolph Thornton Jr., who went by Thug, Young Dolph, not Young. I got that Young Thug trial in the back of my head. Young Dolph. Oh, you're welcome. They have video with the clothing. A day he didn't change his clothes, but prior to the trial, the shooting, this AC is driving me nuts. I'm gonna mute until there's talking. Um, that's one thing about hearing aids. You got that. It's like, anyway, the gentleman, I use that very loosely. Justin Johnson was caught on security camera, I guess, picking up his daughter from the baby mama. And so they have cameras with the clothing he had on before the incident. Then they have video outside the store where you can see him. You can see the clothing he has on is an identical match. And then they have a video in the apartment complex where they went afterwards. Every day, slay the wicked, depending on the trial. If there's no trial, sometimes I take a day off, but I'm pretty much every day. And so anyway, he is being identified through his clothing, although he had what we call the COVID mask, surgical mask on while committing this crime. It was hard to see his face. He did have a black hoodie. So anyway, all that said, it's pretty evident. And he was the other person who committed the crime testified against him, who will be up on trial soon. All right, we will as soon as I get this ATEM connected. I'm letting Recovery Addict settle in with his new toy first. I'll try and hit him up this weekend.
Good morning. Good morning. I trust everybody had a good night. Good.
They are hard to understand. Heads up.
Mr. Hagerman, party witness.
Lieutenant Lockheed.
Good luck if with the captioning ain't follow you. No, I am not. I am north of San Antonio on I-10, about an hour.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing yonder.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
What you said, please.
Could you tell us your first and last name, please?
My first name is Mahaj. My last name is Abdullah.
And could you spell the first and last, please?
Yes, sir. My first name is spelled M-A' capital H-A-J-J. My last name is spelled capital A-B-D-U-L hyphen capital B-A-A capital Q-E-E.
Whoa! I got it!
Let me first apologize for you having to be here, because I'm gonna take responsibility for it. Okay? You are an extra witness to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Memphis Police Department.
And how long have you been with Memphis Police Department?
26 years.
2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Did you have occasion to work on the case having to do with the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., the rapper known as Dolph?
Yes, sir.
In particular, on November the 24th, and then on November the 26th of 2021, did you have occasion to go to the Crosstown building?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We were attempting to see if there was video footage in connection with this investigation.
Did you speak with security there?
Yes.
Were you allowed to view video there?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve video from there?
Yes, sir, we did.
And was it accurate surveillance footage from the building
Yes, sir.
from November the 16th and November the 17th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And was it one camera angle or many camera angles?
Many camera angles.
In fact, November the 26th, I'm looking at your supplement, you actually created a timeline of the various events that you witnessed on the surveillance tape, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the hour and the minute, and then what you observed.
Yes, sir.
For instance, at 2:41, the surveillance.
Yes, I do,
video showed a
Slade.
male wearing a black cap with the Bass Pro logo. You made that sort of timeline, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That accounted for, or did it account for the comings and goings of a suspect that I sort of just described with the Bass Pro hat?
Yes, sir.
Those videos that you viewed and that you obtained, did they have timestamps on them?
Yes, sir.
So when you watched the videos, you could see what time it was and you could see the time going as you watched it.
Yes, sir.
Those accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I explain to you
Judge, I
earlier?
don't object to the answer about accuracy. Let's see, lay a foundation as to how he can know that.
Did you review the footage with the security officers?
Yes, sir.
And when you reviewed that security footage, were you invited back to see, where they had this footage and where they kept it and everything?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the time on the video that you were, when you were back there, to be the true time of the security cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you before you got on the stand how those videos were played to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that each sort of event, let's say it's the man in the Bass Pro hat leaving the building at 2:40 a.m., okay, was shown as a reel, which would mean the individual, for instance, would walk to the elevator and be on the elevator camera. And then when he got in the elevator, it would switch to the inside the elevator camera.
Yes, sir.
And when he got to the lobby, it would switch the lobby camera. And when he got to the parking area, it would switch the parking camera.
Yes, sir.
When you obtained the videos, though, you got videos of each separate camera. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that when you make a reel of the cameras, that the timestamps disappear and aren't part of the reel?
Yes, sir.
And did I tell you that to make up for that, a black screen was inserted in front of each of the events on the reel that had a date and time of what we were looking at?
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you that of the various events, that black screen was correct for all but one?
Yes, sir.
And I tell you there was a mistake with regard to one of those reels.
Yes, sir.
And I want to take responsibility, for that. I want to show you and ask you if you recognize these to be the original videos, not made into a reel, that you obtained from Crosstown with regard to the suspect leaving directly before Dolph's homicide. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see, can you see through the plastic to the green writing up top?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that green writing up top?
The green writing up top says 8th floor W8 elevator, and it gives the, I'm looking at a date of 11/17/21 with a time of 10:49 and 26 seconds, 28 seconds right now, AM Central Standard Time.
Okay, if you could stop it just for 1 second. That's 10:49 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I tell you that the black screen that we had seen previously,
What do you mean,
Said-
hello, Britt?
11:49 or 11:41, was off an hour?
Yes.
Guys, we need to
Did I tell you
keep
that was a
everything
mistake?
Yes, sir.
And
non-political,
we'll take ownership
non-religious,
of
although
that
I
mistake.
respect
this
your
the
views.
True
Is
time
that what you mean, hello, Britt? I'm going to pause this. I appreciate everyone's views. Everybody knows I'm a chaplain, but is hello, Britt, do we have a problem? If so, let me know. Slay the Wicked, you are welcome here. Thank you for your comment. Oh, you were joking. Oh, hello, Slay the Wicked, you're fine. You're fine. Don't scare me like that, hello, Britt. We are modless right now. I thought that you were offended. No, Slay the Brit, your comments are fine. We just, yeah. I didn't know how deep you were going to go. Hello, Brit. Okay, I got you. I got you. And Slay the Wicked, I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Don't scare me. Hello, Brit. Don't make me put you in timeout.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Don't make me. I walk that line very closely every day. But Slay the Wicked, I am so agreeing with you. Okay, here's the video. This is the guy in his. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pop this banner down so you can see. And then he did have his daughter, and they didn't blur the images of his daughter's face out, which angered me yesterday. They're okay. They're still going. I didn't pause it. No, that's them. Nothing's moving. Did they pause? No, they're still going. Oh, there they go. The sound is still on. Yeah. Okay, I guess there was an objection. So they're now quiet. I don't know where the sound went. That's not on me. Let me go to another feed. Oh, there they go. Oh, that's awesome. Say hello to Mrs. Slay the Wicked. Mm. Oh,
So we're watching the entire
I love the
video, not
mountains.
spliced
Looking for a
into
place to go camping
So
for a
we'll
couple
go on
weeks.
for another 20 seconds.
I was about ready to send her to the block party.
And the timestamp now is 10:51:14 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Miss Maddie
Go
K.
to the next camera.
I like your middle name. I'm Ada K.
You see the timestamp on this one?
Yes, sir.
Bet there are Slay the Wicked.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
You were close. Hello, Brit. I needs me some more mods if anybody's interested.
We're ending that one, and it's 10:51 a.m. I'm sorry. 10:51 and 47 seconds. 10:51:50. The next one. It's 10:52. Yes, sir.
My son is 24 and having another growth spurt. His bones hurt, tired, eating all the time, is feeling a little dizzy. He's had a problem his whole life. When he had growth spurts, his heart wouldn't catch up with him, having all the same symptoms. And he's already 6'5"
56. It was right at the 50-something seconds.
and growing. I didn't grow. I was 5'2" until I was 24, 25. I told him you can get another growth spurt. Mhm. He don't need to be no more taller. Hello, hi Zach.
10:55 seconds.
Not everyone will, but they can have another growth spurt up until about the age of 25, 24. So he's having another one. How you doing, Mr. Zach? Did you have a good day yesterday? Mr. Zach, say hello to Mr. Slay the Wicked. He's new here. Yeah, not me. I was 5'2", 89 pounds when I graduated high school. No, I was not having eating disorders. I had an excessively high metabolism. As you can well tell, it slowed down. Okay, I'll be right back.
Live vehicle. It's 10:56 and 25 seconds. Off camera at 10:56 and 50-something seconds. Yes, sir. Your Honor, even though we've seen those videos before spliced together as a reel, since these have the true time and the true time stamp on it, not the error, I would like to introduce these into evidence under that State's Exhibit 5 that we're keeping open for digital evidence.
Yes, sir. I'm a little confused as to how you're gonna keep them separate. Tell me how you're gonna keep them separate.
We have-
How they're gonna be marked, I guess.
They're going to be labeled.
Okay.
And they're going to be labeled. So for instance, on these, they're labeled timestamp included correct time. But if we need to also assign them A, B, C, D, and
And,
things like that.
does that not need to coincide with the incorrect one? Or no? I'm just asking. Does that make sense?
When you say coincide, what do you mean? Because we can make
So there's been one shown
with the wrong
yesterday
time.
with the wrong time. That's on this same
Yes.
zip drive, right? So how are we gonna know what this video coincides with the ones that were shown last week?
They have the time, they have the date and the time, and we know what happened is the real time is 10:50-ish.
That's me for
Yes,
Oh, this isn't very good. This is an evidentiary issue. That courtroom is so small, he can't even sit at the table. He has to do everything in his lap. I'd ask for a TV tray so he'd have a table to write on. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can pull yesterday's feed for some of those who've not seen it. And I am going to try and play that so y'all can see the video where he hmm. Okay. I am going to make this decrease it. Got to keep my eye on the other trial, but I'm going to share this. Okay, and we're going to watch the video. This is the video. See, this guy here is the first shooter. The one coming around here with the smaller handgun is the defendant. This is the partner in crime. They just walked up and just unloaded on this storefront. I cannot believe more people were not hit. But this one right here, that is the defendant. So let's see if they actually show and then they drive up to an apartment where a girl helps them out. And these are the videos they're talking about now. The upper half and the bottom half right here, that wall is basically the underside of this stairwell. And they came through. Here's the elevator. See, he's in the same clothing, same hat, same everything. Oh, let me see. How old is he?
Correct me if I'm wrong. We've watched sort of one event that you viewed.
26-year-old.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've watched the original video with the timestamp.
He's 26.
And the times that we saw were 10:49 to 10:56 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Approximately an hour and a half before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
You also watched other video, correct?
Yes, sir.
An earlier video from around 2:40 that morning when the suspect left the Crosstown complex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also watched a video from around 4:48 with the Mercedes arriving at the Crosstown complex.
All over
Yes, sir.
a record deal or record label deal or wanting to have be in the
Also
record
watched
label.
a
I don't know,
video
something to do with music.
From later that evening around
Someone had a hit out
7:52
on him,
p.m.
and these two picked it up for 50 grand apiece.
of the suspect returning to Crosstown. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a video around 8:17 p.m. of the suspect with luggage leaving the Crosstown concourse. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as you watch these videos, did you also create a timeline of these events?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that back when you originally watched the videos, 11/24 and 11/26 of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Can I pass you this document and ask you what this is?
Oh, I think we can.
I'm sorry about that AC. I can't change that. I'm so sorry. Okay, until they start talking again, I gotta, it's, does this bother anybody else or is it just the hearing, a deaf person? It's just like, feels like somebody just doing this to my eardrums. It's like a lot of stuff on my ears. Look at this courtroom. Is this so? Look at the curved, everything is curved. It's like, it's crazy.
Did you verify that those are the times when those things happened?
Yes, sir.
They could look cooler if it was in a different material and
Videos
color.
with the timestamps
The video with the timestamp.
before they were ever put into reels or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Doing all right today?
Well, and you?
Doing well, doing well. So I've just got a few questions for you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So you were asked some questions about obtaining the Crosstown videos, and I think you said that you went on November 24th to try to obtain video from Crosstown and the 26th.
Yes, sir.
Did you go twice because you weren't able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the first time and some the second time?
We were not able to get anything initially because they had to have a technician to actually retrieve the video. What we did, we went in and reviewed. When I say we, I'm talking about my partner, Sergeant West and I. We went in and we reviewed within a certain time frame, which was from, I think we reviewed 2:30 to about 11 o'clock was our time frame of review. And we went and reviewed those time frames and had bookmarks done.
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done of videos from each section or part of camera view at Crosstown Concourse, then their technician came in later and downloaded those bookmarks for us.
Fair to say that the system that you're watching these videos is a computer system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like old school VCRs, tapes running, you know, a wall over or anything, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure in your long career in law enforcement, you've collected a lot of surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
From different locations. And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon for surveillance video timestamps to be inaccurate.
That's true.
Right? And I think you said the way that you went about trying to confirm accuracy was by looking at
Hello,
the time
Ronnie.
when you were there and looking at the video and saying it was the same, like those times matched. If you're there on the 24th at 2 p.m., you looked up at the system and it said on the video it was the 24th at 2 p.m.
And we compared the live.
There's always hope.
Live.
Yes, sir.
Pay the wicked.
But you would agree with me, you weren't watching the live view on November 17th or November 16th when these concourse videos were actually being recorded, correct?
No, we were not.
You're going back and reviewing an archived video format of those, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. Just say yes or no.
Yes.
And truth be told, you can't, whether it was the live view was accurate, right? You can't say whether it was accurate on the 17th, right? Because all you did was look on the 24th and go, my watch says it's 2 p.m. on the 24th. I'm making up that time just as an example. And the live view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th. Therefore, this must be accurate. That's right.
Yes, we use a live view to check and see if the cameras were accurate during that time before we did the bookmarks.
But that test alone doesn't tell you whether or not it's accurate on November 17th and November 16th. You would have to agree with me, right?
Yes.
So you can't say that these timestamps are accurate as to what occurred on November 16th or 17th, right? Because you don't know if the system was rebooted, malfunctioned, something happened. You can't speak to any of that.
I cannot tell you if anything happened to that system. I can only tell you that when we did our initial view, and as far as live view is concerned, we compared, and that's been our best practice to do each and every time we download video to make sure that there is no differentiation between hour, minutes, sometimes, because sometimes it can be a 30-minute time loop or an hour time loop. That's why we do the live view best practice before we begin that review.
All right, and that's something, because especially on a system like this, that's something that, you know, computer technician would have to tell you, right? Someone familiar with the system that audits the system or works on the system or at least is qualified and knows the system.
To let us know if there was a time loop or there was an inaccuracy.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, and you didn't have that. You didn't have that information.
Well, we had the computer technician with us at the time because he was the one that had to download all the footage that we had bookmarked. So yes, there was someone there to let us know that yeah, this is the time.
Right, but other than saying we booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying we bookmarked these times, did you ever say, was there any issue with the system? Do you know these times to be accurate?
That was never a question answered.
All right, you just based that on the live time.
Yes.
All right.
His ability to tell us that we were in live time and it was accurate during the time in which we started the preparation of bookmarking.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 1 second. Thank you.
No, you don't.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
It's been Michael Gardner.
Just so y'all know, we've had a lot of witnesses come in who are either in jail already, convictions, or are waiting trials, and they are not showing their faces because of the relations to gangs. So if you just see a chest and leg shot, that's what that is.
Tell us your name, please,
Michael Garner,
and spell the first and last name for the record, please.
Michaelgarner.
And who are you, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI?
Only 3 months.
Because you were with MPD before that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I retired in June after 20 years.
20 years MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Yes, sir.
At some point during your service at MPD, did you become involved in digital forensics?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some digital evidence came in, and they needed a computer guy to look at it, and that's when I started in digital forensics, which became full-time in July of 2020.
So about 6 or 7 years ago, you got your start in this.
Yes, sir.
And then full-time at MPD, what does a digital forensics person do?
We extracted evidence from mobile devices, GPS monitors, car infotainment centers, and reported those findings out to the investigators working the cases, sir.
Did you receive and have you received special training to do that sort of job?
Yes, sir. In both digital forensics and cellular technologies. Started with cellular technologies in 2012 and got my first certifications in 2014 with a PATC Tech. And then in 2015, I started working with the electronic surveillance and communication intercepts, and I got certified on PLX through a company called Pinlink, and did a lot of call detail record analysis with PLX. And then working digital forensics, we like to try and marry the cellular technologies from the cell phone carriers with the device itself. So then I started working with applications like CellHawk and, of course, forensic applications like Celebrite and Magnet that would pull the data from the device and look at the CDRs and just put those together for a complete picture of like a digital footprint.
And is there still training that you do? You keep updated on this?
Yes, sir. This technology changes quite often. You can tell the last couple of years with 4G going to 5G, and about every 2 months, I continue in education with sometimes 1 hour blocks, but often 3 hour blocks of instructions on just the evolving technologies. And that's both through Pinlink with their systems and vendor neutral through PATC Tech.
I'm going to have you explain what some of this is, but before you testified, you handed me a list, I guess, of your training hours on various digital forensic things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many hours of training have you had?
Almost 1,300 hours.
Almost 1,300 hours.
Yes, sir.
And that is actual training that's not, you also do your job too, right?
Yes, sir. That is outside the scope of my work. Yes, sir.
With regard to what we're going to be talking about here is cell phones, and we've mentioned it already, call detail records.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, I know that you have a presentation that helps explain the technology.
Yes, sir.
If you could just sort of quickly tell me what we mean by call detail records, if you would.
So when you sign up for service through a cell company, you've got an account with that company, and they can monitor the usage of that account, and that reporting out that we receive is the call detail records. And it's just the records of your calls, incoming, outgoing, text messages, your data usage, and they break it down so that you can be billed properly and they can make a little bit of money and you get real good service.
Do some of these call detail records have tower information on it?
Yes, sir.
And what do we mean by tower information? What am I trying to say when I say tower information?
So the cell tower is what we're talking about here. Your cell phone uses radio waves, much like a walkie-talkie or a can and 2 strings when you were little. But it's a wireless communication from that device to a tower that then relays that communication to whether you called another cell phone or a landline or another country. And those communications are logged with the company.
Someone like you, do y'all have access to like where these towers are?
Yes, sir. The cell site database I get through the FBI, a website that I have to register through, and they verify me as a law enforcement officer. And when Sprint bought, when AT&T bought Sprint, they merged their towers. They turned some of the towers off. So every time you look at a case, you want to look at the towers during that time frame because the towers are always changing. And I get that list of towers and the list of changes from the FBI website called Indicat.
And so in your job, are sometimes you asked, or are you sometimes asked to look at call detail records that have tower information and attempt to determine approximate areas that particular device could be located in at a certain time?
Yes, sir, quite often.
And are you able to do that?
If the data is there, absolutely, yes, sir.
And have you done that one time or have you done that a lot?
I've done that almost 1,000 times.
Almost on a day-to-day basis at MPD?
Yes, sir, daily.
And part of your job now at TBI?
Yes, sir.
Was a lot of that training, those hours, spent on that sort of concept or that practice?
Over 1/3 of those hours are in cellular technology. Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion in the courts of Shelby County to testify as an expert on these call detail records, emphasis on location, before?
Yes, sir, I have.
One time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
State court and federal court?
Federal court was digital forensics, not cellular technology, but yes, sir.
With digital forensics, would that include extractions from cell phones?
Yes, sir.
And what is an extraction from a cell phone?
This is, we take the device and if we are able with our software and technologies, we make a complete copy, if possible, of everything that's on that device. And then we take a copy of that, make a copy, and then we analyze that copy of what we pulled from the phone.
And to do that, do you have to be trained in the various programs and everything that extract information
Yes, sir.
and trained how to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And have you received that training and those certifications?
I have this, some of the other hours in there. Received training from both the vendors of the softwares that we use, things like Magnet and Celebrate, Gray Shift, and then non-vendor training through IASIS and the NCFI in Hoover, Alabama through the Secret Service.
Your Honor, I would tender this witness, Mr. Gardner, as an expert in call detail analysis, emphasis on location, and digital forensics.
No objection.
Tell me what that tender was again.
Well, I'm not saying I got it right? Call detail records, emphasis in this case on location, and digital forensics. Extra copy of it? Okay, I can use it.
So I qualify this witness, Mr. Garner, as an expert in the area of called detailed records with an emphasis and location in digital, what was that last word?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was,
That's all right.
I'm struggling with the technology over here at St. Joe's City. Mr. Honor, have you prepared a report with regard to this case?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this. You just verify this is your report.
Yes, sir.
All right, I guess we should go ahead and mark that as state sex number 2.
Okay.
You know how many pages?
76.
It's a 76 page document.
Is it 76 minus 3 or is it 76?
76 minus 3 is 73.
73 page document. It's entitled Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Report prepared by our Special Agent Michael Gardner. We'll mark this as a collective exhibit number 64.
We could return that to the witness. And if we could publish this as I asked Agent Gardner questions. We managed to get it on the computer up here, so we're ahead of the game. I just say the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we skip to next. You can go ahead.
All right. So during my presentation, I just do want to show these slides of me just mapping out where a cell tower location is and the antenna. I kind of want to teach you about what I'm talking about here, and kind of an overview of cellular technology and how it works. Because some people think you hit send on the phone and it goes to a satellite and then comes down. They do have satellite phones. That's not what we're talking about here today. And then I'm going to go over the requested information of me, what they had asked of me, and then my analysis, and then the mapping of those records. And here they're just going to kind of go over the cellular technology that I've had hundreds of hours to train in. There you go. So we see these when we're driving down the interstate or we're pulling in the grocery store. So that is a cell tower, cell site location, base transceiver station. What we really are interested in is the tops of them. They're called heads. And those little white rectangles, those are antenna. You might see 3, you could see as many as 9 facing one direction. It all depends on the topographical area and the population of that area. The more cell phones, the more coverage you need, the more antennas you need, the better service that they can be provided for you. So they want to keep you as their customer. So, and then the next slide. So when I talked about, we don't want to have the thought that just because it's a radio wave, how does that work? Unless a device is calling another device on the same tower, all these radio waves actually touch copper. It's like our phones in our house when we're used to wired phones. That actually touches copper. It goes from the phone to the tower to the base station controller, and all that's doing is these computers are looking for the number that you called. If it's not there, it moves to the next one. And all of these towers keeping record of the phones that it's communicating with, this entire network is run by computers that know where the device is. That's how they can connect a call so quickly. But they can't all be connected wirelessly. So they hit the gateway. The gateway goes to copper. And this copper line is how we can connect multiple switches together, and switches contain lots of cell towers. That way we can have a wireless network that's actually got a backbone built on phone cables. And so even though we're using a wireless device, it's actually touching copper. It's actually going to copper. So it doesn't go into space and it doesn't come down. And anywhere where you don't have a cell tower, you're not going to have cell coverage. So if you're out in the ocean, for example, and it sounds kind of silly, but you want to think, if you see the cell tower, that's going to have a cellular communication. So this is how the network routes your call. And each of these computers maintains a log of the phone numbers, and that's part of the call detail records that we get back. Now that rectangular antenna that you see on that tower head, it broadcasts a radio signal. And in a lab, in a laboratory
Lay
environment,
down.
that is what that antenna is broadcasting in a perfect environment. It's about a 120 degree spread, and it broadcasts out. But it also has a little bit on the side and some on the back. But that's in a perfect lab environment. This is usually what, if you requested what a particular antenna, what its frequency broadcast is, you would get a graph much like this. And based on that graph, they build the cellular networks much like a honeycomb from a beehive because it's very strong. And you get overlapping signals. So in case one side of a tower gets full or there's a building in the way, a lot of trees, another side of another tower can cover that weak area. So they overlap these sectors, again, to give you the best service so they can make money. Because if you're unhappy, you're going to leave your carrier. You don't make any money that way. So they design these cell sites to maximize coverage for you. And that's how they're set up to broadcast, just like a honeycomb. And that little black triangle right in the center, that is one tower broadcasting in 3 different directions.
You're gonna leave your carrier unless you're stuck with your carrier. It's too much trouble to change.
If you're unhappy, there's no too much trouble, sir. So this is a mapping from an old case I've done, and I just wanted to show you what my mapping software, or what some of our mapping software is going to report out. And so what it's showing you is it's accessing a side of the tower, it's showing a 120 degree angle, and then that shaded area, that is there by the software to catch your eye and let you know, and let me know as a person analyzing it, that that's the direction the antenna is broadcasting. So it's not to tell you where the device is. We're just talking about which way are the radio frequencies that was communicating with the device, which way was it pointing. That's all that shaded area is.
So if I'm looking at this thing right now, my tower is this thing right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about like 120 degrees sort of coverage. That's gonna be this.
That line there, so that is 120 degrees.
And you're talking about the shaded area here,
Is that what?
is for, I guess I'd call it illustrative purposes or something?
Yes.
Does that mean that there could be if there's a cell phone using, the cell phone out here is not gonna use that tower? Can you see my, you may not be able to see
I
my.
cannot see, I'm sorry. Can you shake it a little bit?
Can you see, okay, you see it?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if I got a cell phone like right out here, that it's not gonna use that tower?
Technically, if that cell phone accessed that tower, it is using that tower. So I can tell you it's using the tower, but I can't tell you where it is, where it's using it from.
Okay, I guess I was trying to figure out, when you said it's to catch our eye, I think why'd you say this area here was to catch our eye?
I want your eye to know that the phone was accessing that tower from that direction.
Okay. And I guess that's why I'm asking it, because that shows more than a direction. That shows a boundary.
It shows an area.
Okay.
That shaded area is just to draw the eye more towards, it's coming from that area
Okay.
instead of behind it.
Okay. So is this bound, so I'm trying to just get things straight. Is this boundary a strict boundary when we start?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay.
No,
That's
absolutely
what I thought. Okay. So this is illustrative of sort of an area or a direction. But this boundary very well may extend a little further or a little less, not be perfectly arc-shaped, and may.
Yes, sir, that boundary has absolutely nothing to do with the cell site coverage, nothing at all. It is put in by the software just as illustrated, just to know which direction that antenna was pointing and broadcasting.
I understand the point of that.
Yes, sir. And then the next slide, this is actually what a cell site broadcasting looks like. That is two cell sites broadcasting two different sectors, and that topmost antenna is in red, that bottommost is in blue, and you can see how they overlap each other and bleed over in each other and have that side lobe and the back. So like he was saying, that where was this device, because this is from an actual case, but not this case. Where was the device that when it was accessing that tower? If it's the red, it's somewhere inside that shaded red area. When it accessed the blue tower, the tower I have labeled as blue, I'm sorry, it's somewhere in the blue. So I can't tell you where it was. I just know that it accessed that tower within that tower's coverage area. And I'm saying tower. Right now we're looking at this, we're looking at one antenna on a tower. So we're looking at the broadcast coverage of an antenna on that top tower and broadcast for one antenna on that bottom tower. You can see how it overlaps.
Okay, so I do see, I understand what you're saying about overlap, like this thing's gonna go out and this thing's gonna go out and they're gonna overlap each other.
Yes, sir.
What are the colors here? I don't understand this. So there's this brighter red pink thing and then there's purple.
That purple is the mixture of that blue and that pink.
I got you. All right, so this light blue down here.
Is the bottom tower.
Okay, and then the pink is the top tower.
Yes, sir.
But where they overlap is the purple.
Yes, sir.
So now we see that we're never dealing, it doesn't look like we're ever going to be dealing with straight lines, straight arcs, and just 120 degrees.
Never. No, sir.
Okay. And it looks like we're also going to be dealing with multiple towers at the same time.
Yes, sir. And that 120 degree arc, you can see on the pink, there's some behind it, and there's some on the side of it. So that tower, those radio frequencies are actually bleeding back behind. So you can be behind that tower and still connect to the opposite face. It all depends on the traffic of that tower. And these maps, that mapping was done at a specific date and time. It will change based on weather. It's rainy, the tower's not going to go out as far. We have a music fest downtown. They're going to shrink, they're going to turn down the strength of the tower so that it encompasses a smaller area, as you have more people in a smaller area. So these towers, they breathe. The range of the tower, that could be maximum, and then they can turn down the power and it would be smaller.
So I'm going to ask a question that may skip ahead. I just want to go ahead and ask it. For what I'm getting already from this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you or anybody's not going to be able to pinpoint exactly where a cell phone is in terms of a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters or 20 meters at any particular time.
No, sir.
Okay. What I'm getting is that we're talking about areas.
Yes, sir.
What I'm getting is you could tell me whether or not a cell phone is in this area, and this is an area downtown called Uptown, okay, and not in Midtown over here.
And one thing to point out that I left out is all those little blue dots in there. Those are other cell towers. So
that can help me exclude where I'm.
absolutely, because a cell phone it's not going to grab the nearest tower. It's going to communicate with the nearest available tower. If that tower is, if you think of a tower as a cup of water, if it has too many transactions going on that it can't hold anymore, that tower will let you skip it and you will grab the next one that's available to it. But you're probably not going to skip 3 towers because the probability of those towers being full at that exact point in time. So
I'm probably, you can see where my cursor is right here.
you would be closer to the towers than you would be out there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm accessing one of these 2 towers right here, right, then my phone's probably not 4 or 5 towers over right here.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
And especially looking at this map, that little blob of pink down at the bottom right-hand corner is coming from that tower at the top. But there's, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 towers from that tower to that blob. If that device is in that blob, it's probably not going to grab that tower that's up at the top. It's going to grab one of the ones that's closer to it that's available, the closest available tower. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
At some point during this investigation, did you receive call detail records for phones relating to the investigation of the murder of Young Dolph?
I did.
In particular, did you receive call detail records for a telephone that was identified to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive call detail records for a phone identified to you as belonging to Cordelia Smith?
Yes, sir.
Did those call detail records have what I'm calling tower location information?
They did. Yes, sir.
Were you asked certain questions? Did we ask you certain questions about what you could determine about those phones?
Yes, sir.
You can begin.
So in February of this year, I met with Attorney Hagerman and the case investigator, Jesse Browning, and they gave me call detail records on this 901-236-1625. They were received by a search warrant by the investigator on the case in December of 2021.
You're welcome. I'm following
For the
it.
record, is that the phone that was described to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
I didn't realize
Yes,
my sound was off.
Yes, sir. And then they'd asked me to look over these records on November 17th, 2021, between 1 a.m. and 10 p.m. on November 17th. And that was the analysis done on the 236. In April of this year, they brought me another phone number related to Cornelia Smith, 901-513-6236. And again, they were obtained by a search warrant in December of 2021. And on this device, they only asked a time frame of November 17th between 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. So not as many hours on the second phone number. This is very, very difficult to see from this angle, so you're probably gonna not be able to make all this out. But this is an overview of Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee, with the locations that they had given to me with roof arches. At these dates and times, these locations are important. Can you overlap the cell records, just show movements? And
Let me go ahead and interrupt you and try to walk us through just location for a second.
yes, sir.
Okay, just what we have here. We have people now from Memphis to start. Okay.
Copy that.
Mississippi River. Downtown Memphis, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is probably about where we are right about here or something, is that right? I think that's the bridge.
Oh, okay, I see the cursor. I couldn't see it. I apologize.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
that is correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Downtown Memphis. I go up here to my green dot here, a few miles away. Is that Crosstown Concourse?
Yes, sir.
There actually is a yellow line that connects. It's just probably impossible to see from where they are. And if I go to my next thing here, this is East Memphis. And the line is to Valero gas station.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I go here to the red dot, South Memphis. This is near the airport. This is the homicide scene, 2370 Airways.
Yes, sir.
And if I go down further south, we have Whitehaven over here. Further south, the Gospel Garden Apartments, used to be 2A apartments.
Yes, sir.
All right, so South Memphis, homicide scene, technically South Memphis. You familiar with the neighborhood Orange Mound?
Yes, sir.
In Orange Mound. Valero gas station by the University of Memphis,
University of Memphis.
East Memphis. And Crosstown next to downtown, a few miles from where we're at.
Yes, sir.
And all this, so you go back to tell me what we're looking at here, what's all this stuff?
So I loaded the call detail records in an application called PLX by Penlink. And I did that so I can pull up every cell tower within 10 miles of, of Memphis, Tennessee, dead center, not downtown, but kind of dead center of Memphis, Tennessee. And based on the cell site list that I got from Indicat, there were 563 T-Mobile towers within 10 miles of Memphis, Tennessee. But based on all of those towers, we're going to look at the ones that the device accessed during the time frame that was requested of me. That was just a zoomed in location for the homicide scene on Airways that was just north of the airport.
Okay, so this is Makita's Cookies,
Yes, sir.
Airways Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
One second. Yeah, might as well. We had a couple slides that became not relevant, and so we've taken them out, so,
Yes, sir.
but they're still on the computer, so we're fast forward, basically. Okay, will you
I
take
know
back
this
up?
is not super exciting,
Yes,
but
sir.
it is vitally important for this trial. I'm looking on a bigger
This is,
screen over here, please.
a screenshot of the document that we received from T-Mobile. This is one of the first pages of the call detail records. And what we've got here is the name and address of the subscriber, this top red box. And it comes back to the period guide and the address of 2667 Visor. And then at the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on 9/22 of 2020.
Through the investigation, you're familiar with that to be a relative of Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's Justin Johnson's sister. And this is the subscriber information for the second phone number, the name and address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, and the subscriber address of 1766 Wild Rose in Memphis, Tennessee.
So Smith's phone is actually subscribed to him, or he's actually a listed
Yes, sir.
subscriber,
Yes, sir.
and Johnson's phone's the sister?
Yes, sir. That's correct. And then the activation and termination dates, at the time that we received this, it was activated on 9/25 of 2021.
Has anybody ever had a sty? Oh my gosh.
Looks like we're beginning with the questions that you were asked and analyzed with regard to 236-1625, which you testified is the phone described you as Justin Johnson's.
Yes, sir. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, that they were asking, am I able to determine from these records if the device left the crosstown concourse? If I was able to determine if the device went to the Valero gas station at Park and Highland, am I able to determine if the device returned to the crosstown concourse? And then again, did the device leave crosstown again? And was I able to determine where the device was during the time of the murder? So it's 12:21 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. Then was I able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens apartments? And did the device return to the crosstown concourse after that? Those are the questions that were asked. That was the basis of what I was looking for during this analysis. So the call detail records come from T-Mobile in the UTC, Universal Time Coordinated. The records come universal so that no matter where you are in the world, you can adjust the time to your local time. And our software does that, and we can do that looking at the data, set up a copy, and then I analyze the copy of these call detail records. And at this time, we were outside of daylight savings. So our time zone here in Memphis, Tennessee is UTC -6, spring forward, fall back. So I adjusted the call detail records to our local time zone. I did not leave them in UTC time. And then the second phone number, the 901-513-6236. Again, these records were received from T-Mobile in UTC, and I adjusted the time zones on them as well. And only question asked on this phone number were between the hours of 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. What towers were being accessed by this device? Now, they asked me until 10 p.m. There was no activity on the device from, I think, 5:48 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's why the hours 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. is listed in this slide, because there was nothing to look at after 5 p.m. So 5 p.m., 10 p.m., there was nothing.
And this is the Cornelius Smith phone?
Yes, sir. So these were the tools that I used to look at this information. I used a program, it's a web-based, called CellHawk. I used Microsoft Excel because the records come in a TXT format or a PDF. But I can make a copy and then I can change the time zone to reflect local easily in Microsoft Excel, and also use PLF Pinlink, and those are the versions of software that I used on this case. When these files are opened up in Excel, they are actually pretty wide. So we hide a couple of the rows when we're not trying to use that information because it's not relative to the investigation. We can hide out the device ID, the IMSI, the IMEI, and so what you've got across the top, and you can't see it, and that's why we use really big monitors, because these fonts are so small, and the rows across the top are pulled from the records. And what you've got is the date and time, and then I changed it from UTC to Central Standard. The duration of the call, and the duration is how long that call lasted. The direction of the call, was it leaving the mobile device or incoming or outgoing? Then the azimuth of the cell tower that was used. The azimuth is the dead center of that antenna of that 120 degrees. Then that azimuth, you're going to have 60 degrees to the left of it, 60 degrees to the right. So that's the dead center of that antenna. But as we've seen, that antenna can be more than 120. But the cell company knows the azimuth of that antenna. They're reporting that to us. In the location of the cell tower used, they provide it in two different ways to us. They give us the latitude and longitude of the exact tower, and that is perfect. Because a lot of times you see a tower out in the middle of a field. That field has a physical address on a road, but that's not where the tower is. So they give us the lat and long latitude and longitude of that tower, so we can walk right to it using GPS if we had to repair it. They also give us the physical address of the tower, which would be the address of the road that it's numbered off of. And they're usually they're not going to be in the same spot. The physical address is where you would go, then you would see the tower somewhere on that property.
I have a couple questions, and maybe stuff to get to, but I don't want to forget them, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask them. You mentioned duration of a call.
Yes, sir.
So if I see a call between one person and another person on these call detail records, and let's say it's 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds or whatever the time is, does that mean those people talk for 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds?
It means you hit the send button and then hit the end button. That's the duration of that call. Whether there was communication between two people, or a voicemail being left, or you called and you listened to somebody's voicemail. I don't really feel like leaving a message. End. That's the duration of that call.
So the duration doesn't actually mean two people necessarily talking to each other.
Correct.
The second thing is we're talking about calls. Is this same sort of stuff done for like text messages and stuff?
Yes, sir. On the T-Mobile network, though, text messages don't have cell site location. It's routed through the network, but they don't tell you which tower it was using. So now we're looking at calls and data sessions.
I got you. So with text messages, we're more limited on T-Mobile.
Yes, sir. And now we're looking at the phone number 901-236-1625, which belongs to Justin Johnson. And from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m., this device accessed a tower. Now this is where we're talking about the shaded area. The shaded area is just showing which direction the antenna was broadcasting its radio signals. It just happened to cover the crosstown, which you see. I dropped a pin in there to denote the location of the crosstown. So that device was accessing that tower, and of course it was providing coverage for that location from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m.
And so let me ask a couple of things here. First of all, it's almost impossible to see from where they're sitting. But this red dot here, is the crosstown concourse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say from 1 a.m. to 2:35. Does that mean is one phone call that lasts an hour and 35 minutes?
No, sir, the transactions that were reported, the events, the calls are on the next slide, sir.
Okay, switch to this.
And we can only map the data if it's there. So if there's a transaction that doesn't have a latitude and a longitude, we can't map it. So what we're looking at is what I could map. And there were 12 different events, like all mobile outgoing incoming calls between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m. And all of those access that tower during that time frame.
I got you. So here's the list of calls, incoming and outgoing, and that the ones that we have information on all hit that tower that covers Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say you would not be able to say if that phone is on the 8th floor of the concourse or the 2nd floor of concourse?
No way to know, sir.
Wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot.
No way to know.
Wouldn't be able to say if it's in the parking lot of concourse or the street to the north or the south, the east or west.
No, sir. No way.
But in the area of the Crosstown concourse
Yes, sir.
between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir. So this slide that you're looking at here at 3:17 and 1800ths of a second a.m., the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network. Tower number is 65667. Sector 2, with an azimuth of 180. That just means it hit the south antenna of that tower. And that was an outgoing call going to 901-210-0852, and it lasted 1 minute and 43 seconds. And that tower provides coverage for the area of the Valero gas station.
We're talking about entirely separate area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir.
So
The University of Memphis area.
University of Memphis is right here. So the Valero station, that was marked here.
It's the green pin. Yes,
Green
sir.
pin, green pin.
Yes, sir.
The green pin here is Valero station. And we're so far away from Crosstown that this is not on this map. Is that
It is
right?
not, no, sir.
It's going to be up and over here somewhere. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And that highlighted road right there was the data that I mapped. That's from the records, and it was, that was that outgoing call to 210-0852 that lasted for a minute and 43 seconds.
At 3:17 a.m.
Yes, sir.
At that time, the device is in an area with the tower that includes the Valero gas station parking island.
Yes, sir. And at 4:49 a.m., the device accessed another T-Mobile tower, 65695, sector 64, azimuth 300, which is facing kind of northeast, with an outgoing call to 901-728-2851, and that call lasted for 21 seconds. And that tower is just south of the Crosstown concourse that I have a pin dropped. Yes, sir.
Is this the green thing, Carl? Yes. The green here is Crosstown?
Yes, sir.
Is this a same tower or different tower as before when the phone was in the area of Crosstown?
That is a different tower.
Does that mean necessarily that the phone's not in the same place as it was before?
It just, that tower provides coverage for the Crosstown sectors of the tower before, sir.
Okay, so the coverage for Crosstown is going to be more than one tower.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with both of these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw could provide coverage to Crosstown.
It could, yes, sir.
Okay.
And this was the transaction that I mapped the outgoing call to 728-2851 that lasted 21 seconds. Then we go from 4:49 a.m. The next information that I could map was not until 9:56 a.m. later that morning. And there was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851 that lasted for 94 seconds. And that call access tower 11903 with sector 3 azimuth 260 facing west, kind of southwest, angled down. And that tower provides coverage for the crosstown concourse that I have a pin dropped. It's inside the shaded area as well.
That's at 9:56 a.m.
Yes, sir. And this was the transaction that I mapped out. And then there were two other calls that connected to that tower. Two outgoing calls, 404-662-8744 that lasted 69 seconds. And then 888-111-2663 that lasted 66 seconds. And according to the service codes from the provider, service code 04251, that initial call was placed on hold. Those other calls were answered, and then they had a conference call. So you had a three-way call going on.
Okay, so there was a three-way call from the device. I'm looking for the time board. Is it 3:50? Is it 9:57?
Yes, sir. There was 9:56-53, and then the others at 9:57-17, and then 9:57-23. Then there was an outgoing voice call made to 901-201-9581 at 11:30 and 13 seconds. That access tower 65731, sector 13, azimuth 300, just facing kind of northwest. That lasted for 112 seconds, which is 1 minute and 52 seconds. And that tower is south of the crosstown concourse, and appears that device has left the air of the crosstown. This tower is south of.
Crosstown's not on this map anymore, but
No, sir.
it would be north of
Yes, sir.
north of this map. Is that right?
That's right.
So this would not be a tower that provided coverage across town.
Correct.
And this is at 11:30.
11:30, 13 seconds.
So by 11:30, the device has left the crosstown area.
Yes, sir. It's accessing towers that are south of the crosstown. Then this is a screenshot of the raw data of the tower that I just mapped with the outgoing call to 201-9581 that lasted for 112 seconds. And there was an outgoing call to 901-246-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that accessed tower 158.
I was hoping we'd get
sector 3, azimuth 290.
more exciting
And that,
testimony
that
today.
antenna is facing west,
Not.
southwest, and that lasted for 3 seconds. And then an incoming call from 901-315-9866 at 12:09 that accessed tower 165-641, sector 132, azimuth 145, facing southeast. There was no duration on that call. Those two calls access the towers that are facing each other, the antennas that are facing each other from those two towers.
Okay, so we have two calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes apart, 12:06 and 12:09. And they're accessing these two towers, which are
Yes, sir.
near each other, pointing next to each other.
The antennas are pointed almost directly at each other to provide coverage for that area.
Okay, and do we have any pins? Do we have any pins for things we've seen before on this map?
There is a pin, but it's off map. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. The Valero gas station is not on there. It's too zoomed in too close to see the homicide scene, or because that's the writing on the left is the end of the homicide scene marker.
The writing on the left. doesn't help
That highlighted to the left of the screenshot, towards the bottom left corner.
Bottom left corner?
Come up just a hair. Come up.
Oh, here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the homicide scene.
That's the pin that I put on the map, notating the homicide
Okay.
scene.
And you got it cut off because I guess it's right here.
Yes, sir.
So we're in the,
We're east of the homicide scene.
we're slightly east of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Crosstown's way north.
Yes, sir.
Downtown's way west.
Way west. Yes, sir. And then next slide, that's the data that I mapped on the slide before, the towers that were accessed. Then at 12:17,
12:17, we're getting close to homicide time, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Somewhere between 12:21 and 12:23 or 4.
Yes, sir. And we've got an outgoing call to 901-519-1799. And that device accessed tower 164286, sector 131 with an azimuth of 90, which is facing directly east. And that call lasted for 6 seconds. That tower is in the Airways in Lamar, the area of Airways in Lamar, just north of the homicide scene.
Just going to catch up real quick over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:17. If we could reverse one slide. 12:17. Towers here, is that towers here?
Yes, sir.
And well, that's not you doing that. What is we have a pin on this map?
There's no pin on this map. The homicide scene is off screen, towards the bottom.
Airways. Trying to figure out how far up it is. You have a landmark on this. We'll see it better on the next map.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the homicide scene is over here somewhere.
It's just south, so towards the bottom of that map,
Okay. Here.
because you've got Airways that's running north and south, and we need to get closer to the interstate to see the homicide scene.
Okay. And we are about 6 minutes or somewhere between 4 minutes and 7 minutes from homicide.
Yes, sir. And again, this is the data that was mapped of that outgoing voice call that lasted 6 seconds. And then at 12:22:40.
Let me stop you for a minute. We need to take a break.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just a quick refresher. 10:15. Keep your notebooks here. And we can stand in recess.
Court stays in recess.
Y'all. Oh, I think she needed to call a recess because everyone about ready to fall asleep. Y'all, let's wake up. Come on, everybody, wake up. We are in recess. I needed a little sound break. I don't know why. This case is making me so sleepy. I'm so sleepy. Actually, I know what it is. The weather is cooling down. I'm in a dark cave. No sunlight. I have this light. It's like a cocoon in here. And because of that, I'm like, yeah. So it's so hard sometimes because this isn't the most funnest part of testimony, and I get that. Totally get it. Well, we had something drop today, and it is a Karen Reed document, petition for relief. It is a Karen Reed, the petitioner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, responded, petition for relief pursuant of G.L. lower C 211. Basically, they're requesting basically that they drop the count 1 and 3, and it is 37 pages long. I ain't gonna read all that today. Mary Kay, that's priceless. That is priceless. I'm almost thinking, but I don't think you want to see me do this. I am almost thinking of keeping the trial up and decorating at the same time. Just saying. I gotta get some blood moving, y'all. Get the exercise, get some arms. My coffee has been great, but I am not going to be on a caffeine high. Oh, Lord have mercy. You know, it's horrible. They have to have this testimony. It is important. I get it. I just get frustrated because let me tell you something. When you're stupid enough to do something where there's a security camera and then you start fighting that, I'm like, dude, why? Why fight it when there is a security camera? It you, bro. But it's his right to fight. It's my right to stay awake or go to sleep. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm not getting homework done. I'm not getting my beating done. My brain is just going, but yeah, declutter your closet. You want to come to my house, honey? Oh, I'm trying to get motivated to decorate for the fall. And well, I got 2 packages arriving today, and one of them should have the backdrop for fall. So maybe tomorrow I'll have the backdrop up. It'll have fall trees, a bunch of fall trees. Yep. Come to my house. Come on to my house, my house. Gonna give you candy. Hate that song. I hate that song. If you really think about what they're saying, almost, not good. But you can come to my house. I'm here so much more than I am at home. I really am just home to sleep at this point between college and this. I love to cook too. I really do. And I started to clean off my griddle, power washed it and everything. So we'll see what time we get out of here and the weather and my energy level. I may finish doing my griddle. Oh, yes. 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 We're going to decorate. I got to get everything out first. Although Heidi the Highlander is still going to be back in the back. She's our little mascot. I'm going to maybe change my lighting up a little bit. I don't mind those lights, but I need to brighten it up a little in here. Well, I can't. Can I? No, it's not plugged in. I have a bigger light, but it washes me out. Oh, peace and love. Slay the wicked. It's been nice having you here today. I love it when we get new people, new perspectives. It's cool. I have this little ottoman thing. It's just slanted. It goes to a chair under my desk, and then I have a big pillow on it for my feet. Uh, I miss entertaining. I love to have people over and I love to entertain, but nobody has time for that anymore. When I was young, never needed anyone. Gosh, what is it with me and songs lately? But when I was younger and had very young children, but even before that, I loved having people over. I cooked. Oh, it was wonderful. Miss it. Yeah, I know, right? That was a dead giveaway. Pun intended. That was a dead giveaway. Um, I was a baker for years. I had my own cottage kitchen. I did wedding cakes. I did. Yeah. Herbie, I don't know if you're still watching. I saw that. I got a text. Um, but um, I, I it got to where I got tired of dealing with the brides. But no, I physically couldn't do it anymore. But I haven't baked in years. I haven't done a cake in like 3 years at least. So I think this fall I'm going to get on a baking kick and I'm going to start doing some baking. I created a German chocolate buttermilk pie recipe, my own creation. And is it good? And I used to not like, I'm not a big fan of just plain buttermilk pie. But, Mhm. Yep. My favorite thing to do is to sit and make gum paste flowers, realistic flowers. I also like to do what's called buttercream painting, where you paint sceneries around the edges with buttercream. It is awesome. Please let that be my son. Oh, it's my son. And is he bringing lunch? Oh, my son brought lunch. Yo, I was hungry. We sitting here talking about food, and I'm getting all hungry, getting all up in that hunger now. And he walks in with food, glorious food. Um, but I like the more intricate working cakes. Now, I could never get into Wilson. That little block icing thing, couldn't do that. Too boring for me. Oh, did you get you something to drink? Okay. What is this?
Small burgers.
No price.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all gonna have to put up with me eating. This is break. Ooh, I was hungry. Mm, mm. So I'll eat almost anything at this point. But going to take the wrapper off so y'all don't have to hear it. Food, glorious food. We're anxious to try it. Oh, lemon juice birthday cake. Aw. Mmm. Um, I am in the mood for a huge steak, asparagus, and some kind of potato. Although I did have that just the other day. Is Kitty in here bothering you, Sensei? Place right there. For those of you who don't know, I do have a service dog. Please. Oh, don't you start that. She does this cute little bow thing. Oh, I thought you were special at Mary Kay. If you lived close by, I'd invite you. Yes. I didn't do birthdays today. Okay, I need y'all's opinion. I go to my Facebook and other places where I know I have friends who have birthdays, and we play birthday song. We wish them a happy birthday. I actually had someone complain because I did that. I was like, really? Let me shut the door. Come on, out. Oh, dang it, man. I'm trying to get the cat out. Let me get her. Go. Come on, baby. Awesome. The cat just likes to play with the cords. So I'm on the fence about doing birthdays because I don't want to offend anybody. So if you have a friend that has a birthday, you have a birthday, let me know and we'll do it that way. Hello, humans. So Ronnie, did you see that document in Discord? Mm. I gotta move that. Let me do this. I'm going to download it. I did. Now I'm going to open up Discord again. And this was a Karen Reed. So let me put it under Karen Reed. Documents, and I'm putting it under there. Thought I put it under there. Guess what I have to do is move this here. Then I can do this. Okay, I put it underneath Karen Reed. But she's got, this is a huge document. Huge documents, like 37 pages. let me pull up Miss Sarah Boone and see if they have see if they have posted any more documents on her today. I'm waiting. I guess the judge will tomorrow announce his decision. Mm. On the motion on the state's motion for court-appointed experts to produce reports, this cause having come to be heard before me in chambers September 24th, upon the state's motion for court-appointed experts to produce the reports filed September 20th to 24. The motion and the court having reviewed the motion and the court file began otherwise duty advising premises hereby orders and adjudges as follow. The motion is hereby denied. So the state's motion has been denied by the judge. That's interesting. Very interesting. Motion to suppress in Sarah Boone's case. Well, under the impression that she was receiving her phone, Detective Lowen led the defendant upstairs into an interrogation room. Okay, so this is about the interrogation and the Miranda warning. And upon the information and belief, it would look something like, and they finally in this motion have an example of what the card looks like. And it reads, I'm trying to embiggen this. Get that out of the way. There. Miranda warning. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present. It should be him or her with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Waiver, do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you? Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk now? Lay down. Based on the circumstances surrounding this interrogation, the defendant's statement was coerced and not freely and voluntarily given. The defendant did not freely and knowingly waive her rights under Miranda. As such, the entire 2-hour interrogation should be suppressed. That is what James Owens is basically asking out of this 4 or 5 page document. I don't agree with him. I watched that video time and time again. I've literally rewatched it multiple times. And I have to say, I don't think that they have a leg to stand on. Because not only was she read her Miranda rights the day before when they did an interview with her, they also read them that day. She was asked, do you understand your rights? And she said, yes, she understood the rights. So I'm like, dude, you don't have a leg to stand on. I know some of the stuff may be a little different But, but, mm-mm, I'm not buying this at all. And honestly, that woman was so ready to talk, it wasn't even funny. I mean, I've watched a lot of people talk, but that woman didn't shut up. Yeah, you're right, ADHD Jelly Bean. They have nothing at all. Nothing. You know, if you throw enough crap at the wall, there's going to be some left, but it isn't going to be much. And see, here's one thing that the process, and I was going to say something real tacky. I'm going to say, especially if it's old and dried, which is kind of where this case is because he is saying, he being the lawyer, Owens, Attorney Owens is saying that, but I got to do it, y'all. I need to wake up and have fun, so let me do it. Let me do it.
But, Your Honor, I just got this case. And we have old witnesses to find. This happened years ago. I can't allocate everyone. I don't have enough witness statements. I can't find all my witnesses. I need more time, Your Honor. I had to close down my practice just to take care of her. I've had to hire other attorneys. We are working around the clock. I don't have enough time. I just got this case. I just got the case.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah. That's what you get for answering a hand-drawn pamphlet requesting for someone to represent her. You saw it above the water fountain, a homemade poster, asking anybody out there would like to be my lawyer. Dedicate 100% of your time and attention to me. Work with me. Don't get mad at me when I become a witch and make unreasonable requests and yell at you. And you just want to sit there and take it for free? Not get paid a penny? Then you're the man. Thank you.
Seriously, though. I mean, this is beyond glutton for punishment. Our poster woman just walks in and dumps it off and leaves. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing that. My son's trying to figure out what's in the package. He didn't bring it to me. Arrgh. Matt, you're not going to bring it to me? Please. He's going to make me get up and go get it. I'm tired of her and Owens too. Well, Sarah needed a lawyer and she got rid of all 8 of them. Y'all, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my package. Yes, we are very much tired of the crybaby game. Hope it's my background. I got two things coming. I love it when people love me and gift me something. But I know what the gift is. But my background's not in it. Okay, so it'll be here tomorrow. All right, can y'all guess what this is? You probably will not. So y'all gonna guess what this is? Can y'all guess? It's round and heavy. Shouldn't be using my good scissors, but I don't have anything else in here. Ooh, nice box. Another box. Within a box. Within a box. Okay, guys. It's a box. It's a box. All right. There's cord. See if y'all can figure this out. Cord. Smells kind of good, actually. Surprisingly. Okay. Just making sure cord is still running. Cord is coming back. It's a box. Oh, yeah, no. Waterproof bag. Gloves. This is getting scary, isn't it? Waterproof bag and gloves. Oh, are we getting close? And a magnet. It's for magnet fishing. I'll murder it. Let me tell you. Now, this is a small one. Well, let me share with you why. A friend of mine and I'm going to mute this until they get in because the fan's kind of talking over it. A friend of mine and myself, we were talking, and one of the things that we were talking about was that there are some wonderful places for kids and people to swim. However, around here, they're full of fishing lures and pieces of metal and things like that. And I'm trying to do things that are involving, that involve exercising. And so we already do geocaching together. We already do geocaching. But we are wanting to do something a little different a little bit. And so we thought, well, a lot of the geocaches, not a tech thing, I know, right? A lot of us do geocaching also come into, oh snap, that's not what I wanted that to happen. I need a napkin. We, ooh, that's like blood red. Um, let me clean this up before it gets solid. Okay, we are also near rivers and such. So there's a couple of places around here that we are going to go and just kind of help clean up a little bit while we're geocaching. It's good exercise. I can't take off from my shoulders, but this is perfect.
12:22 p.m. just after noon in the murder time frame of 12:21 to 12:24, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, and do we have some sort of phone activity at 12:22:40?
Yes, we have a data session at 12:22:40 that accessed the tower 29098. Sector
This is a small.
2376.
I'm going to get a bigger magnet, but when my body can handle it.
Its antenna was facing south. That duration of that data session lasted 6 seconds.
Okay, and
That tower right there could provide coverage for the homicide scene.
okay, so this tower right here,
Yes, sir.
south, and like we said before, this is not a boundary, this is for illustrative purposes.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Homicide scene is the red dot here, is that right?
That's correct.
I don't know if they can see my cursor, but we have homicide scene, yellow line. So McCabe is here.
Well, I may
And
go
the
do this
tower
tonight.
is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
We're in the neighborhood of Orange Mound. And this is 12:22:40. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
What is this blue shade area up here?
That is the mapping of
Boy,
a
that's
previous cell tower that was accessed, that was north of the homicide scene.
Oh, okay, I got you. So we've already looked at that, one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we come down here for 12:22, and we're on the tower that could.
And we just
provide
want to clean up
coverage
the
to
neighborhood a little.
homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
My physical therapist wants me to do range of motions for my shoulders, and I told him about that, and he goes,
This
"Yeah,
is
that'll work."
the data session that was mapped at 12:22:40. At 12:23:05, there was an incoming voice call from 901-315-9866. That call was not answered and it was sent to voicemail. And that accessed tower 164286, sector 131, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And then
I think we went back, I'm sorry, I think we went backwards a second, okay. So now we are less than a minute from that last phone call, is that right?
yes,
And I see Orange Mound.
this is the tower that's north of the homicide scene.
North of the homicide
Yes,
scene.
sir. Airways and Lamar, just north of.
Okay. So would it be fair to say the phone has moved at this point? Or yes or no?
That phone just accessed that tower. I don't know where it would be.
Is this tower close to the other tower?
Yes, sir. That was the previous slide where you saw the little slice of shaded blue north of, that's that tower.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So let's go back to that slide. I thought you had said this was a previous call, but is this a?
That is the previous call,
Okay.
but then the device connects to that tower again.
So 12:22, the one that could cover the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
12:23, we're back up on this tower that is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Could this tower also cover the homicide scene?
I wouldn't know that unless I was able to do like a drive test on it to see the coverage that tower could
So would it be
extend out.
would it be impossible to say yes or no to that?
Without testing, it'd be impossible. Yes, sir.
Now, do also see, these pins are so hard to see from far away. This is Bradley Street, an address on Bradley Street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could skip forward.
And if we'll back up one, that slide there, that call that the device accessed the tower just north of, where you can actually see the shaded corner. That device then reconnected to the tower just south of it. When that unanswered call was sent to voicemail, it accessed that tower, 29098, sector 23762, Aspen is facing south. So you have an incoming call that accessed the tower north of it. That call is not answered and it's sent to voicemail. And that transaction connected to the tower just south of it. That's what we're seeing right there.
And the tower just south of it, is it this tower?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the same tower we saw at 1222 that covers the homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to get this right, there's activity at 1222 at a tower that covers the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
There's activity at 1223, which is the call and voicemail,
Yes, sir.
which accesses two different towers.
Yes, sir.
One is this tower north of, hold on, I'm doing that. One is this tower slightly north of the homicide scene
Yes, sir.
that may or may not cover the homicide scene.
Correct.
And then when voicemail picks up or whatever, same call, different activity, it accesses the tower south of it.
Correct. Accesses a separate tower. Yes,
Which
sir.
is that same tower that services the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Does that necessarily mean that the phone was moving at the time since it went one tower to another tower?
It could be indicative of movement. It could be that tower that services the homicide scene is just north of the interstate. And if there was a lot of traffic, that tower could get full and it would shift off its it would say it's a busy, full, no more traffic. So it would pass off its communications to another tower.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that these towers are close enough to each other that it could mean the phone is moving, or it may not mean that the phone is moving?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
And this is the transaction is listed in the records of the incoming call and being sent to voicemail that I mapped out. And had 26 different calls between 12:58:33 and 1:57:50 that access this tower in South Memphis. It's going to be tower 157889, two sectors, 3 and 13. That's going to denote the antennas that you have more than one. Facing the northwest, that azimuth of 345, and that cell tower provides coverage for the Gospel Gardens apartments.
So now we're about 30 minutes or more, a little bit more after the homicide, and the phone's in an entirely separate area of Memphis,
Yes, sir.
entirely separate tower,
Correct.
vastly different coverage,
Yes, sir.
vastly different towers, but tower that would service the Gospel Garden apartments.
Yes, sir. And that is just all 26 calls from the records that I mapped out.
From 30 minutes after the homicide to over the course of the next hour.
Almost an hour exactly, yes, sir. And then there were 44 calls that I mapped out from 2:22:45 p.m. until 5:23:18 p.m. And these access towers, 156814 and 156815, two different antennas, antenna 5 and 15, with an azimuth of 240 degrees, and antenna 133 with an azimuth of 300. So that device was hitting that tower with those different antennas 44 different times between those, actually it's a 3-hour time period.
So the phone has left the coverage area for the tower that covers the Gospel Garden Apartments,
Yes,
which is South Memphis.
yes,
It has traveled
This is the-
substantially east, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And I'm looking at the map, there's Hickory Hill, is that what we're talking about?
yes, sir.
Okay, the Hickory Hill area of Memphis, and that is 222 to 523.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are the 44 transactions that I mapped out for that 3-hour time period. It's very difficult to see. It was very difficult to put into a presentation. What we're seeing is 13 calls that I mapped out. Kind of shows the device moving in a north from the Hickory Hill area towards the Baptist East location of Walnut Grove and Interstate 240. And those calls, last tower hit at 5:48 on that northernmost tower at the very top of that picture. And those transactions just show that device moving northbound. And the 5:48, that was the last data from that device I could map from the CDRs. So we go from Hickory Hill, it's on the bottom, and just head north. And those were the 13 transactions that I mapped out.
All right, that was the Justin Johnson phone. 513 is a Cornelia Smith phone.
Yes, sir. The 513-6236. And there was no data to map between 11 and 12. It asked for 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., but from 11 to 12, there was nothing for me to map. There was no transactions there. And then from 12 to 1, you had 5 different calls that I have listed here that access towers, around the Lamar and Sims. So starting the top, you've got an incoming voice call from 901-213-7867 that came in at 12:01:26. That call access tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest. That call lasted 1 minute, 12 seconds. Then a second incoming call from 901-236-1625 at 12:02:55. That accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest as well. That call lasted 9 seconds. You have a third call, incoming call from 901-236-1625.
All right, well, wait a second. I got distracted because something caught my attention. These last 2 calls we talked about at 12:02 and 12:04.
Yes, sir.
All right. It's an incoming call from 236-1625.
Yes, sir.
Well, we know what number that is.
That is Justin Johnson's cell phone number.
Okay, so we're looking at Cornelia Smith's call detail records,
Yes, sir.
and at 12:02 and at 12:04, he receives phone calls from Justin Johnson's phone.
Correct, sir. Okay. Then the fourth transaction, incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 12:11 that access tower 156958, sector 12, azimuth 270, which is facing west. There was no duration recorded for that call. And then at 12:51, the last call that I mapped.
I always struggle with the cell bright information and keeping my attention. I apologize.
4691 at access tower 161877, sector 13, azimuth 340, which is facing northwest. And there was no duration for that call either.
So it looks like with regard to Mr. Smith's file, you're gonna be able to map some stuff at 12:01, 12:02.
Yep. That's exactly why we're here running.
12:04,
Yes, sir.
That wasn't him.
12:11.
That wasn't me. Even though you have photos.
But then not any time
videos.
between 12:11 and 12:51,
Correct.
which would be the time the homicide would fall in there.
Yes, sir. And these were the towers that were accessed, and you can't really see the date and time that they were accessed. There were 3 calls on the that tower 158161 bottom tower. 3 calls there, and the times 12:01, 12:02, and 12:04. And then the other 2 towers, the calls.
Does that, there's no pen, but I can see now. That would provide coverage for the Lamar and Sims area, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes, sir. And then the 12:11 call access tower there at the top right. And then the 12:51 call access the tower there in the dead center.
The 12, the one I'm on right now is 12:11, is that right?
12:11:52, yes, sir.
12:11. They provide coverage for the Orange Mound area of Memphis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see there's a pen, this is Bradley, is that right?
That's correct.
And then, so this one's 12:11-ish, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And then I'll move over here to this tower up on the left, but that's 12:51, so
That's
we've had
12.
a good 40 minutes has passed.
Yes, sir.
And now I'm again in the Orange Mound area, and here's Bradley Street.
Yes, sir.
Homicide scene is this red dot.
That is the pin I dropped to the homicide scene, yes, sir.
Tell us what that phone does after 12:51.
The next hour I looked at from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. There were only three transactions that could map out. That was an incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 1 o'clock. And that access tower 65664, sector 11, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And there was no duration for that call. Then there was a second transaction was an incoming voice call from 901-900-3143 at 1:14:54. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth of 90, was facing east as well. No duration recorded for that call. And then the third transaction from 901-900-3143 at 1:41:21. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth 90. There's no duration for that call as well.
What does that mean when we see calls with no duration?
It would be, if you place a call and you hang up before the other party answers or the call connects, there's going to be no duration there. If there was an abnormal completion on the call, that'd be a system glitch or kind of hiccup, there would be no duration there.
But it still shows an event on the phone.
In the
A no
records.
duration call still
Yes,
shows
sir.
an event as far as records go.
Yes, sir.
And you're still able to use, if it provides location, you're still able to use that location?
Yes. So looking at the records, the calls that came in, there were only 2 calls, they were incoming and not answered, and then they went to voicemail. But you have to look at the records and the definitions page to determine that. And what I have circled here are the service codes. And luckily, we ask for what these service codes mean, and they give us a definitions list. So I can look at their definition of what a service code means. And the 028, as defined by T-Mobile, tells us that a call that came in, it was not answered, but then it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail service numbers, voicemail service, 1-360-842-9999. And those 2 calls that show us 4, they access the same tower 65664, sector 1, with an azimuth of 90. The voicemail that was left was 5 seconds, and the second voicemail was 3 seconds. And we can get that from the raw data that we
I'll be right back.
And then that is a mapping of that tower, the 65664, sector 1, azimuth 90 facing east. That's the tower that we mapped out.
This is 1 o'clock. 114, 141, 142, 146, 147.
Yes, sir.
And we are a tower that services Orange Mount. And this is Bradley Street, that's the pin.
Yes, sir.
Could that tower provide coverage for Bradley Street?
That tower could provide coverage for Bradley Street, yes. So there were 17 calls between
And
2 p.m.
Yeah, let me back up. For the slides we just saw, is everything incoming?
between 1 and 2, everything was incoming. There was no outgoing phone calls.
Everything's incoming. Does everything go to voicemail?
Nothing was answered, and everything was sent to voicemail.
Okay, so everything's incoming, everything's not being answered, goes to voicemail. Tower that covers Bradley Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got to be consistent with the phone having been left behind. No one to tend to it.
Could be. If the calls are not being answered, yes, sir. So between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., there were 17 calls that came in. This is going to get a little, wouldn't say messy, but the first and second, they weren't 2 calls. That was 1 call. It was an incoming call that was not answered. It went to voicemail. Then the 4th call and the 5th call was another call that came in unanswered, was sent to voicemail. The software can show that as 2 different transactions, 2 different calls, but looking at the raw records will tell you that's not 2 different transactions. That was an incoming call, was not answered, and it was sent to T-Mobile's voicemail number. And looking at the service codes, again, the 028 tells us the service codes, they're circled. That the call came in, it was not answered, and it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail numbers. So you had a series of incoming and outgoing calls of those 17 between 2 and 3 p.m.
Okay, so what is the first outgoing call from,
First outgoing call was at 2:36, I'm sorry, 2:39:33. We had a backup one slide.
that stuff that you were explaining? I see outgoing on this list, I think you were just explaining that that's not a true outgoing call.
That is not a device making an outgoing call.
I got you.
That is
So
a call that's come in, not answered, then it's routed to the voicemail.
okay. So when's the first true outgoing call?
The first true outgoing call was at 2:39:33 to 273-4691.
Okay, so the first true outgoing call, 2:39, is what you said?
2:39.
You said that.
And these were the towers that were accessed by those incoming calls. You had 7 calls on that top tower.
Gotcha, everything incoming.
Yes, sir.
Tower that could cover Bradley, Orange Mound. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the device starts accessing 2 different towers, the tower shown at the bottom.
Once we have that outgoing call at 2:39, then at 2:40 and at 2:56, a bunch of different times.
Yes, sir.
2:43, 2:47, 2:48, 2:50, 2:52, 2:3, 2:5. We start accessing different towers.
Different towers, yes, sir.
South of where we were.
And those towers provide coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims. And then between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., there were 25 different calls, both incoming and outgoing. Between 3 and 3:20, device access tower 158661, sector 13 with an azimuth of 290 that was facing west. There were 13 calls, 3 incoming and 10 outgoing. Again, item number 6 and 7 is an incoming call. The number was busy this time and it went to voicemail. And we're told that by service code 29. And then after between 3:20 and 4 p.m., the device is going to move around the city. So we're going to see a bunch of different towers being accessed after 3:20 p.m. So this tower right there at Lamar and Sims, there were 16 transactions reported. That was between 3 and 3:20. They all accessed that one tower between 3 and 3:20. So the red dot is the pin that I dropped locating the homicide scene. The tower just to the right of it was a tower that device was accessing for that first 20 minutes between 3 and 3:20.
That's Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then it moves over and accesses a tower to the right at 1526. And then just above that at 3:29 p.m. And then that north tower on the top of the sheet at 3:37.
So I thought it's just so it's Lamar and Sims for a while because we held multiple calls there,
Yes, sir.
and then it's on the move around the city.
Yes. And then when it gets into the downtown area, I kind of broke those up because it got real congested to look at. So you see the towers that were accessed between 3:40 p.m. and 3:55 p.m.
Okay. And all these towers are downtown Memphis,
Yes, sir.
and these towers are all close to each other. I'm looking here, this is one area in downtown Memphis. And our time ranges are,
This is between 3:44 and 3:55 PM.
okay, so accessing towers in downtown Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
And then this is still different towers in downtown,
Okay,
3:58 PM, and both of them 3:58 PM. The calls were bouncing off, accessing tower to the right and then accessing the tower to the left. And then there were only 2 calls between 4 PM and 5 PM. One outgoing voice call from 901-864-2309 at 418. That call accessed tower 161-877. Second one, azimuth 70, which is facing east-northeast. And then the second incoming voice call, 901-318-7238 at 459. That access tower 154-315, sector 14, azimuth 6, which is facing east-northeast. And that's what I have mapped on the next slide. Those are the 2 towers that were accessed at 4:18 and 4:59 PM. The tower
tower north of Bradley,
north of Bradley at
Orange
4:59, and the tower providing coverage for Bradley at 4:18. So, based on the mapping information that,
Okay, we're about to switch back to the first phone. We're gonna get a summary, is that
yes,
right?
sir, we're going to summarize.
I may interrupt and ask you a couple of questions. We're going back to Justin Johnson's phone?
Yes, sir. 901-236-1625. And this is all information that I mapped out from T-Mobile. Device, it was accessing the tower. They're providing coverage for the crosstown concourse from midnight to 2:35 AM.
So consistent with the area of Crosstown up till 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device accessed a tower that could provide coverage from the Valero gas station at 3:18 AM.
Entirely different area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir, near the University of Memphis.
Okay.
The device then returned to the area of the crosstown concourse by 4:49 that morning AM.
Okay.
The device was accessing a tower providing coverage for the crosstown concourse from 9:56 AM to 11:06 AM. And then the device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims from 12:02 to 12:10 PM.
Different area of Memphis than Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
So by 11:06,
Uh,
well, by 12:02, it's in the area, the coverage area, including Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
And is that also the time frame in which we see the phone calls from this phone to Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide. Right. The device was accessing towers that provide coverage for the area of 2370 Boulevard during the time of the shooting between 12:22 and 12:23.
Towers that cover homicide scene, time of homicide.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Shelby Drive and Tulane Road from 1 PM to 1:59, which was Gospel Gardens area.
Entirely different area of Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Tower provides coverage to the Gospel Garden, used to be called the Tulane Apartments.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Hickory Hill Drive and Valleydale Drive from 2:22 PM to 5:26 PM. It was in the Hickory Hill area.
Leaves the area of the Gospel Garden.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device went to the area of Walnut Grove and Humphreys Boulevard from 5:42 PM to the 5:48 PM. There were no records to map after that.
So you didn't get any more records with location information that you could map after 548.
Correct.
Now this is Cornelius Smith's phone.
To summarize the phone number for Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. And this is also based on the information that I got from T-Mobile. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims and 1168 Bradley between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. And the device continually accessed a tower that provided coverage for 1168 Bradley from 12:28 p.m. to 2:38 p.m.
And it's during that time period that everything's incoming.
Yes, sir. And going to voicemail. And then the device accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims until 3:19 p.m.
Do you know where Pressure World Car Wash is?
No, sir, I do not. The device traveled around the city to the downtown area between 3:20 p.m. and 4 p.m. And then the device returned to the area of 1168 Bradley between 4:16 and 4:28. And there were no records to that after 4:59 p.m.
Thank you, AJ. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Be good time for a break, then.
I think it will be. Ladies and gentlemen, you've only heard part of this testimony, so it's probably a good time for lunch. So let's just take a lunch break. Let's break until 2 o'clock.
What's Benson reset?
Diane, now it's lunch. I was working on my homework.
I tell you, I've listened the entire time.
Oh,
I
yay.
I was like you. I was literally sitting here going, I'm like, and then to top it off, needed a restroom. So it's like, okay, I've got to take a break or I'm going to fall out of the chair. And I heard you go, I got that sleepy. Where's lunch? Bring me something. Oh, I tell you what, this stuff is just like must today. And I know they do.
Well,
So,
I'm doing my assignment this week, y'all, is I got to write a paper and I got to answer these questions. Describe the police culture and explain the 6 core values with it, associated with it. Number 2, compare and contrast the 4 major styles of police work. Explain how these styles influence police discretion. Number 3, explain the 7 different factors that commonly influence an officer's use of discretion. And number 4, compare and contrast the flee, felon, and the Garner rules as they relate to police use of deadly force. Oh, Haley Mouse, if we're fighting to stay awake, you know they're fighting to stay awake.
I can see that judge going, it's terrible.
Hey, anybody out there in this wonderful world know how to do what's called, okay, I'm going to read the instructions. For each article, you are asked 7 questions. That's listed below. And then the same for each article. Each annotated, a reference should consist of a citation that conforms to the APA guidelines, along with write-up and consists of no more than 300 words. Each annotated reference should include, what the heck is this? I did one. And I thought I did a good job because I don't understand what he's asking. So I sent it to my professor 4 days before it was due and said, "Is this what you're looking for? Because I've never done this before." Didn't get a response. He gave me a 64. How do you write an annotated reference on an article with 7 questions? What's the research question and why is it important? Is it qualitative or quantitative? Is it what sample did the author use and what sampling strategy? What's the unit of analysis? What's the dependent variable and how is it measured? What's the key independent variable and how is it measured? What's the main finding? And they're 25-page articles. Anybody know about this stuff? Reach out. I can handle the other paper easily. Zach is like, what's up?
I like his fish. I like his fish.
Zach, look what I got.
What you got? What you got? Lights?
Magnet
pulley?
fishing.
Oh.
My friend brought one for me. And we's going to go magnet fishing. Okay, let me explain this. I have had my shoulder, this side, 2 rotator cuffs and a reconstruction 3 times. I've had 3 surgeries. This one's kind of getting a little loose. And my doctor told me take up golf or fishing. But I also need to do range of motion, side, over, under, this stuff. And so my friend just had his rotator cuff surgery. They told him the same thing. And so we got to thinking, I do geocaching. And a lot of times they're near bodies of water. And we have a lot of places around here where kids love to swim. But we also have a ton of fishing lures and hooks at the bottom of those swimming areas. So we thought we might take like an hour or 2 and go to some of the most popular places and do some magnet fishing and just kind of clean up all of those fish hooks because we've had a lot of kids go into ERs with fish hooks and adults with fish hooks and stuff in their feet, pieces of metal, and it will get in our physical therapy and maybe avoid me having another surgery on my right side. You want to join me, Zach? You want to join Herbie and me? Join us cleaning up the waterways? Maybe even getting some fishing in? So we'll do the fishing first so we don't scare them off. And then we'll do the cleanup. Oh.
Yes.
Huh?
I understand that. As I.
Well, you never know. We may find lead shooters, bicycles.
Maybe you'll find a safe full of money.
It has happened.
Help with the glow.
It has happened.
Uh-huh. I know.
I was watching some magnet. Anybody here not know what magnet fishing is? I'll give credit to the people I show. Oh, this one guy found an entire car, and in the back of the car was all the lead shooters and everything else used to commit a major crime. I know, right? Okay, what's in big in this? Turn it on. I will give them credit.
No, it's another safe. Look at the size of it. Oh, there's a ring.
2,500-pound
There's a
magnet.
ring. 2 rings.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, look at the balls. G'day and welcome to another magnet fishing adventure. I've got my giant
He's
gold
funny.
magnet. Let's throw it in the river to see what we can find from
How
the
do you like
camper
his little
van.
van?
This is
I want
exciting
one of
stuff.
those.
Magnets away!
He threw it from his camping van.
Today we've got some special guests over here. We've got Yopi. We've got also, what's your name again? Wimbro. It's a hot day, so let's find some treasure.
Oh, how did that happen?
Woo! It's a long way to pull the magnet up each time from here. I hope we don't get something too heavy. Oh, I've got something on there, do I? Oh, look at that. I've got a fork. First cast, we're on fire. A fork. Not the most exciting first cast, but at least it's not empty, right? It's something. What you got, Yopi? You got something big there, bro. It's a safe. Oh my gosh, it's a safe on the left, second cast. How about that? We are on fire with the safes today. Second cast, Yopi gets a safe. Oh, nailed it. All right, we got it, bro. Here we go. Yeah. What else have we got on there, man? Okay, 3 magnets on there. Oh, I can't believe that just happened. Yeah. Oh, we got it. Oh, we got it out. But unfortunately, that's looking pretty empty. But let's do a thorough check. We can't be sure until we've seen everything. That is a great sign of a good spot. Anything small in there, bro? Oh, I like that. Well, it's good that it came up so easy, but there's a reason it came up so easy. It was empty. There's got to be a full one down there. If you haven't seen the other video, I found a safe recently from the royal family in Sweden. So check out that video. I'll put a link below to that, but we could find another full safe today. Got a really good chance. What will cast number 3 bring in?
I
can
saw
feel
that,
some heavy
Haley. A
stuff out
lot
there.
of shopping carts or
I can't believe
trolleys.
you got another
And
one. No way, you.
in
I've
the
got
river.
something big out there too. Look at the bubbles. Yopi's got something. I've got something.
You know it's big when they
It's
got
deep down in
bubbles.
the mud. Oh yeah, I'm starting to see it, Yopi. Oh,
And his name is
No,
Frosty.
another one.
look at the size of it. It's in a bag. Oh my gosh. I
hadn't
had
seen
something
this
big
one.
there too. Let me see what I've got on mine. Is it just a crusty pole or is it something interesting? Oh, I've got bullets. No way. Look at that. This is a spot and a half. That's a different bullet to that's a different bullet. That's 3 different types of bullets. Oh man. And we've got a safe. Talk about kicking off an adventure strong. This doesn't usually happen magnet fishing. Look at that thing there. It was a crowbar. We might need this in a second. I'll put it over here. We might just need that. All right, I'm going to drop my magnet down. Oh my gosh, that safe is closed and wrapped up. What a spot. Okay, I'm going to drop it down. 1, 2, 3. Magnets away. I've got to get it. Yep, I've got it there. Looks
Sorry,
like it's
I had
wrapped
to
up in a bathrobe or something
Get
like
his
that.
name.
It's a good 5 meters
Bondi.
down at least. This might be the
got
hardest
it.
safe recovery yet. 1, 2, 3. Go, Wimbro. You've got it, Wim. You missed the safe.
They need to get a grappling hook on that.
Is the safe not big enough for you, Wim? Or should we lift it up higher, make it closer for you? There we go. Our experience should mean that we should get this out pretty good. Okay, Wim's got his gloves on. Have you done your nails as well, Wim? Okay, we're ready to lift. Here we go. I'm slipping because my magnet is on like the lamb's wool. Okay, let it drain. Yeah, it's draining there.
It's a big one.
It's a big one. I am excited.
The less water, the easier it is.
Oh my gosh, after finding the last couple of safes that were full. Oh, and just the second cast bullets as well. There could be anything in here. Guns, jewelry. We're just going to let it drain out. What, you want to do it with 4 magnets?
Yeah, the other one on the.
Okay, all right.
Side, yeah.
4 magnets, because it is so high here. We're not going to take the risk of bring it all the way up here and it drops off, because here it goes beyond vertical. And if we have the 4 magnets, that means we're just reducing the risk if we can lift it without it falling all the way back down.
Can they
and
get the
starting
grappling
again. While
hook
we're
and
waiting for
hook the
Wimbro,
bag?
just to let you know, there's a link in the description below for my gold Bondi magnets. Get one of those. They work and they find safes as well. Okay.
Yeah,
$4
$300.
away. Oh my gosh, that was the worst throw. that was like a slow motion car crash. Wim's not warmed up with his accuracy. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, it's coming. I'm actually surprised my magnet is holding on through the.
I know, look how it
there,
is.
the
It's
lens wall.
backwards.
Okay. It's going to go beyond vertical now. Let's just lift it a little bit more. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I close. 1, 2, 3.
It's like,
Grab it.
why would you
Somebody get a
throw
handle on that thing.
safe away?
You got it on the blanket?
No.
Yeah. Take it on the blanket.
Okay.
Got him. Got him. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Just pulled up a full safe. Okay, we're going to catch this thing. Magnet off. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh my gosh, yeah. Spin it around that way. There we go. Oh,
I don't
Get
think
the
you have
magnets off.
anything in it because it's
There
open.
we go. Now someone's tied it up in a knot here with a blanket. Look at that. It's so random. Okay.
Why would you
I'm gonna
tie
undo
it?
that. Drag it over here into the sun.
Why would you throw
All
it?
right. Let's derobe this thing. Oh, look at that for a cool save.
No, the smell isn't good.
All right, bro. Yopi, you have to do the honors. What the code is? Let's go.
Blunt
Crack
force.
it. Got him.
No,
Empty.
nothing.
We got in there, bro.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Nothing.
Oh, the bummer.
Oh man.
I could have told
Climax.
this thing was empty.
Anti-climax, but have a look. There's definitely nothing left in there for us.
It's the second one in.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know
That's
what?
pretty cool.
It's getting it out of the
All right.
rivers.
Yopi's on fire.
And you can take it
They
and
go and
sell it.
sell it.
Ah,
Scrap metal.
Let's keep going, fellas. I'm excited.
Maybe I'll see if we
Sweaty.
can fund our globe for
Perfect.
next year
The
on
safes are
scrap
biting
metal.
today, that's for sure. All right, 3, 2, 1. Magnets away.
Wouldn't it be funny if they caught a third one?
Let's see who gets the next safe. I think
Yeah.
there's loads down here. I've done like 5 casts.
where are they?
Got one. Oh, Yopi, I've got something out here in the deep too. Look at the bubbles coming
somewhere.
out from all the way out there. Oh, Wim hasn't turned his magnet on. I've got something massive over here. Oh, that's the reel from before, Yopi. Yeah, that's the reel from before.
Look how heavy
Okay.
it is.
Yeah, oh gosh, it is heavy. Yeah, I wonder why that's so heavy. They've probably stolen the wire off of it or something like that to get the copper.
Had the
Yeah.
heavier it
All
is,
right.
the more
Oh,
money
it
in
comes
it.
with clams. Look at them all in there, mussels.
Muscles home.
Okay, let's send them back to their home. Away you go.
We probably,
I've
my
got
luck,
something
have
massive
leeches.
down here now. I can't get my magnet off. Imagine
Carry
getting my magnet stuck here. It doesn't want to come. Fellas, you mind giving me a quick pull on this one? I don't know what I've got, but it's heavy. I just want to get my magnet back. Okay, ready?
So you
1,
don't want to
2.
do this alone.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, we've got it back. Thank you. Okay, look at all the bubbles coming up from Yopi. I think these are all safes down there. Oh no, Wim! Wim's got a
He
safe.
disconnected.
No, 2 safes in 2 casts. That is crazy. All right, you guys
2
pull
more
up on your own. I'm going to
safes?
find my own one. You watch. I'm going to get a safe down here. We have three safes on the magnet at the same time. Look, every time we throw it, I've got one for sure. Here we go.
That's crazy.
It's coming.
What?
Oh, I can
Is
see my
this
magnet. Tell me I've got a
Safe
safe.
lake?
Oh, look at the size of it. I have got a safe.
Oh,
Look at that.
3 saves.
We've got.
I wonder. Total of
3
5 for the day.
saves in 3
I
casts.
wonder.
Oh my gosh.
Wonder as I wonder. It's a robber's dump site.
See if
I bet they
this
had
one
a
can
bunch
drain
of them
bit.
rolled up and just threw them in.
Oh, he's not draining. I'm going to come over and get your one. Here we go. Okay, there we go. You ready?
Wow.
Let it train. Yeah, he's heavy. That's a good sign.
Ah,
And I can
We're
see a
giving
bag attached
Bondi
to it from the outside.
treasure
The other
hunters
day,
credit for
we were
this so
pulling
we don't
safes
get in
out,
trouble.
and I found a
But
plastic
I'm trying
bag,
to
no safe,
educate.
and inside of it was diamonds. Nice one, Wimbro. 1, 2,
Haley
3.
Mouse.
1,
I'd
2.
like to have
Oh, no.
diamonds.
We've got our magnets here. I'm going to get on the other one. Yeah.
My thing, if I ever found diamonds and real gold and it
1,
was in
2,
decent
3.
condition, I probably
I
wouldn't
can
sell them
see stuff falling out of it.
because you don't get what they're
Okay.
worth.
I think that's
I just
just
wear it.
mud. Okay.
Be
1, 2,
blinging.
3. 1, 2, 3.
I did myself up.
Okay.
I
Ruben
hang
stuff.
saw.
Flip it around
That's why I
that
put
way.
my
All the
coat
stuff's
on.
falling out.
I don't
Oh my
like how
gosh,
they
there's
look.
stuff inside. Oh, it's going to go. It's going to
Oh,
go. Goodbye, diamonds. Okay, let's lift it then quick. 1, 2.
that's when you need to. Oh, I found an
Okay, we got him.
underwater drone.
It's full of mud. That's why it's heavy.
Underwater
Anything in there
drone.
though,
I
bro?
want it so bad.
Oh, it's just foil, is it?
Not
Yeah, it's
until
just foil.
after a glow.
Okay, let's get these magnets off.
Like I can do it now. No, next year maybe.
Look at
Ah, they
Wimbro.
splashed themselves.
Like-
Oh man, is that volume good for you, Diane? And can you hear
I
me
got out of
okay
that one
over it?
unscathed.
Okay.
Well
I'd
done,
love to
fella.
get an underwater drone because I
That
can't go
plastic bag
snorkeling
just
and I
flew
can't go scuba diving
Covered
Those are your
those
ears?
mud.
Those are your ears?
because of my ears.
Anything inside there, Yopi?
So an
I
underwater
am
drone would be the
super
next best
These
thing.
certified.
thieves are very greedy. But I think today we're going to find more safes at one spot than we've ever found, ever. No, it's empty.
I bet what fell
Okay.
out was the diamonds.
All right, let's keep going. We're on a pretty good regime here. 4 magnets.
Well, I'll tell you, they're
no
going to
magnet
make
dropped.
about $150 to
Yopi's
$200
going
American
again.
dollars just off of all the
Canal
weight of
shower.
those.
I'm going again.
yeah.
So it's worth it.
Oh, Yopi's on again. Nice one, Yopi.
I want to know where
Okay, I'm
is he?
coming over. I'm coming over, bro. That one looks closed too.
At another
Okay,
place.
come on. Come
Let
on,
me
man.
look in the
This is a dump-
description.
There you go.
This
Gotcha.
is a dump
We try and
site.
lift him up a bit to drain. There we go. He's draining. Oh, look at his draining there. Look at all that stuff coming out.
He didn't say.
Oh, Yopi, there's stuff falling out.
Somewhere in the UK.
Ah, what's that?
He's Australian
Oh
and
my
he's
gosh, there's
traveling
something on the side.
Europe.
Oh, that's a money box. That's a money box. Okay.
Holy.
Yeah, I can't pull it. No, we have to get Wim's magnet over here. Come over that way, bro. Or there you go, bro. You pull it up from that side. Or even just get on the thing. Get on the money box. Got him. Okay.
There you go.
Yes. All right, we
Looks
got him.
empty. Door open.
Don't fall. Relax.
Yeah.
Okay.
Empty,
he's
but it's
coming.
still fun to
With
watch.
It's nice and slippery
Oh,
now
yeah.
with all the mud that we've dropped down there.
I also like the fella
Oh, he's
that
still
does he does
Oh, yes. Okay.
treasure hunting
Yopi.
under the water.
Oh my gosh, yes, another one.
Okay, Ronnie, my doctor wants me to start doing. Here, let's turn it on so we can see what he got.
Oh my gosh. What? Yeah, it's a bracelet and there's keys. So there's stuff in this one. I knew that'd leave. Yeah, let's get him down. Okay, ready? Watch you. Hang on.
So, Ronnie, I need
Let's
to
lift him
do
down. Yeah, we've got a bracelet. In there. They left
motion
us something this
with my
time.
arms. I've had 3,
Okay.
2 rotator and 1 reconstructive on
amount
this
of,
side, and this
Safes
one
in a
is
short
going to
amount of
need
time,
it
we'll all have a
if I don't
bracelet.
rehab.
Nothing else in there.
And
though.
my friend and I both have the same
Just
problem,
mud.
and I don't
Yeah,
like
let's
to
have a look at the
golf,
bracelet.
and we have a bunch of area.
There we go. Okay, brace. I've never heard of it. All right,
Oh.
let's sit it down there.
But we have some low water crossing areas in rivers where kids love to swim. And we've had a lot of children and adults who have been getting a lot of fishing hooks and metal in their feet when they're swimming or playing. And my friend and I thought, well, we need to do therapy. And I can't afford to pay $200 or more a trip for therapy. And this is exactly the same range of motions I would need.
Yeah, and plus you're using muscles. Yeah. Do you know that before I left Alaska, literally,
Whatever floats your boat, Ada.
yeah, before I left Alaska, this one I couldn't lift it like this without it just, oh, I would cry.
I
And I
remember.
found out. And look what God did. No
You good
surgery,
girl.
no therapy. God just said, here, you need that arm. And I'm like, yes. But now I need to get rid of my flags.
Oh, it's flooded. That's so cool, man. We're finding jewelry
So-
down here. Second piece.
Yeah.
And we also have in the fall, we have a community river cleanup thing.
Yes,
And
that would
I
work.
thought I can't do the long walking along the river, that climbing up the hills and kind of being on the bulkheads, and I can't do that. But this I can do. It's a community service thing.
Yep.
I know,
And
Ronnie.
it's fun.
We all
I think they
different.
threw the small to medium over here and extra large over this side.
Now
I think
the
it's moving a
stuff
bit.
I'm going to be throwing in isn't that
Ah,
big
okay,
of a
here it
bridge.
comes.
It's only
My magnet's
like
coming.
5 to 10 feet.
No, it's sliding.
Yeah.
Ah,
We ain't going to be
I
pulling
can
up
see the
this
magnet
stuff.
in the water.
My magnet's not big.
Yeah. It's just come off. Oh man,
I
it's right down
have
there.
my
I'm
metal
going in again.
detector.
Oh,
Then I have
Dolphy,
my one
in a
that
plastic
One
bag.
put
What have you
in.
got there, bro? Hang on, I'm gonna put my magnet on there just to be sure. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, that is not good. Hey,
Oh,
that's
Haley, are you
terrible.
taking oral steroids
What
for
do we
that?
got? It looks like trash metal in the bag or something. Oh, it's a broken safe.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a safe in pieces.
how many?
Let's get this thing out the way.
I
One,
told
2,
you
3,
it's
4,
safe
5.
still.
Yeah. He doesn't want to come off now. Oh no. A watch. Yes.
Yeah, I can't do the over the head for
What
long.
does that say? What does that say under there? It's all. Can you see it? It's upside down.
I don't know why they don't
Yeah,
carry
it's
the
got a
little
brand
water
there.
bottles, squirt bottles, and
K-A-N-D.
Hey, look at me.
I can't read the rest of
There.
it. Oh, there's something else in here. Look. What's that? Oh, it's jewelry box.
Oh, it's a pearl.
A pearl.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. We've just
Is
hit
it
the
real
jackpot
pearl?
again? Oh, look at the
Probably if it's in a
pearls.
safe.
Oh, they're all in here, bro. Look. They're all here.
All the thread is
Oh
rotten.
my gosh.
Yeah, but the pearls
No
are there.
way. That's a bracelet there.
Yep.
Oh. Oh my gosh, look here, man. Look at this. Oh.
Awesome.
Whoa.
Cha-ching!
Okay. We definitely need a bucket of water for this. Oh, we
Sure
have hit
enough.
the
So here's the
jackpot. We're
thing.
on fire.
Whenever you find
Look at
something
that.
that's been submerged for a
Diamond.
long period of time in water, you put it in
Jewelry.
water
Okay, let's get the bucket full
immediately
of water and lift it up here.
until you
Okay,
Wow.
we've both got a bucket of water. Oh yeah.
because it starts oxidizing
Oh,
too fast.
This is
Oh.
good, huh?
Awesome.
Hey, first couple of safes empty. Who of you were thinking there's never going to be anything inside of those safes?
Candino.
Candino.
That's
Dino.
the new Rolex.
Okay. Does anyone want a Candino at Rolex prices? Nice one. Look at all these jewelry boxes under here, though. Look at that. Open that one, man. That's the big one. Oh,
We need to check everything.
we have to check everything. Hang on. Don't hold that upside down. There's pearls in it.
Oh,
Okay. Let's
What?
sit that one over there because that's got pearls in it. Yeah,
Are the real pearls?
I hope so. You meant to feel them with your teeth, but I'm not going to do that in this stage.
No.
Pearls.
I will take them to the jeweler.
I know they're sandy now.
Another pearl, another
Well,
one.
what
Yeah.
just FYI, when something like this is found, all the contents and the box themselves they give to the police in that town. If they can't allocate the owners, and after so many days of unclaimed, they get to keep it. But these guys are honorable. They find a lead shooter, they call the police. They don't keep other people's property, and that's what I would do.
What? A coin holder. Is there a coin in there?
Because I know
It's
how
empty. Oh, there
horrible
was
it
a
is
coin
for
in there. Look at the
something
shape.
to be stolen
Wow.
from you. That's very
Okay, I'm going to rinse this out and put the
sentimental.
the pearls in here. There we go. Look. If these are real
Well,
pearls, I'll be stoked. Nikki might
that's
be
the
even
law.
more stoked.
we can only
Okay,
just
let's get in
hope
there.
that the
Loads in here.
police are honest.
Oh, cufflink. There's another pearl down there.
That's a nice
That's
one.
gold.
You need two?
Brass.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
Silver.
that's the one. That's the one. Okay, let's open this up.
Rinse it
It's the
off.
big
Yes.
one.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Dun dun dun.
Nothing.
Anti-climax.
Ah, check it. Oh, it's like the foam mat there.
Maybe this one was in it. You never know.
Yeah, that could have been in it. Rinse that in there.
Oh, it's not ivory.
Oh,
Is it ivory?
it looks like a bone of some type.
Ivory.
You know, have a look at that. It looks like
Oh yeah.
definitely a weird one. It's all stained.
That's
now. I'll have to
ivory.
get that checked out. Maybe it was ivory. You never know.
If it
How old
was,
is it as well?
it is.
Got a couple of cards here. I've got a card here with an ID.
God, I'm feeling like
Oh my
Emily D.
gosh.
Baker with all the song references.
Jean.
Okay,
Jean-
so now they will give it to them.
Okay. What have you got? What have you got? What have you got? No, it's gold.
Oh,
That's why I say
Oh
the
my
measure from
gosh.
there. Oh, it's a nice one.
Yes, a gold watch, man. Oh, that is unbelievable. Is there anything on the back of this one? I can see some stuff here.
Oh yeah.
It says Swiss. That is a good sign. Oh my gosh, it says Swiss. Okay, let's have a look.
that's the
I'm
movement
trying to
inside.
read a thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, all I can
Ah.
see is Swiss on there. Have a look at that. There's
That's
the
pretty.
other cufflink there. Look, this is the other cufflink. Is that the same one?
No, it's a
It's a
Nope.
different one. Look at that.
That's different.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got
yeah.
two.
Two of them. Oh, we got a matching pair. Look, I'm feeling.
So they'll
even
get it
more
back to
pearls
the
in here.
owner, and if he's no
Oh, there's
longer with
another
us,
one.
their family.
Another cufflink.
Oh.
Another shiny cufflink.
Safe.
Back in the day where they wore the
And a
cufflink,
pearl.
Oh, all pearl.
They're all pearls.
Now
in
they
there.
don't
There's
even
hundreds
tuck
of
the
them.
shirt
formal
in.
stuff.
Hundreds of them. Here, let's get this. Oh,
I miss
there's a ring.
formal.
There's a ring. Two rings. Oh my gosh.
Bring,
Look at this. Oh,
bring.
with diamonds. Oh my gosh.
That's the earring.
Look
My
at that.
other one.
Pearls?
And the ring.
Okay,
Look at
that's
that.
80s, 90s.
Pearls.
I remember
with
those.
Yeah.
Remember
diamonds.
those
That
in
is
the
a pink
80s?
classic ring
Cross-
right there.
Oh, that's
Wow.
gorgeous. And the pearl is missing out of
That
it.
is amazing. It's
No,
missing
it's
a
right
pearl out
there.
this side, so it might be in the mud there.
I guess it
It's in my
is.
hand? No, it's not.
Oh, there it is in his
It's
hand.
too small. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Look at in the. You've got. Oh yeah, you've got it there. Look at all those pearls he's got. He's got a handful of pearls.
This one was in the ring.
Yeah, that one's from the ring, right there. That's it. That's the one.
Wow. I do miss
Okay, Look
formals.
at that. That one goes like that.
I miss, if I can ever get
That is
skinny
a
enough,
cool piece
I
of
miss
jewelry.
Ralph Lauren. I'm a very
Wowzers.
tailored, but
That
roughly.
is going to clean up
With
perfect.
the ruffles on the cuffs.
Oh, it's got
I
a
was
mark in there.
always
It says
dressed to the
925
nine.
silver. Okay.
Yeah, me too. Especially
Put 'em
when I
in
go
there.
in courtroom.
Wow.
Yeah.
And there's
I
more.
used to have
Gosh.
people ask me, "Are you the lawyer for this case?"
Oh, look
And
at
I
them
go,
all.
"Nope."
All right, Yopi, I think it's fair for you to clean the rest of that up, and me and Wim can find the rest of the safes. All right, let's keep going. I'm pumped. Yopi is on fire.
Have we cut his rope?
Yeah, we cut his rope.
Yeah, that's better.
Yopi, your rope's being cut. Sorry, bro.
No.
Straight back on the safes down here. There's so many. We're just going to pull them all up all day.
Yeah.
I've just got something. It's not a safe, not heavy enough, but something's hit my magnet. Hang on. What is it? It's a safe door, I think.
Oh man. This is a record. I mean, they've never had this many.
It's a long way to the top.
Also a piece of a car.
Oh, piece of a car. Yeah. Okay.
Piece of a
Okay,
car.
That's a piece of a car.
Piece of a car.
You got the other cufflink. Oh, matching pair. Nice one. You're gonna look like the snazziest magnet fisher ever.
Ooh, that is a nice one.
Yeah, turtles design. Yopi's
Hey, I
treasure
found
jar.
a frog yesterday.
Oh, we
A little tree
Nice
frog.
one,
Not
Yopi.
that
I've got
Not
something
that
that's coming.
big. No,
Okay,
these
what have
are
I got?
little.
Can you see it? Oh my
we
god, I've
had
got
a
an
toad
enormous
as
safe.
big as my hand in my yard the other night.
I knew it was big.
1,200 pounds.
Okay, gonna need some
per
help now.
inch.
Yo, no, Wimbro, look at Wimbro. He's got a safe, 2 safes.
Come here.
Oh no, it's one. Can you get my one first, Yopi, because that one's open.
I want to get
Because
the
I might lose this
3,000,
one.
but that's
Sorry,
going to
Wimbro.
take time.
Oh, you've got it anyway.
How
This
many
was a
viewers
gift.
have you got
Some
now?
beggars ain't going to be choosers, but
Yes.
1,200 is a
another
pretty
safe.
good start
Not even
for
bothered.
what we want to do. We're not in it for
Okay,
that.
we've got a big one
Although
here.
that'd be cool.
Okay, you got him.
I do have a grappling
Yeah,
hook,
need your gloves.
so I can pull it in that way if I
safe,
need
Wimbo.
to.
Well done. Only muscles, Wimbro. I love this spot. Every time I throw down here, I'm just getting safe, slipping off, getting on another one. This is insane. I love this. I don't want this day to end. We might have to do this in part 2. So we'll see you for part 2.
I'm going to say look at it because it will
Because the
never
other
be
safe
this
took so long, and
clean
we've got so many
again.
more to come today. I want it to be the longest video in the world. I want it to be exciting every time. See you soon in a minute.
Wow.
In last
pretty
week's video, we went
amazing.
magnet fishing and found a huge dump of stolen safes in the water. The crazy part is that some of those stolen safes had jewelry inside, including rings, watches, and even a handful of loose pearls. Things got so crazy
down.
that at one point, the
Down.
3 of us each had a safe on our magnet at the same time. If you want to get my gold Bondi magnet and find some treasures of your own, there's a link in the description below. So
Magnets away. No.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go back to the living room and try to put some more things away.
Yeah.
Okie dokie, Gary. Be in here.
All right, bye. Yeah, let's do y'all know what geocaching is? Here's geocaching.
You like it so far? Great. Thanks for watching our first episode. In this second episode, we're going to take you down the road to understand what do these different icons, these different shapes of geocaches on my geocaching map mean? How do I find
Oh,
each of these
forget
different
that.
ones? What do
I
need
want to
to
see
know
the royal
to level up
safe.
to the next step in my
Oh, forget that. This is the
Yes! We got
royal
ourselves a
safe you
safe.
told us
Oh,
about.
yes,
Remember?
I've got another
I know
safe.
this is crazy.
Look at it all in there,
I want to
Nikki.
see the
It's
royal
totally
safe.
full, man. It's a passport. Look at that. We'll be able to track down the owner of this safe.
Are you a member of the royal family?
What an awesome adventure this is going to be. I'm just dropping off a parcel from the royal family from a safe I found in this video. Let's do this.
Oh, that is awesome.
Welcome to another magnet fishing adventure. Wimbro's got a plan. I'm not too sure what's going on, but he's digging out the concrete pillars, and have a look what he's got set up over
Hello,
here.
Britt. I
Winch
love
tied around
geocaching.
it.
How many
Concrete
geocaches
blocks,
do you
and
have?
He's got another one.
I've
Not
hit
sure
over
what they're
700.
for, and he's got a cable going there down into the water.
The water's a big safe.
And the water's a big safe. There's the answer to all the madness.
Okay. I am not one who likes to just walk for no goal. Some people can just walk and walk and walk and be fine. I get bored. So I do geocaching. So I find the ones that have trails. So you have like every 10th of a mile, you have a geocache. And I'll park my car and I'll walk geocache for a mile or 2 miles. And then I'll turn around and come back. So if the geocache is on my right side, I hit those and then I hit those on the left side. Or if they're all on the right, I hit every other one and then I hit the others coming back. If I have that kind of goal or something like that, I'm good. I don't like brainless exercising. I like to exercise when I'm doing something else. Like this is really good upper body core building exercise, basically. So I know it's dirty, but I'm a country girl. I can do it. But we'll see. We're starting off with the lighter magnet and we're going to build up. But this is something that I'm kind of in it. I do some of mine GSP. I don't always do a map. I sometimes, depending on what it is, if it's like a micro, I'll do a map, honey. But if it's something kind of bigger, like medium to large, I'll just do GPS in a state park or something like that where I'm safe on trails. But I won't do out in the middle of nowhere country GPS because I can't afford to get lost. Yeah, the map are better. The app is better
Wim's
for that.
magnet keeps coming off.
But
Oh man, it's a
that
heavy
said,
one.
It's good
Okay,
exercise,
maybe we
and
need
it's
a
good to
third magnet,
teach
Yopi.
children.
There he is.
I mean, even this is a good exercise for children and cleaning the environment, and it's funner than just picking up leaves. I mean, paper on the side of the road. You may actually
That's it.
find something.
Oh, that got him. Now we're going to winch him up. So that's going to go over the edge to stop the rope from cutting into the stone.
Oh, that's
you go winch
brilliant.
him, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Yopi's standing on the rope. Oh, it's all coming together.
Oh, they have a
Wimbro's
winch
plan. I'm loving it. It's a fine line between crazy and genius.
system, that is, not the person.
Come on, Wimbro. You. I wonder how many magnet fishers have come here in the past and not got this safe.
Coming or not?
Yeah, it's coming, bro.
The water out.
A bit higher.
Yeah, but no, this must be in line. You understand?
Oh, yeah, it's not straight.
We learned something now.
Okay, we've learned. What have we
Yeah,
learned?
it can be good exercise. We have walking paths
We can
where I
lift it up
live
manually,
that are
and then you might be able to
city
wind it
maintained.
easier. 1, 2, 3.
We have walking paths that are city maintained here. They're gorgeous. And there's a bunch of geocaches all along that. And that's the other thing. I want to start putting some geocaches. You don't want to put them too close to the river's edge around here because it floods, but you can sink them underwater. But then you risk people getting bit by water moccasins. So
I'd say it wasn't going to be easy. Back to the drawing board, Wimbro. Let's go again. I'm going to go out along that edge. I've got something big down here, bro. Look at the bubbles.
oh, did you hear that click?
It's coming.
I felt it.
It's fighting me. It's fighting me.
Mm.
Let's go. Oh, it's right against the wall.
I had one that pissed me off.
Yes. Come on. Yes, look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at that, Wimbro. Yeah.
Okay, we'll let them get it up. When they get there, we'll take one of them that I got to was a cylinder, right? And it was screwed to a tree. And you had to figure out how to find the key to the lock. Well, I got that pretty quick. But then you had to figure out the code. And finally, you figured out it was the address backwards plus the year that area was developed. I mean, he had clues everywhere. Then you open it and had different vials with cotton. And then there's this 50 list of different smells. And you had to smell the cotton on that vial and guess the right scent. And then it gave you a code, like a 2 or 5 or whatever. If you could figure it out,
they're gold.
you
They're
could
awesome,
open the
and they're fine
geocache.
safes. Let's
And
crack it open. Is there something inside? I hope so too.
But part of the problem was that those
we
cotton
might
balls
need a
with the
crowbar
scent
here.
on them were out there in that
Suspense.
heat too long, and it changed the smell.
Look at this one.
Oh.
It's really super modern, huh?
And when I asked for his assistant, he pissed me off.
Crack it open, Wimbro.
I said, "Can you just resend them and I'll
That's
come
what
back?"
I'm talking about. Ooh, there is. What's that? Now I'm gonna do this low in case there is a diamond there. Okay. All right.
Cut.
There we go. There is stuff in here. Have a look in there with the camera, Nikki. Look at
Hold
all
on.
the stuff in there. There's felt. I can see some red down there and lots of mud too. Come on, please be something good. Oh, look at this, Nikki, Nikki, Nikki. Oh my gosh. Is that a jewelry box? Tell me it's a real jewelry box. What is this? Michael. What does that say? Michael Drumaker. It's German or something like that. Jailier. Does that mean Julia in German or something? Julia?
French?
French? Okay, look at this now, Nikki. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's actually a jewelry box, man. Look at this.
Wouldn't it suck if all those were
Come on, be
empty?
something inside here. I'm
Oh,
squeezing
that
it.
was frustrating.
Bag of diamonds,
And-
please.
and
I think
he
it's just.
goes,
I think it's.
"Don't tell me what
I
to
think
do."
it's just padding.
I was like,
I think it's just padding. Come on, look at it all in there, Nikki. It's totally full, man. We've got a full
Man.
safe here. Look at this. Ew. Oh
I want to
my
see everything in
gosh,
it. Come
Yeah,
on,
it's a
pull it out.
modern one. Super modern. Look at that. That's a jewelry box. We've got to get some leftovers in here.
Okay,
Come
and the
on.
other thing
These
was
thieves had a great day. I'm going to sit it all over here. to
there
the
was
side.
a
All of these boxes.
telephone pole in the
This is like
cemetery,
Christmas.
on the edge of the
It's a
cemetery,
passport.
right in the corner.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
And this is
that
the
German
Royal
then?
Navy. This is
So
the Royal
Ge-
one.
jewelry-
I'll tell you in a
we
minute.
have to track down the owner of this safe.
It was so cool.
And let him know where it was found. Yep, the ID is still there. It's still good. Okay. So I don't think we can show that on camera, but maybe I can just show his face and his name. So the name is the Wimbro, because there's stuff in here. The other safe, the big one, is going to have stuff in it too. Oh my God, yeah. Okay, let's keep going through.
Yeah, he doesn't even know yet
Another
who it
passport
is.
here. Oh, it is too.
Another one.
This is a kid's one. Another passport there. Because it's a kid's one, I'm not going to show it. I'm just going to put it to the side there. But that is, I'll give you a close up there. A kinder passport and some type of ID over here as well. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we don't do kitty.
Here we go. What have we got? Just another jewelry case. Have a reach in there, Wimbro. I love these moments, man.
Have a reach
I'd have gloves on.
Come on, bro. What have we got? It's a
Those
lucky
long
dip.
kitchen gloves.
What's our passport?
Is it passport? Yes, it is.
Yeah, this one's from
Another-
Belgium.
From Belgium. Oh my gosh, this is like the born supremacy or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like someone had so many safes in there. Oh, it's another baby one. Okay, it's another children's passport.
Another children's passport.
Okay. I can't wait to try and track this guy down and give it back to him.
They don't
and
know
hear
yet.
the story. But the passport is still in date, so it is modern. Didn't happen too long ago. There's another case. I think we're gonna have to tip it out when there's just so much in here. Have a look at it all. I think that's a wallet over there. Have a look at that. That's a wallet right down here.
Oh.
What's this? Skoda. Yep. It's a wallet with cards in there and all. Oh my gosh! Maybe some of this stuff is still good. Führerschein.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, our German isn't too good, is it? All right.
He's a well-traveled person, and we now know who it. We know who it is. They don't
great.
yet. Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
they don't know yet.
Jewelry box there. Look at that. Come
Oh,
on.
make sure you don't lose
It's a
any
full
diamonds.
safe.
That could be loose.
Oh my gosh, that's another jewelry thing. Oh, is it a watch? They didn't leave us something. Come on.
I wonder if they were the empty boxes because they were wearing them
There?
or had them with them on travel.
Is that another one, Wimbro? Let's have a look.
So,
Oh, that's gummy, man. That's dissolved, whatever that was. It says Visa.
Ugh.
It was a passport. It was a passport. Another one.
Ugh.
Wow, that's 4 passports.
so anyway,
I
as
think that's
I'm
Belgium.
gonna say,
Just one ring in here.
I was perplexed.
No,
I
they
had a
didn't leave us
time
a ring,
finding
Wimbro.
this,
I'm feeling around
Geocache.
inside there just to get it
and I
out.
looked up, and do you
What
know
have
how
we got
you
now,
have
Wim?
those boxes that
Another
they
bag.
put
There's the
over
same one there.
electrical?
Look at that. That's
They're about
another
this
one of
big,
that bag.
about yay deep. And they open up, but I saw a
Anything in
shiny
that one?
new padlock on it, and I went,
Check those ones.
"This is a sneaky
There's
one."
another one.
So
That's a
I hunted
jewelry bag.
around, and I found a
Oh, there's something in
bottle,
here.
geocache bottle
Yes.
with a key.
Something inside here.
And I went,
oh
"Ah."
no.
So opened it up,
Oh
and it
my
was a
gosh.
troll family
No, it
dollhouse
wasn't. It was just a
inside
button
there.
on the inside. I thought
And there were little mini things that you could take, and you could leave one and
oh my
take one.
gosh.
Cutest thing I'd ever
Really
seen.
expensive
I
jewelry
took pictures
stolen.
of it. It
Can
was
you reach
so
in there,
cute,
Wimbro?
so creative.
I'll hold the lid up.
Every time I pass
reach
by
in.
there, I go, I know it's there.
Yeah, get everything out. Oh, that's car keys there. Look at it all. Oh my
Wonder what kind of
gosh.
car.
That's crazy. That's another key. The good thing about this is because we know who owns it, we can track down the owner. If we find something in here, that might be something sentimental or something like that, something jewelry. Like, what is this? That's just like padding as well. I think it's like for displays of jewelry. The thing is, like, look at that.
Toilet
That's where you put your
paper.
jewelry in. They
Y'all
must have
carry
lost
paper
a
towels.
lot,
Come on,
Wimbro.
guys. Get a little more classier.
Oh, gutted. Look at that. What do you think, Nikki? Oh, look, there's another passport. That's another one. This one's blue. This is Brazil. What have you got, Wim?
Oh, I thought it was really fair.
What is it? Is it bolts? Bolts for the safe. Oh, you never know. You never know. They could have put it in there to trick the things. We've got Belgian passports, German passports, Brazilian passports, Volkswagen key. Look at that.
They have their own little camper
Oh,
thing with
okay,
them.
so we'll be able to track down. Oh, it's got a phone number. No, it's got the license plate. All right, I'm just going to check this package to make sure it is bolts in here, Wimbro. All right, I'll tip it out over here. There we go. Yep, that's a bolt. That's a bolt. That's a bolt.
Yeah, they were
Okay.
bolts.
Nothing but bolts in there. Another key.
No, Ronnie,
Look
just
at that one. What's this
different
one?
things,
That looks like fancy. Doesn't
different
it?
people, different strokes for different
Land
folks.
Rover. That's fancy. That is fancy.
Yeah, I'm not going to be going this
Land
crazy.
Rover.
Don't worry about it, y'all.
Wowzers.
But we thought,
Oh my
you know,
gosh.
we can do some walking,
Okay. Another set of keys.
cross a little low water bridge
What
where the
else is
kids
in
like
here?
to
This is
play and us just
too
clean it up a
crazy
little
going through all
bit,
this stuff, huh?
do some
I don't know what
community
that is.
service type thing.
Some muddy
I don't
piece
anticipate
of thing.
this.
We'll never find it out. But I think what
Yeah,
we're going to do is keep it. Another passport. Oh my
I'm not going
gosh.
that grungy.
This one
I'm a little
is
classier,
from
I think.
Belgium again.
But I will tell you, if I ever pulled up
And
a
it
safe, I will
is.
film it for you.
Oh, you just
If
wiped
I
it
find a
away.
lead shooter,
Oh
I'll
my
film it.
gosh. It was right there, and then Wim just wiped the photo away. Oh my gosh.
See, as soon as that
Wimbro.
oxidation hits, that goes.
You thought you were cleaning it. Yeah, it was a woman. Oh, here we go. We might be able to. Is this a USB?
I can't physically do
Okay, so
those
they might
activities.
actually have some relief to know that that didn't get taken.
I have, oh, there is a ring or something. Um, I have no ACL in my left knee and other damage. In my right knee, I've got a really torn meniscus and I need hip replacement. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing any hiking or cycling any more of my life right now. I used to like all that. I loved it. I'd go hiking and camping. I repelled off of Enchanted Rock, which you can't do anymore. So yeah, I used to be that kind of person, but with the damage to my body now, it ain't gonna happen. Just can't.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
All right. So we'll keep that for them. They've probably cancelled that already. But yeah, that's an empty safe right there. Oh my gosh, it's empty now, but it was full when we got to it. So cool. Get every bit out. Yeah.
Ooh.
All
Oh,
right.
thumb drives. They've got
Just
some
give
thumb
everything a
drives.
quick rinse. More jewelry. Okay. Give this a quick rinse. There we go. Land Rover, USB sticks. I think they'll be really happy to have those back.
They're
Hopefully
probably
we can get
ruined.
something off of them. This is a passport. Oh no, that's a car thing. So here's a passport. One passport, another passport. I'm just going to rinse them off because I don't want to damage them. Oh, and this is the Brazilian passport.
Wow.
Kid's passport in there, just to get it out of the wet bag. Otherwise, it's just going to destroy it in there. Okay, there's another card. Here we go. This is the jewelry box. Who knows, man? I feel bad for these people because they've obviously had some valuables, you know, a lot of valuables taken. There's the first passport we found. Jewelry boxes.
See, he will
Car
return the
keys.
empty
Oh, look at that. That's
boxes.
a BMW.
Hey, Haley.
BMW car key there. All right. You can see it so much better without the mud, huh?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
All right.
If I'm going to need a knee
Volkswagen
replacement,
key.
I might as well wait, was
There
what
we
my
go.
doctor told me, and I'm
Put
functioning
that down with the
fine.
rest of them.
I have worked very hard
Case there,
to walk,
jewelry.
and
Jewelry.
I can walk and do that to a point. I mean, I can't walk 100 miles, but I'm functioning and without the ACL. Now, there sometimes it kind of gets me. But that said, the ACL repair surgery is horrendous. And they said, just do the knee replacement and don't worry about it. So that's what we'll eventually do is the knee replacement. Just regular water won't mess them up. And so yeah, let me know how that goes. I'm terrified. I need both knees and both hips.
Oh, I thought I had a diamond there. It's just a shell. All right, I think that's it. I think that's it here, fellas.
I mean, look how
Oh, another
due
card.
diligence he's doing. He's really trying hard to
I
make
just
sure they
saw
got
something on there. What's
everything.
that? Shining. BMW. Okay.
That's really nice of him.
Okay, it's some type of BMW symbol.
It came off of the
Emblem. I'm
key.
not too sure what it's from though. That's it.
Isn't
Have a
that
look at all
nice?
that stuff. Crazy.
This may not be your thing, but look how nice he's being.
So it's the next day. We're at the campsite here, and Nikki says, you've got to have a listen to this. She's got a story. She's checked out online the name of the passport holder. So what have you found out, Nikki?
Okay, listen.
Okay, gather around, people. Gather around.
This is a story on the Royal Forums.
The Royal Forums.
Yeah. It's about Queen Sylvia's family and siblings.
Oh my gosh. Queen from where? Queen from where? We've got a royal.
No, it doesn't say.
It's a royal safe.
Oh, here, wait.
It's the crown jewels.
No, you still have them.
The Royal House of Sweden.
The Royal House of Sweden. We got a royal safe here.
That's not normal.
All right, I can't wait.
I found some passports or ID, but no, never from Royal.
I'm gonna send him a message right now on Facebook. Let's do it, okay? Oh, can we return it to him? That's exciting. All right, so look, I've just searched on Facebook. Here we go. How do I send him a message? I've got photos.
What did you send?
How do I send him a message. I might have to switch over to my personal account. Hang on. Wait a second. We'll be right with you. Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor. Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness. Okay.
Your Lordship.
I can message him now. Look, it's coming up. So I can message him. I wonder if I can call him. Should we try and call him? No, you can't.
That's a huge fine. That really is.
Hi, sir. I have found a safe. Magnet fishing in the canal. I believe you are the
He's
owner.
like,
6 of your passports are inside.
Royals
I have
don't
to call you.
magnet fish in the canal. What
Sir Lee.
is metal fishing?
That's what I want to say.
Sir Bondi.
They're probably going, say what?
Your humble servant.
Humble servant? You're not even a,
Right.
you're not even a citizen.
Okay, cool. First royal
That's
safe
funny.
we found.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Okay, English. Is there contact? All right, here we go. I don't know which country I'm calling. Let's go. Let's call him.
Bitte haben Sie ein wenig Geduld. Der nächste Mitarbeiter ist gleich für Sie da.
Say what?
Good morning. Do you speak
English? Know you?
A little bit.
Okay, perfect. I'm trying to get in contact with a person named.
What's your name?
My name is Lee Weber.
Lee Weber? One
Yeah.
moment, please.
And what is your
Okay,
business,
cool,
sir?
thanks. I wonder how he's going to react to it. Hello, this is Lee. Is this?
Yes.
Hey, you don't know me. I'm just giving you a call as I found a safe while I was magnet fishing, and
What's magnet
it was
fishing?
full of your belongings.
Just give me a second. Where are you calling from? From the Netherlands?
Yes, I'm calling from the Netherlands. So I found a safe that I believe was stolen from you. It had your passports, your wife, and your kids' passports in there, as well as some other possessions, USB sticks, and some cards. Yeah. So I sent you a message on Facebook, but I didn't hear anything back. So I searched for you on Instagram, and I found your account. And I just thought I'd give you a call here because.
First of all, thank you very much for calling me or searching me. I'm very glad to hear that because it was stolen in December, just 2 days before Christmas.
Oh, really? So so about 10 months ago then.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay, so where was it stolen from? Germany?
No, from Belgium.
From Belgium. Okay, right.
And it got all the way to
Where are you located now in the Netherlands?
I'm
Netherlands.
near Amsterdam.
In Amsterdam?
Yeah.
How did it?
Okay.
Yeah, so
Was the safe, was it closed still, or did you open it, or was it open?
yeah, so I'm a YouTuber and I make treasure hunting videos.
And what I do is I go metal detecting and I go magnet fishing. And this time I was magnet fishing in the canal and I pulled out a safe, which happened
In
to
the
be
canal?
your safe. So we opened it. It was already opened and it was full of mud. And I've rinsed off all of the things, and there was jewelry boxes there. Like I said, your passports. There was SIM cards.
So my Rolex watch is in there or not?
The box of your Rolex was there, but unfortunately the Rolex was not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I looked. I have to ask because I googled your name. Are you a member of the royal Swedish family?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh wow! I can't believe that. So I found crown jewels then.
Well, it's only
No.
passport,
You found the passports.
so if the video is finished, you can just send me the link and I can publish it as well.
Yeah. Okay, it's always interesting, but I'm really happy to have tracked you down. And I'm sorry that you had your safe stolen, but at least we can get some of your possessions back to you.
Yeah, I'm totally happy. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Thank you. Bye, mate.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. There we go. We've just.
How interesting is that, y'all? Oh, didn't mean to do that. Go back.
Whoa!
Nope, that one. Full of gold jewelry. So yeah, that's magnet fishing. A guy went magnet fishing and found the Swedish royalty passports in the river in Amsterdam in a safe, and they stole it from Sweden. You okay, babe? I gotta do that because I can't show that. Look what this little kid did.
Okay.
A KFC popcorn. I can't show this, or can I? What kids do, y'all. All right, I'm gonna do this. It's on the page right there. I'm gonna put my cursor over it. This kid made a popcorn chicken and it was so excited to show his dad. Oh my gosh. What kids? I'm going to let me go to his actual thing and let me lives and let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find yeah, but you know what that looked like? Okay, Sensei, in a minute, baby. Playlist, maybe? Treasure fishing. His best videos here.
Holy moly! A police gun! Oh my gosh! Just got a bag of jewelry!
Yeah, I gotta potty my girl, and then I'll find it. Until then, I'm just gonna leave this going. Let me potty her.
More safe. So
Right, let's
Wim's
go.
going in with his stick because it's super muddy here. So he's got the magnet on the end of the stick. He'll push it through the mud, and hopefully, like last time, we think we've found like 20 safes. But there is another hot spot here, so let's see if we can find it today. Magnets away! Oh my gosh, what have we got here? Look at it. What have we got under there? I can't even see this. So much weed. Not sure what that is. Crusty piece of metal. Been down there a while. It's pretty black and oily. Let's sit it there. It's not a safe. Oh, he's got a bike. Surprise, surprise. It's a beautiful color. It looks like it's wet, but that's just bubbles. Pretty cool, huh? I like the color. All right, let's sit him over here. I feel like there's something here. I just can't tell because it's so muddy. But the magnet is definitely sticking more than usual. Hey, Wim. Oh, look at the kid's bike. I didn't even see that. No. Holy moly, it's here. I can't believe it. And I've got something over there, Wim, as well. Let's have a look. And this top thing comes up. It's empty. Who would have thought here in the middle of nowhere we've got a spot again? Okay. Well, what I might have over here is a safe. Yeah, look at this. I got something heavy down here. Yeah, it's that muddy. It stinks so much. All right, let's see if it's a safe. Come on, Wim. Oh, it stinks. He's gone under the water here. What a nutcase. I don't think I'm brave enough to do that, Wim. Oh, look at all the bubbles. I got no idea what that is. Oh, it's massive. Oh, what on earth is that? Oh, it's a bed. It's a bed frame. It's bent. Look, that's the spring mattress thing. Someone's thrown a bed in there. I think the spot's down there.
Yeah, I think also.
All right, this is the spot here. Magnets away. All right, let's just see if we get anything. Oh, my gosh. That's very possible murder weapon right there. Oh, holy moly. I'm actually pretty scared to find a safe if that's what else they're throwing in there. That is crazy. What does it say? Made in Germany? Wow, okay. That is next level. Oh, yeah, I just got a big hit. Hang on. Right down there. Jump in, Wim. Wonder if that was it. What?
Yeah, the people.
Oh, they're here. Is this the spot? This is the spot. Okay. So the people who told us that saw us magnet fishing down there where we get all the safes, they said this is the spot where other people have come and got safes. So we know we're in the right spot now, which is good. All we've got to do is get Wim in there and...
Let him stay.
Oh, he's got one. All right, here we go. Team, have you got one too? Yes.
And if this,
Oh.
if this is one, then it's for weapons. Look, my hand here.
It's that big. So it's so big no other magnet fisher could have possibly got it out. This is pretty exciting. We're going to safe that big down there in the canal. Holy moly. Look at that thing.
Ja, is een nee, is een
Oh.
is gun safe.
A gun safe. Yeah. Holy moly.
Ja, dat is de dat is voor een lokker.
Hang on.
Nee.
Yeah. Holy moly. Yep, this is the spot.
Yep.
Should we tip it open? First safe of the day didn't let us down. It's huge and it's a good sign, but it's empty, is it?
Yeah, it's for the weapons.
Yeah. So it would have bolted onto a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Weapons.
So the guns sit in here. Holy moly.
And then the small guns.
Nothing in there. Yeah, small guns in there. All right, this is the spot. Well, let's do it. No wonder no one pulled that one in. It's massive. Look at the smile on Wim's face. He's like a kid in a candy store. Yeah, I think we're just used to the smell.
Sorry, little girl really had to go.
What? A mattress.
I'm looking for it.
Holy.
Hey, maybe.
Yeah.
Cash inside.
Cash inside the mattress would be a good one. I have a feeling we're going to get very, very dirty in a short amount of time. Oh, it's so heavy.
1, 2, 3.
Just not moving.
Wow.
Holy moly. But there might be stuff under there, Wim, now. Okay, good. That'll stop any other magnets if they've been here before us. Anything under that mattress is...
Hey, a knife.
What? Oh, this is a spot, isn't it?
A really bad knife.
Okay.
It's not straight
Yeah,
anymore.
it's been stabbed.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my gosh, what have you got? Is that a watch?
I think it's a belt.
Right. Like some sort of jewelry.
Jewelry in it.
Oh,
Diamonds.
look at that. Is it some type of necklace or something? I don't know.
Look, I've got another piece.
Okay,
Another piece.
um,
Another
I
piece.
looked it up, and I don't know if there's a
End,
video
yeah.
yet
So that's
because
from
it
this
was
end
turned
here that's
in,
broken off.
and there
Cool.
is an
I'll find good signs
investigation.
here.
I guess as to the theft.
Oops.
So
I'm not really. Oh, hang on. Oh, I've got a handbag. Oh, I thought. Oh shit! I lost it. Oh, got it. Look, it's got stuff inside it too. Oh, look at that. I thought I just had a plate. Let's have a look in all these pockets here. Check that. Oh, if that was anything in there, it would have been dissolved there.
Yeah.
Nothing. They've cleaned that one out. What's in here? Oh, this one's got all the cards in it. Look. Look at that. Okay, let's have a look. Is that driver's license?
I'd have a
That's
lot of
Maria's
water to
driver's
clean
license. We'll
things
try and
off
get
with.
that back to her, your sister. Into sport. These are shopping cards. This is a bank card. My round tonight, fellas.
No, he's
Sushi,
just joking.
Sushi. We're doing 5-star sushi.
But see, this
tonight.
is where he's
Yeah,
doing
credit
good,
cards
and
since
some of this stuff is
2016.
still
It's
active.
expired a long time ago, so that's super old. That's been down here a long time. Cool. And there's nothing else left.
Not this
in there.
particular one, but he's
Just
found
mud
stuff
down
that
there.
were like
Yep.
everything was
Turned it inside
still
out, so.
within 2 or 3 years from
Cool.
expiring.
Definitely some criminal activity happening.
Even
in
though
this
they
spot,
probably
huh?
got new
Did
ones
you
and
just
all of
find
that, they can still
We need that.
get information.
Yeah, that
Oh,
is
nice
new.
crowbar.
Okay, cool. The evidence right there.
See, that's something I wouldn't do. I wouldn't get in.
Okay, now I got this plate as well. That's your sushi plate. Whoa, we got a safe. It's all kicking off. Nice one.
I would never
he's got a
get in
safe.
that water.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, watch it be
Well done.
empty.
Look at this. Hang on. We just got a safe cracker if you need it.
Yeah, with the hole in it.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
there's
don't think
stuff
there's going to be
inside.
anything in that.
Oh my gosh, is there anything in there?
What kind of photos, Haley?
Yes. This is a really good side. I get so excited with this. Is that
Nothing.
money?
Oh, what's in there? What is this?
What? What?
Oh, that's to mount the safe on the wall.
Okay. Nice find. All right.
I knew it was gonna be
We're on
empty.
the safes again. First safe of the day. Woo. Or first
So
safe
anyway,
ever.
I just love that they go
Oh.
around and do this. I mean, it's just
Come on. Hey. Oh.
Ice cream cone.
For the children.
Wait, watch out the nestle.
Come on, something inside. Wim Kardashian. Is not here. Like so many knives. Again, a broken. Holy moly!
Watch out, it's
The hammer is yeah.
Is there anything inside here? Like in
No,
the...
no,
it's
not
empty.
making
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Look
I mean, it's
very
cute.
Yeah. Made it probably
kid didn't
really
know
good
what
quality
he
because it's a
drew.
police gun.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So
you got a
yeah,
phone? Nice one. We'll phone the police.
Yeah, we must call the police.
Somehow I get the feeling that these two belong to each other.
Yeah.
Burner phone, gun in the water.
yep, and they will
Crazy the stuff we find, huh?
Yeah.
There you go.
they will turn that
Right,
over
back at
to
it
the
then.
police. And look, the
Tim's
numbers have
calling
been
the
burned
police.
off.
He's just got to find out where we are. We don't know where we are. So hopefully
Yeah, they're
they'll be here
calling.
pretty soon.
The numbers were burnt
I wanna
off.
see if I can find
Definitely.
myself before they arrive. Oh, hang on. Have I got something here? Something in the bag? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I just got a bag of jewelry. Look at that! Oh my god! Whoa! I thought I've just got to keep going in this spot.
Wow.
Whole bag of it's all in here. Look at this. Holy moly! What else is in here? What? Oh, look at that! Crazy.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's a Cartier love bracelet. They're worth $10,000, but that 10,000 euros, but that one's fake.
Is it fake?
Yeah, I
cool,
think
bro.
so.
Keep it.
I don't know, keep it, but that's so cool. That's the third one of these I've found. Look, there's a ring there, just fell out. Oh my gosh, it's full of stuff here. It's a whole bag full of
Yeah, but
jewelry.
gold
Look at
doesn't
that,
stick
that's so
to
cool.
magnets.
Someone's robbed a jewelry store, I reckon. Ah,
Oh, yeah, there's some of it's.
holy moly.
Yeah, you can see that it's costume if it's got that
I feel like
plastic
a treasure
gold
hunter.
around it.
I just found a bag of treasure. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. A whole bag full of treasure just was weapon in the world. Oh my gosh, which started off really strong. I mean, look at the size of that, and it kind of set
him
the
through and see
tone
what
for
he
what we were
found.
arrested to find. It was
We don't have
so
to.
many weapons here. It was insane. We've taken a lot of trash out of there and come over. Deadly weapon, probably used as a deadly weapon. Deadliest
Look at
weapon
the
in the
cleaner.
world. Oh my gosh. And then look at this one. Another one. So we got wallets, handbags full of cards. So we're going to hand that over to the police as well. Another handbag here, a crowbar for that good safe cracking, and a whole bag of jewelry. And not to forget, the most dangerous of all the criminal weapons, Tim found a gun, which is a police gun. So crazy.
Yeah, so crazy.
So crazy. What a sponsor coming
Police
now
gun?
to pick it up. We'll give it to them, and then see what they have to say about it, because all the serial numbers been carved out of it. I'm interested to hear what they say.
Yeah, it's jammed.
Yeah, probably
It's loaded.
Probably it fired once. The bullet, I think the bullet is gone, and the remains are still in there.
Yeah.
And they should have thrown it out after the shot.
This type of gun is an alarm pistol gun, and what the criminals do is they convert it into a real gun, and it fires once or twice, and then it jams. And as you can see, the bullet is still in this one, so it means it's jammed, and that's why the criminals have just thrown it in the canal until we come along and find it. But really interesting. You learn some cool stuff like that. Well, that was an awesome treasure hunting adventure, magnet fishing adventure. We're covered in mud, you especially, Wim.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
But we
I
all found
wash.
some treasure today. Congratulations on the first safe ever. Maybe the first of many. We'll see you soon for some more treasure hunting adventures. Woo!
Woo! Oh my gosh. See, y'all, you can have fun. But yeah, you wouldn't get me down in that mud. I would not go down in the mud. I might go down to the river to pray, but not getting in that muddy river. Yeah, no. So, look, geocaching, what have I found? I found a deceased person geocaching. Yeah, that was fun. They've been gone about between 24 and 48 hours. Yep. The road was muddy. It was a road going around a hill, and it had a deep ravine, and it had just stormed that couple of days before. I go up the hill. I noticed it was kind of tight, but it wasn't too bad. And I get to the top. There's a gated entrance. It had a big for sale sign out front, but they had a geocache just back from the gate, and it was a cool one too. I found my first travel bug, and it's a little geocache that travels all over the world, and it's what they're made to do. You don't keep them, you pick it up and you move it and deposit it in another geocache location. And I was all excited about that because I never found one. And I was coming back down the hill. So I'm turning to the right, not to the left, as I was turning around to the left going up. So I was turning to the right coming down, and I glanced over and I saw a truck about 6 to 10 feet down, laying sideways up against a tree. And I'm like, oh, that didn't look like it'd been there too long. I was like, oh, I have to check. And I didn't expect to find anything. I figured somebody crawled out and left it there because it was muddy. Nope, there was a person in it, deceased. A tree limb, what we call the Widowmaker's points, went right through his rib cage, heart, and lungs, and yeah, it was pretty instant. His family been trying to call him, but he told him he was going to be out looking at ranches and homes that they were looking to buy when they came into Texas. And he was from out of state. And unfortunately, he'd been there for up to 48 hours. So if I had not come along to do that geocache when I did, he probably would have been there another couple of weeks or so at least, because they said that even though the house was up for sale and it was listed, they hadn't had any big showings. So he must have just saw the advertisement and just went up there to get his, get a rough look and see if he was even interested in it. Yeah, that wasn't too fun. And I had to show the police and everybody, the sheriff actually, what geocaching was and show him and educate him. Yep. Not fun. So I'm hoping this trial picks up because it is going to be a long afternoon if it doesn't. So let's wait and see. We have about 30 more minutes before we have to get back on. So y'all go get a comfort break. I'm going to do a comfort break. I'm going to feed my little critters and I'll see you in just a minute. Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back. Thank you for the little break. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. I have the most interesting pets. Um, many of you know I have my service dog. She is such the sweetest little bug. Sweetest little bug. And they're going to be back. They should be already back. Okay. Let me get a hold of our. Oh, I'm just trying to get all my things cleared. Sorry. So anyway, my poor baby girl, she is fill up her water bowl because they're out of water, and it's her water bowl. And then I have another little water bowl for the cat. Well, the cat never drinks out of her water bowl. When I give water, she goes to my dogs. And my dog can be in the middle of drinking, and the cat walks up and she just backs away and goes, "Go right ahead, madame." Well, this time she stuck her head in that water bowl and she wasn't digging it out. That cat was trying to get in and get it. And she just put her paw on the back, and they're both just sitting there getting their water together. It's so cute. So cute. Cute, glorious, cute. I love it when they do those kind of cutesy little things. It's so cool. I love that these two get along so well. Just double checking all my stuff, y'all, because I get so many notifications in a day. The court camera is wiggling, so I'm presuming we're going to come back. We'll have a new witness. Let me get my binder ready. I think we're done with that witness. So we'll get going on the next one. Yep. So the witnesses we've had today has only been one. That was Michael Gardner, CDI, Tennessee. He used to be Memphis PD in the past. He did the Celebrite and the phone extractions. So I think we're going to have another witness come in. We should be nearing the end of the prosecution's case. So that should be coming to a closing soon, in my humble opinion. I'm going to get that ready to edit. Okay. Now that I've grossed everybody out with magnet fishing, I know everybody likes to do different things. Don't worry, I'm not going to be doing it every day. I ain't making a career out of it, but I just try to do my part, and that's something I can do. Okay, court, I'm ready. I'm set up. Let's go. I really hope we have a little bit more interaction with the next witness. I don't care what case you're in, metadata and that kind of stuff can get a little monotonous. And oh gosh, that sty really hurts. And then the other thing is that just the logging of evidence. I mean, I don't care who you are, even the best attorneys are going to get a little on that. Let me do this. While we're sitting here, I need to run a few things. Let's go ahead and hear a word from our fabulous sponsor. As soon as I find it. We welcome As the Gavel Drops as a partner in crime and sponsor. If you love to dive into the filings and paperwork and read detailed information from each case that you wish to follow yourself, please go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord. They have a wealth of information. Right now, they are currently following up roughly 500 cases. And they have a team of people who are out there willing to dig and dive and find the things that you need and want. They are awesome. And we couldn't do our job without them. So, once again, thank you as the gavel drops. Okie dokie, guys. How are we doing? Craig Perkins. Hello. Hi, Cody. How are we doing? I am doing good. Hope you are doing well. We are waiting for trial to start. So we're kind of like, let me copy. I'm going to paste in the comments as the gavel drops. There you go. You may go there, click on that site, and join as the gavel drops. They are phenomenal, and I couldn't do this without them and my mods. I want to take this moment to recognize my mods. You are fabulous, amazing, brilliant, and I appreciate you so very, 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 very much. So thank you for all that you do. And we couldn't do it without you. I am waiting for the next witness. And we are got the volume on. We're waiting, patiently waiting. They're getting ready to bring in the defendant, and we will continue with trial. I believe we are done with Michael Garner, Tennessee CDI, but don't know. We'll see. And we have our fabulous interpreter back with us.
Yes, I returned.
I'm sorry?
I said, watching the clock while I was putting things in
Away.
I'm trying to find places for stuff.
Oh, I know.
There's a song like that. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Who wrote the book of love? I'm coming back.
Well, I'm in As the Gavel Drops right now. Bunch of
You what?
information. Oh, As the Gavel Drops is releasing a bunch of documents. Yes, sir. That is.
Yeah. I'm on this and need to move it.
Did they just give him a roll of toilet paper? They just gave him toilet paper for his nose. You gotta be kidding me. They can't even be. Y'all. Okay, is that being charged to his account? Is that being charged to his commissary? Really? And I just heard that if you are a NASCAR fan, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has laid down his conditions to return to the NASCAR Xfinity Race Series. I don't know why he's doing that. They said one more concussion and you could be a vegetable. Why he's doing it, I don't know. He's got a wife and a baby, but I guess he misses it too much. And our fabulous interpreter's putting her lipstick on, trying to look all gorgeous. Oh my gosh, we have a lot of comments. Hello, Lisa. Hello, KOE, new subscriber. Woohoo! Thank you. Hi. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for listening, Lisa, at work. Hi, Ronnie, you're back. They got the same officer on toilet roll as the Magnum Fishers. Ooh. Oh, y'all. I like the way you think, my dear. Yes, love. I was doing a voice text. Sometimes I do a couple of other things. One of them, I'm a deaf support specialist, and I have a deaf client that's going through legal processes, and so I was responding. Yes, Haley Matthew and I would do good. I'd like to spend the day with you and see how many times you can keep track of how many times we nearly pee our pants laughing. Oh yeah, but look at all those magnet fish. Oh, I'll share real quick. Look at all those magnet fishers. There's like 5 or 6 of them. I just left it running. I'm sorry.
Good
I
afternoon,
just
Mr.
left it
Clark.
running.
Yes, sir. My name's Luke Evans. I'm just going to have a few questions for you this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
If there's any point in time you don't understand my question or you can't hear me, something like that, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kind of first thing I
he's
wanted to
still up.
talk to you about is
He's on
I think
cross.
right off the bat, you were telling us that the idea of looking at call detail records and matching them with cell phone towers to try to figure out any sort of general area where a cell phone might have been is not a perfect science at all.
That's correct.
Right.
It's not.
A lot of different factors that can affect the reliability of the information. Fair. And I think you've hit on some of those.
All right, Miss Love.
But and you've said this, you're in no way, shape, or form here today to try to say where a cell phone was at a particular point in time. Right? Now, you said essentially you can talk about kind of a general area, right? Or based on the towers. Now, first thing, kind of helpful to talk about what area means, right? A general area. I know you've said at certain points in your testimony that, especially your summary, that the cell phones at times were in places where they were in the area of concourse across town, and towers that service that area.
Yes, sir.
Right. But fair to say, there's a lot of towers, and I think you spoke about this at the beginning of your testimony, related to T-Mobile. But 500 and something towers, was it, in the greater Memphis area?
563 within 10 miles of Memphis.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so quite a few towers, and the reason that there are so many towers is because cell phone companies want to keep their customers happy, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the idea of these call detail records and their inclusion of cell phone data location information, right? Like the latitude, longitude. Cell phone companies don't do that because they're trying to figure out where they're, where people are to a certainty, correct?
Oh, not at all.
They're doing it because they want to figure out how, customer satisfaction, right?
Yes, sir.
They want to be able to tell when calls are being dropped, make sure they have another tower that can pick up a call so people aren't getting calls dropped.
That's certainly possible. Yes, sir.
Right. So that's their point.
Yes, sir.
Not to find folks.
Not at all.
Okay. Now, typical tower, would you agree with me that a tower coverage area could cover as much ground as 2 miles?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Right. And even in a populated area like Memphis, it could go out that far, depending on circumstances of other towers in the area. Correct. So when you talk about areas, in the area of airways, the key to cookie, that could potentially go out miles in either direction, a couple of miles in either direction, correct?
Down south towards the airport. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And you talk about down south towards the airport. I was going to get to that here in a minute, but in fact, you talked about some calls that occurred about 12:23, and there were several call and or data usage points at 12:23, and you walked us through. I think it was page starting on page 44 of your report. Use the helmet. Is it on? And you remember what I'm talking about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you explain again how many either data usage or calls go on at 1223? Is it 2 or 3?
There's at 1222, there's a data section.
Okay. All right. And then after that?
At 1223, there's an incoming call that's unanswered and sent to voicemail. Well, it's routed to voicemail, not sent.
Okay. And is that the call that goes over 2 towers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And hits 2 separate towers. And isn't there another data usage in that minute, that 1223 minute? And I'll refer you to your report, page 45 of your report. It says the data that was mapped. And specifically, it references the second entry, data entry there down, references tower 65681, 122308, and the tower being at 2160 East Range Road. Now, you didn't map that entry, right?
No, sir.
And you're pretty familiar with the Memphis area, right?
Yes, sir.
And where Range Road would be. You would agree with me that would be down towards the Memphis airport.
It's definitely Range Airport. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to get you a document. This is you to give that a look. Does that look like the mapping from Stellhawk?
Does that have a page?
This is, I'm about to ask him if he can recognize it. It's going to be an exhibit.
It could be, yes, sir. I recognize the icon you used for the pins that are dropped on it. Yes, sir, from Cell Phone.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, Judge, I'd ask that this be marked the next number of exhibit.
There's no objection, Your Honor. He's showing this.
Okay, so this is a page out of that. No, it's not. It's
No,
not in there.
not
Okay,
in there.
good. This is a map of different locations. The stack of Memphis Airport kind of in the middle of the page. FedEx World Club next to it. 240 is the gray intersection going through the middle of the page. It's got 4 pink areas that the witness has been speaking of as areas of upset. We'll mark this as exhibit 65.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you still have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not.
I'm going to hand you back what's been marked as Exhibit 65. I've got a copy myself. And I'd like you to look at that as basically in reference to the 1223 calls. And I think you would probably agree with me that these calls up here are ones that you've already displayed in your report. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And one over here. Is that one that you recall the same point in time displaying in the report?
I don't know. I would have to look at the tower number and look back at my report.
And you can feel free to refer to, if you want to look back at your report to see if that matches. And if you recall, I think you testified 12/17, or there was a voice call to Tower 16436 to the tower north of Nikita and the Santa side. So the data usage at 1222, the tower 29098, which would be this particular correct.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then you've got a 122305 voice call north of 162,486 that you noted.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you've got another hit on the same tower at 122306 29098, which is the one north of Nikita.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, you've also got this one. I don't think this one got mapped. 122306. It's a voice call to 1198. This area I-240 west of Nikita.
I do not have that one mapped, no, sir.
So, and you don't have any dispute that these are basing on the same call detail records that you would have in relation to this phone number, purporting to be Mr. Johnson's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then down here, the call detail record showed at 122309, tower 6581, which is down here next to the airport.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, based on what you know of this area, would it surprise you, or would you know that it's about 3 miles from Nikita Cookie to this tower here on 240 or near 240?
It could be. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this: if Cellhawk allows you to pull a line, right?
Yes, sir.
And if the Cellhawk software actually pulled the line from Nikita Cookie to that point, said it was approximately 3 miles, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I would agree with that. Absolutely.
All right. And then, as part of airways, down here at 1223 from the airport,
Love you.
the Cellhawk software showed it from its mapping capability that this cell tower is about 3.2 miles from Nikita Cookie, from there to here.
Yes, sir. I would agree. Yes, sir.
So, number one, was there any particular reason why you didn't map out either of these 1223 either data usages or calls that occurred, the one out here at I-240 or the one down here at the airport?
No, sir. Just, I did not map those out, sir.
And again, you can see we're not talking about it exact science here, but within a minute, this cell phone, one that is associated with Mr. Johnson, is hitting off what 2, 3, 4 towers?
Yes, sir.
That are miles away from one another.
Yes, sir.
Right. And within this period of time, you would agree with me. And again, these mileages are as the crow flies, as they say.
Correct. Yes,
right?
sir.
Or as the tower.
Yes, sir.
No one's, in less than 30 seconds, no one's getting from up here around Dietrich Avenue down to the airport.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right? They're not driving that far going there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned an address in your report, and I'm not going to say the first numbers. It's on that exhibit in front of you. It's up here right under Orange Mound, and it's Pfizer Road. you remember that address as being one associated with?
That was in the subscriber records.
Right. And I don't have your page number in front of me, but you would agree that that's the subscriber information associated with the phone for Mr. Johnson.
2667 Advisor Road.
Yeah. You don't have to say the number. I'm just saying.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So that was the phone associated with Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Right. And as far as the subscriber information, and it's right up here, not very far from what we've got marked down here is Bradley Avenue or their address of Hernandez Gomez.
Yes, sir.
Right there in that same area.
Yes, sir.
So you talked about cell phones hitting the nearest available tower.
Yes, sir.
Right. A lot of things can affect availability, right?
Yes, sir.
Congestion, like too many people. Right?
Yes, sir.
On a particular cell tower, and you said it can even shift mid call for people if there's too many people on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you can be on a call, and if it gets overly congested, it may direct you to a different tower.
If the device is stationary, I don't see that it would hand off.
Okay.
If the device is moving, I could see that it would hand off.
So what happens if you're on? Because I understood your testimony earlier to be, look, if you're on a tower and it gets too many people on it, it may transition you to a different tower.
You're already on that tower, so it wouldn't let you go. It would not let new traffic on.
Okay. All right.
So you would stay on the
If
tower,
you're
but the
in
new
some of
people
these
would be
areas,
transferred
and
to a
like we
new
can
one.
see, they can go out as maybe as much as 3 miles, right?
Yes, sir.
So even when you're saying someone's using and servicing a tower in the area of Makita Cookie at a particular time, that could give or take 3 miles in different directions, obviously.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And the same goes for any of the locations, whether it's Valero gas station or Crosstown Concourse.
Yes, sir.
You talked a little bit about coverage area, and there was one question that Mr. Hagerman asked you about, and about whether this tower would cover this area, and you said, I can't answer that. I didn't do a drive test.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is a drive test?
A drive test is where the Memphis Police Department doesn't have the equipment, so we have to borrow the equipment from the FBI is what we use. That equipment has antennas that measure the frequencies of the broadcast of the antennas of the towers within a geographical area that is predetermined. And then it takes those signals and those measurements and plots out a map to see during that drive time how that antenna broadcasts and can receive. And I put in a drive test result from an earlier case from years ago that showed the distance of, and I guess kind of lines of how the tower was broadcasting and receiving.
Okay. And did you do a drive test as to the areas of the tower surrounding Makita Cookie?
No, sir.
Or Valero gas station?
No.
Or Crosstown Concourse?
No, sir.
No. So when it comes to kind of the opinions you've given about whether or not a person was in the area, or excuse me, a cell phone was in the area of a particular tower that was serviced by a particular tower, you can't really know where in the area that person would have been.
That's correct.
And they could have been in a different area, right?
Yes, sir.
And because of congestion on the towers or other reasons, service that tower instead.
That was just the device accessed that tower. That's all I can say, sir.
And another thing that affects what tower availability is sometimes towers go down.
Yes, sir.
Right. And just to be clear, you wouldn't have that information when you get your cell tower database. Like you wouldn't know that from the provider that one went down for maintenance.
No, sir. Would not.
Or if it was damaged, and some, for a period of time during that, which caused it not to be working properly.
Correct. We would not know that, no, sir.
And obviously that would, again, affect what you talked about with coverage area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Super quick. You testified with regard to the call detail records and the location, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were physical extractions done from some of these segments?
They were.
And is it Jesse Browning that would have analyzed those physical extractions?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Evans?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
State Property next witness?
Mr. Evans is getting my attention real quick.
Okay.
That's all she wrote. Bad thing about wearing lip gloss. Kitty first sticks. Okay, please tell me this is going to be more interesting testimony. Oh, man, the first day we had 50 people watching. I appreciate those who are here. I really do. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much for joining. We are going on witness number 6. Well, 6 in the last 2 days.
Now, I'm going to read a stipulation of the evidence, and I can ask the court to honor signature first.
Ow! Kitty just bit my instep. My foot. Little rascal. I know. Right, Ronnie? There's one on, but it's about child abuse, and I really am not in the place to deal with that right now. I'll be honest. And this being about a up and coming, very famous rapper, I thought it'd be a little more drama.
Yes. Now, this is stipulation of fact, the state of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson, original trial. Trial indictments 2204679. Stipulation of fact. The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, have agreed to the following. For the purposes of count 3 of indictment 2204679, that's the trial indictment. The defendant, Justin Johnson, is a convicted felon, having been previously convicted on May the 2nd of 2017 in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County under docket number W1700355 of a qualified felony for purposes of Tennessee Code annotated 3917 1307B1A. This is a fact that is agreed to by all the parties. It should be accepted by the jury as true. It is stipulated and approved by the court. I've signed it, Mr. Evans signed it, the defendant Justin Johnson has signed it, and Judge Mitchell has also signed it. We will remove this into evidence this time.
Would have been nice for you to do that on the microphone.
And we're ready for the next witness, except for three things at the request of council that we've spoken about just now that we need to do. So if you could indulge us in about a 7-8 minute break, we'll be back.
I heard it say 7 or 8 minutes.
Wait a minute. You're calling a break? You didn't ask? You just called a break? You didn't say, Your Honor, would you permit us to take a 7-minute break? Dude, I find it interesting how different courtrooms and different jurisdictions work.
Okay.
Say that again.
I have to get ready for my class for interpret. Come now. Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Me first. Me priority.
I know. You're very priority. You
I'm
see
teasing my
house,
love.
You would know that. Oh, I know. When you see
So-
my house, you would know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I won't need you tonight because I'm going to write that paper, but tomorrow night for sure.
Okay, that works. For sure.
All right, love. Bye. Oh, y'all. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Lordy, low, lordy, low. I got to go back to the old. Let me go back and find it. It would be this one. Open. There we go. Oh, y'all. Didn't anticipate a yeah, no, Ronnie. I am in no place right now to handle little ones involved cases. There are a couple that we'll probably end up having to do, but there's just times where I'm just I think all of us are that way, what we can and can't handle. I only allot myself a couple of those a year. I like to do a variety of cases and not just get stuck on one kind. Uh, so, yep, I'm trying to get my foot. I'm old. I got arthritis in the foot and it needs to be up. So Craig, are you still with us? I hope y'all are still with us. It has been a busy day, but quiet day. Thank you to all the newbies that hopped in. Oh my gosh, we appreciate you so very much. Oh, hello, Britt. You're there. So, Britt. So tell me, what was the coolest geocache you ever found? I found a geocache and I was the first to find and got a $50 gift card to Ruth Chris Steakhouse. Now that only buys the steak. It don't buy the $15 potatoes. But boy, I did enjoy it. I found that. That was so freaking cool. One of the fun ones was way up in a tree, and they hid the wires so well. Oh my gosh. It was on a home, and what they did was they took an old tree that had bark. It must have fallen down next to them because you could see where a stump was. And they took a strip of bark and they ran a cable through it and then re-adhered the bark to the tree. And you had just a little square, like a knot on the tree. It looked like it was in the right place, but it looked like maybe it wasn't. And when you pulled it, all of a sudden you can see the cord and you kept pulling. It was so cool. And then when it let down a birdhouse. It was so cool. Yes, that's called a micro mini. Yes. About the size of the tip of my fingernail. I've hit a few of those. But I have some, I make my own. And let's see, when I find very realistic plastic bugs, I drill a hole in their belly and I slide a bison tube in it, and then there's mine. The fun one I did was my audiologist, when they make my ear molds, use a pink rubber thing that they put in there. They put a little piece of cotton on a string, and then and it fills your ear. Well, what was left, he said, let's do this. Do your hands like this. And he filled it up, and he patted it down. And that's how he tested when the ears were done. When that was done, the ears were done. And when I took it off and looked at it and turned it over, it looked like a chewed piece of gum. So I I glued a geocache bison tube to that, and I put a hole in the ground and put it in there. So it looked like it's a chewed piece of gum. Uh-huh. Yeah, and people are sitting here paying $15 for someone to make them a chewed gum one out of plastic. And I'm all like, geez, I didn't pay anything. And I love what we call the evils or the sneakies or the evil hides, because they're not what you think they are. Everything looks right. Another one I did you know how you have fence posts with the chain link fence and they don't have those little round caps on them? Well, I get permission from the landowner. I knew him. And I had a string I got one of the caps that would fit it. And I put a fishing wire about 2.5 feet long. And then I put the bison tube and then I put it down that post and put the caps on. And then they had to find the cap. I do evil hides. Evil hides. I like challenging hides, but I don't like stupid challenging. I was at our state park and I got pissed because I went and there was this tree and they had 12 strings hanging with canisters, film canisters, 12 at different heights. And I didn't have a ladder. So I could only find, and luckily one that I could reach had, but I went through 9 of those suckers before I found the right canister with the geocache in it. Oh, that made me mad. What was hard was not getting it down, was putting it back up, reattaching the canister to the lid. Oh, I know, isn't that evil? Yo, that's evil. Let me see, what's another evil? Gosh, I had so many. Bolts that are magnetized that you can put on metal that look real. Another one are the magnets. So do you know how they have those big power boxes with like 4 or 5 numbers, like house numbers on them? You put that on a thin magnet, real thin magnet, and you kind of make it look dirty and you slap that number on there in another place and people can't find it. And there was one place that they did that. I went there with somebody and I was like, I can't find this. And I kind of like going with people, but also don't like it because then they get me distracted. So we're walking around this area and it says it's right here, but there's no geocache anywhere. Finally said, let's go. So on the way back home, I drove back by there and it was nighttime. And I got to look in and I just started touching the numbers and one of them slid. And I'm like, found it. I never told the other person where it was. I made them go back and they still haven't found it. I haven't seen them log it. We got a bunch of property behind this building. There's a lot of places around here to hide something. So I'm trying to come up with something real evil and hide it around here. So hello, Britt. Have you put any geocaches out yourself? Anybody doesn't know what a geocache is? Let me educate you. Geocaching is a really cool activity. If you have children and you're looking to find an activity in the summer that's really cool, geocaching is cool. So what it is you, let me share page. There's an app on your cell phone you can use. And see, this is a rock. And inside that rock, or you can find a can, a ammo can or jar. All these green spots are geocaches. They can be a Rubbermaid container. And if they have little goodies in there, you take one, you leave one. If you can't leave a little goodie, you don't take it. They can be sneaky as this little box. You can also get travel bugs. Geocaching finds. There we go. Some of them are puzzles. So you have to find the key and then figure them out. Some of times you get a box full of keys and only one works. Here's some stuff with some goodies in it. Let me make it a little bigger so y'all can see it. There we go. So they have all these little trinkets in there. Now, I always try to have a more adult geared, kind of like a Pokemon Go. Yeah. Also, kids and adult. Now, that little fake lead shooter would not appropriate. They do have rules. So this little rock inside this thing underneath it is a geocache. Sometimes they're hidden in stumps. That's kind of a tricky one. Ammo cans are real popular because you can put bigger stuff. Now, I found one. Oh, look at that travel bug. I found one that everything in it had to be over $5. Look at all the geocaches around the US. Millions. That's a geocache. I've made those where they're magnetic and they go on a pole. And nobody knows unless you're in it what's going on. This is called a bison tube. A lot of people put nitroglycerin in it for their heart. That's kind of cool. This is way cool. Look at it under a log. Just little things you can put. You can get this kind of stuff off of Amazon. You can get all these little trinkets. Yeah, that doesn't work. But do you know in parking lots where they have these poles, like at Walmart, you lift this and there's a geocache in there? That's a funny one. Yes, it is in Canada. Here's some other tricky finds. So it's just fun. Sometimes you find them in rivers. Look, tied to a telephone pole. It looks official, but it's not. So yeah, geocaching's fun. And that's a good map. Oh, the 20th anniversary of Texas. Oh, I wish I had that souvenir. The only thing is I suggest people when you're really new, don't go at it alone. Always have a bike kit with you. Always have a bike kit with you. You never know. You never know. You never know. It could be any kind of bite. It's just like when you go camping, you always want to have a snake or bite kit with you. It's always wise to have one in your car in general. Oh, there was one that was a fake frog. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. I love to sit there and watch other people try to find something. It's
very first geocache ever hidden was actually hidden. Did you know that
I want you to hear this. This is cool. All right, let's go.
caches exactly like these have been hidden all around you for over 20 years? That's probably even longer than some of you've been alive. The very first geocache ever hidden was actually hidden in the United States in the great state of Oregon. And to me, it's no surprise that something like this actually started in the Pacific Northwest. Since May of 2000, when the first geocache was hidden, there's been over 3 million caches hidden throughout the entire world. Literally every single country in the world, aside from North Korea, has at least one geocache. Before smartphones, you actually had to download coordinates onto a GPS. Now you can just download the geocaching app and share this video with a friend that you want to hunt for treasure with. You should know that dead drops and hidden caches.
What the bear is the name of this cache? Now we know. Good luck, little guy.
You actually aren't allowed to hide a cache on private property unless the property owner allows it, which actually happened to me the other day. Listen up.
Slow it down on the job. Oh, okay. These are supposed to be in there, but if you'll have to log them. Do me a favor. Take them from me. Yeah. Log them into there. Okay. And then take them. Okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much.
This man's been geocaching for over 20 years and he hid this cache right in his own front yard. He gave me a few travel bugs to hide inside of the cache, but now I'm just super glad that you know that. You should know that dead drops and hidden caches are being hid less and less under
Okay,
live
well,
posts
all
due to
right.
popular demand. It appears that all of us are getting much more creative in the way that.
Oh, yeah. They are very creative on how they hide them. Now, here's the thing. In Texas, you got to be careful. Because if you turn over rocks, you got a 50-50 chance a scorpion's going to be under it. And one time I turned under a rock and there was a centipede and 2 scorpions. And luckily I lived here and know to turn a rock over with my feet with boots. Use your feet with boots. Yepers. But anyway, even some cruise ships have geocaches on them. Yep, kind of cool. Y'all bored yet? Let's get some music going. Wake up. We need another cup of coffee. Checking with my mod, y'all. Miss Hello Brit, are you in our Discord under Brit? Just curious. Let's look and see. I'm trying to look and see what else is going on in the world of port on YouTube. See if there's anything we can look into. Oh, we got to watch this. I want to see this interpreter. I want to see this interpreter. It looked a little cray-cray to me. Yeah, these are the beaches of Florida starting to get rain. Okay, let's watch interpreter. That looks.
You see those there, A, AE, V, VE, X, and X. But then you have next to that your actual evacuation zones that are used in the state of Florida. The reason I want to say this is, as you see there, the second FEMA flood zone is AE. Well, Franklin, Wakulla, Taylor, and other portions of counties have issued evacuation orders for A through E. To that point, I need you to look at the screen on the right. Again, that's A, B, B, C, D, and E. It's not your FEMA flood zone AE. So please make sure you're paying attention to the evacuation zone versus the flood zone. Thank you, Brian. So if your home address is not one of the labeled colors, you do not live in an evacuation zone. And therefore, you need to know what year your house was built. And if it does, stand up to the Florida Building Code. Typically 1998, in Southeast Florida, the Miami-Dade building code went into effect. And then for the rest of the state of Florida, 2004, the Florida building code went into effect. So typically, if your house is built after 2004, most likely your house will withstand 115 mile an hour winds. So again, I bring that up because we're looking in the Tallahassee area of 120 to 125 mile an hour winds as of this news conference. Make decisions based on solid information that I've just given you. Again, I cannot reiterate what the governor has said. If you live in an area that has a lot of trees right up around your house, a lot of 40-foot pine trees, and you know you're going to have 120 mile an hour winds coming over the top of your house, you may want to consider an evacuation. You don't want to be in that house if those trees come down on top of your house. So make smart decisions, evaluate you and your plan and your family, and then execute on that. Make common sense decisions. If you're ordered to evacuate by local officials, please listen. Residents in the Big Bend.
Okay, guys, she was good. Court's back. That woman. Ooh. Sorry about that. That woman was very good. I really liked her. She's good. And the fact that they left her on screen was a miracle. Usually they cut them off the moment they start talking.
Jesse Browning.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing yonder.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat.
Will you state your name for the court and spell it for the record?
Jesse Browning. It's going to be Jesse Browning.
And just keep your voice up so I can hear you out here. Don't worry too much about that microphone.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, just ignore it. Just keep your voice up so we can hear you.
All right.
Where do you work at?
I work for the Memphis Police Department.
For how long?
15 years.
And what is your current assignment there?
Multi-agency gang.
Are you an investigator?
Yes.
How long have you been with the multi-agency gang unit?
Since 2015, so 9-10 years.
In that capacity, have you engaged and been primarily responsible for quite a few sort of long-term, larger-scale investigations?
I have.
Did you become involved in the investigation surrounding the murder of Dolph?
I did.
I think what I'll do is ask you a few substantive questions about that investigation at the end. But first, let's hear about your special qualifications and experience with cell phone analysis, cell phone extractions.
All right. So about the last 9-10 years, I've been analyzing cell phone images and extractions and dealing in call detail records, which is what you just saw. I'm not an expert like he is, but I have been trained and certified in Cellbrite, XRY, PenLink, which is one of the softwares used to kind of produce those mappings that you see in the records. And I use them on a day-to-day basis for about the last 10 years.
Have you done that in the course of numerous investigations?
Numerous, yeah.
Have you looked at, and let's back up, when you said you're not an expert like him, you were talking about Mr. Gardner?
Oh, yeah.
Whose expertise the jury heard was on cell phone location testimony.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have expertise in those cell phone extractions and analysis of those extractions?
I have been certified. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the extraction end. On the analysis, I do a lot of analysis. Garner does phones every single day. And that's what his primary job is. I'm an investigator. I utilize those tools to find evidence. Garner can dive into those phones and actually get the evidence that I need.
You have reviewed hundreds of cell phone extractions, is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Looking for evidence?
Yes.
In other investigations?
Other investigations.
And numerous cell phones in this investigation?
Numerous cell phones in this investigation.
And how many years you say you've been doing that sort of stuff?
10 years.
And are you, tell me if I'm using the right word, when I look at a cell phone extraction, it's some program called Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of them, yes.
Okay, is that one of the programs you use to look at the extractions? And is it, there are more programs that you use too?
Yes, there are more programs.
All right, and are you familiar with navigating all those programs and been trained on those programs?
Yes.
Have you testified with regard to the results of your analysis of cell phone extractions in the counties, in Shelby County before?
Yes.
In courts?
In court.
One time or several times?
Maybe 1 or 2 times, not many.
In this case, I'm talking about the murder of Dolph.
Yes.
Did you have occasion to analyze several cell phones?
I did.
In particular, did you have occasion to analyze the cell phone extraction from the defendant Justin Johnson's phone?
I did.
In the course of doing that, did you also analyze cell phone extractions from other phones as well, like Cornelia Smith's phone,
Cornelia Smith's phone,
like
Angela Arnold,
Angela Arnold's phone, like Treon Ingram's phone,
Treon Ingram?
and other individuals? In preparation for
You
your
have
testimony
missed
today,
nothing but
you and I
metadata.
spoke, is that correct? And I
Yeah.
asked you to look at certain things, is that correct?
This may get a little
Certain
spicy
things
though.
regarding Mr.
Hold on.
Johnson's phone?
Nothing
And,
yet.
Did you do that?
I did.
And in
I would
fact, did you
expect
prepare
more.
a report outlining some of those things?
I did.
Let me pass you this. Ask you to recognize it.
I did. This is my report.
Okay. And for the record, we look at it, physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device 236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the first
We
page.
missed you, toxic.
And in that report,
Ronnie, I appreciate you
before we
being
go
here
through
all
it,
day with me
in
here,
that
Jim.
report, does it isolate particular text messages, for instance?
It does.
Particular communications?
It does.
Maybe an image or two, and other things in the case.
Correct.
Now, we'd offer that evidence to say sex number, so.
No objection.
Oh, everybody's achy today.
I do not know the exact amount.
Several pages down to the bathroom. Physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device information. With the MSISPN number of 901-236-1625, will mark this as G collected exhibit 67.
My count may be bad, but I think it's 25 pages for the record. All right, if we could publish this to the jury, I'm going to ask you some questions as we go, Detective, okay?
All right.
And we'll start with just that front page. What's this information over to the left here?
So this is just an overview and an extraction report. And so as you see, I highlight, usually what I'll do is just highlight things. Obviously, I'm going to highlight the telephone number, but if there's anything that kind of identifies the user that sticks out, because you can get aliases and things like that, if it appears to be their full name, I'll just highlight. So essentially, I highlighted Justin T. Johnson 123@gmail.com.
Yeah, weather is definitely a culprit on all of ours, I think. When we go from summer to fall, I usually have about a 6-week period with all I want to do is sleep.
And target number 236-1625.
Correct.
Let's not talk about that.
I asked you to look at certain text messages within a certain time frame. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If we flip the page to the next, do you see one of those?
We do.
All right, tell me what we got here.
So right here we have on November 16th, 2021, at 6:31 p.m., we have Treon Ingram sending a outgoing text, which is a photo of what appears to be like a white Mercedes-Benz. And then this was actually pulled from Treon Ingram's cellular device. So this was a text message on his device.
Day before the murder?
Day before the murder.
Outgoing from Treon Ingram?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Incoming to Justin Johnson's phone?
Correct.
And you pull it in Cellbrite or whatever program you're looking at, this is what it sort of comes up as, is that correct?
Correct. And it looks like it would your regular phone, but on the side, as you can see below it, that will have just the information associated with that text message.
And here's the blown up photo, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is at 6:10 p.m. day before the murder.
Day before the murder.
All right, next.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, there's so much
This
there.
is-
Why is he
This
fighting?
will be November 17th, 2021.
I would think he would have gotten a better
day of
deal
the
on a
murder
plea.
At 2:58 a.m.
It's just a
And
waste.
It's a outgoing
A lot of money.
text message to Treon Ingram. And it's going to be a location drop. And then the location that was dropped is going to be 1168 Bradley Street in Memphis, Tennessee, 38114.
From Justin Johnson's
Yes.
phone to Treon Ingram, 2:58 a.m.
I do the
morning of murder.
Tylenol and then the leave, but I mean,
Do you know this
ibuprofen
address,
leave, that will work
1168
too.
Bradley Street?
Yes, it's to the left of 1174 Bradley. So if you're, I think it's if you're facing it. Yeah. So I think it's like that. It would be.
Oh,
If you're facing 1174, it's going to be right there to the left.
And what's the significance of Bradley Street and or those addresses?
So 1174 is at the actual driveway, but was where the white Mercedes-Benz was found. But I think it's kind of that driveway sits in between both houses.
And you say drop the location. That is Johnson sending a location to Treon Ingram.
a lot of hot baths. But you know what also helps is a heated mattress pad. You can get them at Walmart reasonably above mine. I have to replace it every 3 years because I use it year round,
Okay, like this is where I am.
especially if you have arthritis.
Next slide. Now this is not pulled from the phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just to put the slide we just saw in context.
Correct.
3:16 a.m. For the record, this is a video that has already been played at trial as part of Exhibit 5. Where is this at?
This is going to be the Valero gas station at 853 South Highland.
And what is the significance of two cars highlighted?
There's going to be the white Mercedes.
You can get one that's dual controlled, one on your side, one on his side. He can keep his off, you can keep yours on, or just get a twin and put on your side.
For the location drop.
My ex was the same way.
With call detail, with this, I think the call logs you were able to.
I got the dual. Now, every once in a while, when it was really cold the winter, we'd warm up the bed and then he'd turn it off.
Bradley location drop and some 18, 20 minutes later.
But seriously, best thing I ever
the white
did.
Mercedes and the Infinity at the Valero gas station.
That's correct.
And the individual who enters the store here, who's that?
That's Treon Ingram.
We can proceed to the next slide.
And then this is going to be a zoomed in still shot of the surveillance video. We were just trying to see if we could get a better view of where we were told they met, just near some air pumps or something on the back end, and that was at 3:22:19 a.m. And that was about as good as
I get it.
as far as zooming into the photo.
And is this the individual that gets in the Mercedes and drives away?
That's correct. They kind of do like a switch, like one gets out, the other gets in. It was just very hard to tell distinctively who that individual was.
Absolutely. Would you agree with me? It's impossible to tell from even the zoom in who that individual is just from the picture.
No, maybe that they have gray pants on, that's about it.
Next slide. 10:51 a.m. Tell me what we're looking at.
That's correct, 10:51 to 10:55. And this is gonna be on November 17th at 10:51 a.m. And this is a photo, a still shot photo of Justin Johnson wearing a blue hoodie, gray sweatpants, and black shoes with white stripes and the Bass Pro Shop hat. And it looks like it's gonna be his daughter just standing, you can barely see her to the left.
Oh, don't bring Bass Pro into this,
Were you aware of the
please.
investigation that he was living there?
Bring in
across
Bass
town?
Pro. No. Don't bring in the
Second
Bass
photo, of
Pro.
course, is the white
We don't go.
Mercedes-Benz.
Hell no.
And
We
that is
don't go.
leaving the garage at 10:55. So
I love Bass Pro.
about
Don't
12,
insult them.
pretty much 10:56, 56 seconds. So 10:56 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ten 54 a.m. So it's actually this will actually be in that time period that we just saw. Is that correct?
That is one of the
Justin
most
Johnson,
common
we
place to
probably
hang
places
your
an outgoing
cochlear
call
implant when you're not
to
wearing is on the
Cornelius
fridge.
Smith, with the zero
Yep.
duration. So
That is very much
essentially
the number one
this call.
place to
Tom
save
tried to
your
contact
cochlear
me,
implant.
there was no
Fridge.
communication, no voicemail picked up.
Okay. Next slide.
At 11:56, 57 a.m., we have an outgoing call to Treon Ingram from Justin Johnson, and that call was about 4 minutes, a little bit over 4 minutes long. And then we have on November 17th at 12:32 p.m., we have an outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Cornelius Smith, and that duration is about 17 seconds.
And we are within 20 minutes, 21 minutes of the homicide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that call you said has duration?
That's 17 seconds. And
12:23. Is that correct?
Correct. So on November 17, 2021 at 12:23:06 p.m., Justin Johnson receives an incoming call from his mother, and that duration is 0. And that time frame was significant for me and the investigators because that was at the same time frame that the homicide was being committed.
And no durations. I think as you said before, nobody picks up, no voicemail, just
No, yeah.
no duration.
Yeah,
It actually had an abnormal completion code. Indicates like if you look at the service codes, that it had some kind of network interruption that can mean nothing significant, but essentially he never picked up or the call might have not gone through.
12:25 p.m. directly murder time frame or after. Is that correct?
Correct. 12:25:40, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Anthony Mims, and it's got a 2-second duration, which appears probably to go unanswered.
So it is right after the homicide.
Correct.
Who's Anthony Mims?
It's Big Jook, one of the, he's like the number 2 on CMG record label.
And how's Big Jook identified in Justin Johnson's phone?
Under Jook.
As Jook.
Okay, so here is 12:26:50 p.m. on November 17, 2021, and it's a FaceTime audio, like, so.
I can
this is
say
an actual
I do
identity
enjoy the
lookup
silence
service.
sometimes,
So
but not
what
often.
this was, essentially this was pulled from the file system. And so this isn't the actual FaceTime communication. And this, because those were deleted. And so they were missing from the call log You can see though in the file system, the actual phone will access certain things. And so the only thing that was remaining, because you can delete and move things. You can operate and manipulate your physical phone, but you can't get rid of anything on the file system. It determines when it's appropriate to get rid of it. And so the only thing we found was that there was some type of application with the FaceTime audio that was accessed by FaceTime, and then it identified telephone number 901-692-2767, which we were able to identify to be Anthony Mims' telephone number.
So this is about a minute after the call that we just saw.
That's correct.
FaceTime audio, or FaceTime rather. FaceTime, Justin Johnson to Big Joe.
Correct. Well, an interaction, we're not necessarily sure which direction, just the interaction occurred. Right?
FaceTime interaction between Justin Johnson's phone
Correct.
and Big Joe's phone.
Correct.
Okay.
It occurred. There's something that the phone accessed.
Very good.
And then right here is November 17, 2021. You have at 12:39. So at 12:39:07, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Kiana Hooper. And then at 12:39:56, Justin Johnson receives an incoming text from Kiana Hooper. And then at 12:53 p.m., Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Kiana Hooper. And the first call, which was at 12:39:07, lasted about 15 seconds. And then the last call, which was at 12:53 p.m., the duration was about 28 seconds.
And do you know who Kiana Hooper is?
His cousin, and that's the apartment I went to after the homicide.
Next slide.
The next slide is the actual, so the text message, that was just the record showing the text message. This is the actual text message that Justin Johnson received, just 12:39:57 p.m. And it's her address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Is that the Gospel Garden Apartments?
That's correct.
Used to be called the Two Lanes.
That's correct.
Next slide.
And after that, you have at 12:47:22 p.m., Justin Johnson sends that address, 4752, to Jermaine Sears.
And how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears?
We use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him just by a real name and things of that nature. And then also we ended up contacting him to try to talk to him
On that number?
on that number. And we were referred to his attorney. He's actually it appeared to be living out of town, so we had to let it be.
Next slide.
The next slide is going to be at 12:40:30. So this text is essentially immediately after. He says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And that's an outgoing text from Justin Johnson to Jermaine Sears.
Next slide.
And then at 12:47:51, you have Jermaine Sears sending an incoming text to Justin Johnson saying that he's on his way. I'm on my way.
The Kentucky sheriff pleads not guilty for killing the judge. Just FYI. I just saw that come across.
This is an outgoing call at 12:58:59, and this is going to be from Justin Johnson to Kiana Hooper. It's a duration of about 12 seconds.
What's this here?
So this is Jermaine Sears. This was unique as this was inside. It was a photo that Justin Johnson had from a text between Jermaine Sears, and that vehicle was important to us because that's the vehicle that shows up at Haven.
Yeah.
Surveillance.
A nice Dodge Charger with that light black stripe and
That's correct. All right. So still November 17th, 2021. You have at 1:26:29, you have Cornelius Smith places an outgoing call to his girlfriend Angela Arnold.
Let me back you up there. Whose phone was Cornelius using?
So he is utilizing Justin Johnson's phone.
So would it be more understand that you're privy to information, obviously, that came in the investigation?
Correct.
But would it be more accurate to say Justin Johnson's phone contacted Angela Arnold's phone at 1:26, 1:28, 1:28 that afternoon?
Yes, it would. With one text message, so 2 outgoing calls and 1 outgoing text message.
And who is Angela Arnold?
This is going to be Cornelius Smith's girl.
Okay.
And then we have that outgoing text, which is, this came from Angela Arnold's actual physical phone. So at 1:28:50, that text, it's the Haven Court address.
Is this again to be hyper technical and accurate here? Justin Johnson's phone text Angela Arnold 4752 Haven Court.
That's correct. So it's an incoming text message from 901-236-1625.
Next slide.
Next slide is just, it shows a call log. So you have a outgoing call from the 901-236-1625, so Justin Johnson's cellular phone number, to Angela Arnold's cellular phone number.
Okay.
And then you have, I've got on here as well, because we had her call detail records, which is showing that incoming call coming from Justin Johnson's cellular device. And then at 2:07:15 p.m., you have, so this is going to be Angela Arnold's cellular device is now sending an outgoing text to Justin Johnson's cellular device. And it's going to be, this is C, bruh, send me, bruh, numbers so I can get my phone.
And who is C?
C is going to be,
Lake.
they call him Little C.
A lot of possibilities.
And this was, I don't even know that we need to review these last 2 slides, but you also printed out the cellular device information for Treon Ingram's phone and for Angela Arnold's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. On those reports.
Now, you mentioned something about Justin Johnson's messages, call logs. Did you say they've been deleted?
That's correct. So they were not there, but clearly when you look at call detail records, you can't delete those. And so we were able to see he was utilizing his phone. He was communicating with people. I think as you saw his mother calling and things like that. And those communications were not in the actual phone, physical phone.
These are just sort of a mix of questions here that need your answer to. I think I've moved on from the phones. With regard to Mr. Johnson, a couple questions. Did you know he was a rapper? Did you review rap videos that he made?
I did.
Did you find some of those videos on his phone?
I did.
Did you observe in those rap videos that he has tattoos on his hands?
I did.
Have you yourself observed that he has tattoos on his hands?
Yeah.
Did you observe in those rap videos that he's left-handed or right-handed?
He's right.
Did you strike that. did there come a point in this investigation, while you're the case officer on it, in which law enforcement wanted to find Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Did they go to Mr. Johnson's house?
Yes,
Did they go to other locations in Memphis looking for Mr. Johnson?
they did.
Was he found in Memphis?
He was not.
Was information received that he was outside of Memphis?
There was.
Was information received that he had traveled back and forth sometimes from outside of Memphis to Memphis?
That's correct. He did.
Would you describe the attempts to find Mr. Johnson as a manhunt?
Yes, you can say that.
Multiple agencies,
Multiple agencies,
including the U.S. Marshals?
including the U.S. Marshals.
As part of looking for Mr. Johnson, was his social media monitored by law enforcement in those days that y'all were looking for him?
Yeah.
Is he ultimately taken into custody?
He is.
And do you remember what state he was taken into
I
custody?
think it was Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. Were the murder weapons in this case ever recovered?
They were not.
You're familiar that the car on Bradley was recovered, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the address you mentioned before with the location drop from Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, 1168 next to 1174. It was kind of found in between there, the back of 1174.
Earlier in this trial, there was a case officer on this case before you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Terrence Dabney, who retired?
Yes.
Earlier in this trial, Mr. Dabney was asked about testing that was done on the car on Bradley.
That's correct.
Was there information that the car had been cleaned and wiped down?
Yes.
Nevertheless, was crime scene performed on the car?
It was.
Would it be fair to say that there were fingerprints found in the car?
There were.
Cornelia Smith, Kirsten Gardner, Triana, is that correct? Was there information or evidence that the perpetrators of the Dolph murder were wearing gloves?
Other than syringes, yes. Yes.
They all surveilled video, right? You saw it.
Yeah. Thought you meant DNA testing or something on the car.
Fingerprints found on the car, even though it had been cleaned.
Correct.
We know the people that got in the car at the time of the homicide are getting out of the car and in the car wearing gloves. Other testing that was done on the car, was there a chapstick found in the car?
Yes.
Testing on chapstick was performed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, at least he knew the deck was stacked
Some of
against
these
him and he
results,
did
they've
the
come in
right thing.
after
For
Mr.
once,
Dabney
somebody did the right thing instead of wasting millions of dollars.
Okay. Were you aware that on the chapstick that was found in the car, Treon Ingram's DNA is found on the chapstick?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware that during the investigation, they tried to search the Mercedes to find what may or may not be blood?
That's correct.
Were you aware that they took samples of that stuff?
Yes.
Were you aware they also took what could be called touch DNA samples?
Yes.
And were you aware that that stuff was sent to TBI?
Yes, it was.
With inconclusive results, either DNA obtained but not enough to make any sort of comparison, or just simply inconclusive results?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you know where Pressure World is?
Yes.
Where's that?
Right up there at Lamar.
It's right by Lamar, in the Lamar Sims area. Is that location bear any sort of significance in this case?
It does. That's where it was supposedly Cornelius Smith met with Hernandez Gogan to get his actual phone that he left in the car after the homicide.
And that, as you said, that's in the area of Lamar and Sims. Is that correct? Correct. You aware that Mr. Govan's charged in this case?
I am.
Mr. Smith's charged in this case?
He is.
And Mr. Johnson's charged in this case?
That's correct.
Can you tell us why Big Jook is not charged in this case?
He is deceased.
That's all my questions, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Detective Browning, my name's Luke Evans. I think we've spoken before.
We have.
All right, so I've got a few more questions for you today. Now, kind of moving forward from some of the phone information, when you're looking at this case, obviously you're looking at the video, right? And it shows the video at Makita Cookie, right? And it shows a Bass Pro Shop.
Y'all, I didn't know that's who that was.
And
I mean,
you
I'm
see
not a
similar
faithful
hat
follower of
Concourse, Crosstown video.
Pictures with a Purpose. I've seen their stuff.
Well,
I had no idea that was going
you
on.
say identical,
Gosh, y'all. That's
but
horrendous.
let me ask you, did you recover the hat?
Oh,
Very popular hat.
man.
It's distinct.
Distinctive, no doubt.
Those
Right?
on Betty's?
That's Pro Shop, but a very popular hat. I
Who's
mean,
that?
You know, almost as.
I know I'm feeling bad. I asked.
One of the biggest Bass Pro Shop in the
I'd say
world.
It's a lot more popular now.
Well,
That was not a common thing at that time, I think, to see rappers wearing the Bass Pro Shop that I saw. And that's what I do. For a living, we deal
Oh, okay,
all
yeah.
types of situations where you're keeping up with the
I mean,
videos and what these guys are doing.
so you're aware that a rapper named Travis Scott has his own
That's horrible.
signature Bass Pro Shop hat, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So, and people like Gwen Stefani have gone on Instagram and posted
Your crap
themselves
will
in a
always
Bass Pro
bite you
Shop
back.
hat.
No, I didn't.
May get away
Right.
with it at the moment,
And
but
so-
doesn't mean you'll get away with it in the end.
Kind
No,
of,
you can't.
kind of a trend, a popular trend, right? Those people are posting it. I mean, Gwen Stefani doesn't live in Memphis that I know of.
Yeah, I mean, if you say it is,
Right.
I just have not seen it when it came.
Horrible.
That just wasn't a common hat that I observed in our investigations and just things,
Right.
you know.
And- well, and even
Queen Stefani,
So-
you know what I mean?
well, you know, some people like the voice these days, right?
I'm not hating on it.
And so, during your investigation, you interviewed at least one individual from the Makita Cookie that identified a person and said he always wears a Bass Pro Shop hat.
I didn't interview. I don't know what interview you're talking about.
Well, do you remember? Would you have reviewed the other interviews in this case? Were you?
Yeah, there was a lot of interviews, but I don't remember somebody being identified. I could
And-
be wrong, but I just don't recall that ever happening.
So I'm going to pass you something to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And there's a highlighted portion there in the middle. It looks like an interview that was done by Detective, I think it's then Sergeant Dabney.
What time is her trial? So I can put it on my calendar if you know, or the hearing.
Do you see see what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was at least one person interviewed, and I'm not going to state this fellow's name because I don't know.
Burglarizing Walmarts with the Bass Pro hat.
Something, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but there's a
I
guy
didn't
out
even
there.
see a reference to a murder or anything about that, but
Well, I mean, some guy running around in a Bass Pro Shop hat, right? So popular hat, whether
somebody,
say again.
according to somebody, I guess. I don't remember interviewing
It is
that
a popular hat. I see about every
seeing that interview.
But I
certain man
mean,
in
no doubt you
Walmart
looked
has
at it.
one.
The interview happened. There's a report here of it from Detective Dabney, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Toxic. Do we
Now-
have a time?
The white Mercedes, did it have any bullet holes in it?
I think it did in the rear. Pretty sure.
Okay. What about inside? Were there any indications of a bullet hole or?
There might have been. I can't recall. I think the window might have been busted out.
Okay.
It's been 3 or 4 years. I haven't reviewed everything.
Now, I'll ask you this question about cameras. You're aware that as soon as Bradley Street became a place of interest where a car is found on Bradley, that detectives went out and canvassed that area to talk to neighbors and everyone else to see if they had any information. Right? Also to see if they had cameras. As you sit here today, has there ever been camera footage produced from anywhere on Bradley?
No, I know they knocked on all the doors, but I didn't see anywhere where they were able to recover any actual video from the Bradley Street.
And do you have any direct knowledge of someone knocking on Hernandez Govan's door?
I mean, I can only
Oh,
assume. because
shepherd's
they were
pie.
seeing- yeah, there's a
Am I
they're
invited?
going and knocking on every door, but some of those cell
Love
phones
shepherd's
aren't that
pie.
detailed as far as what actually interacted. It looked like either they didn't answer the door or they didn't hear or see anything was the common answer they were getting, and so it would have been pretty significant to get some type of video from Bradley Street.
At any point in your investigation, as you sit here today, have you ever been made aware of any camera footage possessed by Hernandez Govan? Okay. And that would be important, right? If he had cameras facing that abandoned house on Bradley Street, correct?
Oh,
And something that if law enforcement found out or knew he had cameras, you would have acted on to try to get that footage if it existed. And you don't have anything like that. One moment, Judge.
Didn't somebody have a birthday today or tomorrow? Who was that? Okay. No problem, Toxic. I got it in there.
No further questions.
Who had a birthday today or yesterday or tomorrow? Somebody had a birthday.
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will rest our case in chief.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a
Prosecution rest.
break to take care of some legal matters. Shouldn't be very long. Give us a few. Stay in recess.
Court stands at recess.
For how long? I didn't hear. I'll have to go back and listen. I was too busy clicking. I didn't have a birthday tomorrow. Somebody had a birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday! I don't know whose birthday was tomorrow. Somebody had a birthday tomorrow. Wasn't moi.
Cooperating defendants in this case, one of which
Common thing at that time.
to see if they had any information. Right. Also to see if they had cameras.
Oh, Toxic and Kristen have birthdays tomorrow?
As you sit here today, has there ever been camera footage produced from anywhere on Bradley?
Oh, okay. We got to
No,
sing.
I know they knocked on all the doors, but I didn't see anywhere where they were.
Oh,
covering
wow.
Any actual video
I want a recipe.
from the Bradley Street.
And do you have any direct knowledge of someone knocking on
All right.
Hernandez
We'll
door?
have to make a big deal out of it tomorrow. Toxic and Kristen.
Assume because there's
Got it.
There's a supplement where they're going and knocking on every door, but some of those supplements aren't that detailed as far as what actually interacted. It looked like either they didn't answer the door or they didn't hear or see anything was the common answer they were getting, and so it would have been pretty significant to get some type of video from Bradley Street.
At any point in your investigation, as you sit here today, have you ever been made aware?
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will rest our case in chief.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a point where we've got to take a little breaks to take care of some legal matters. Shouldn't be very long. Give us a few minutes. Let's stay in recess.
We'll stand at recess.
Okay, they're taking a little break. Okay, yay. Happy birthdays tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure it is in the way you season the meat. I won't touch that. I don't know. I love Axis. I love buffalo. I love hamburger. I like to mix them a little bit. It just depends on what you're making. Depends on what you're making. Okay, I'm looking at my calendar. This week I got to put this trial on. I didn't do it. Monday, Tuesday, happy days. Wednesday, Thursday, what a ways. I need to do this trials. Okay, guys. So we have Justin Johnson. I have scheduled through the end of the week. It may go into next week. I'm not sure. We have a Sarah Boone motion or hearing tomorrow. I don't know what all is in that one. Then Sunday we have Spill in the Tea, Sunday tea. I may say it that way, Sunday tea. And then we have on October 1st, Sheriff Sean hearing. I have nothing for the rest of that week yet. If Sarah Boone is going to continue. Oh, sorry.
I would specifically hit the issue.
It would be the 7th.
You can see there's a supplement where they're going and knocking on every door, but some of those supplements aren't that detailed as far as what
Why is
actually
that jumping back?
looked like.
We're still on.
The homicide that would allow the jury to ever, any rational trier of fact, to find him guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree
What?
murder. Essentially, what we've got is Mr. Smith testifying that the only times that the murders were discussed, according to him, between him, Govan, and Juk, Mr. Johnson was not there. He had one conversation with Mr. Govan and Mr. Mims at Mr. Govan's house, and he testified, I believe, that he had another conversation with Mr. Govan with others present, but Mr. Mims was not present. Neither time was Mr. Justin Johnson present for those conversations. And
Definitely,
although
Ronnie.
we have interactions occurring
I might even try to go on
cell
with them.
phone prior to the incident between Mr. Smith and the cell phone from Mr. Johnson, there's not any evidence before the court that would be sufficient to establish a criminal agreement as it relates to Justin Johnson.
Your Honor has heard both direct and circumstantial proof in this case with regard to various counts. Direct proof from Cornelius Smith. Taking up issue with the conspiracy first, Mr. Smith stated that he was present for times that Jook and Mr. Govan were soliciting and agreeing and planning the murder of Dolph and the other artists. He testified in court in front of the jury that the plan that day was for he and Johnson to drive to Westwood to this Turkey Drive and kill one of the PRE artists, whoever that was going to be. As happenstance would have it, they came upon Dolph, and we saw the video for ourselves. I think that's more than sufficient proof of an agreement and an overt act taken by Mr. Johnson in furtherance of the conspiracy. Likewise, for the first-degree murder, Your Honor heard the direct proof of Cornelius Smith, who stated he was there, and Mr. Johnson, he were the two that killed Dolph. I think that alone, accomplice testimony is not even required to be corroborated anymore pursuant to our Supreme Court decision just a few months ago. But there's plenty of corroboration anyway. Circumstantially, we've seen Mr. Johnson at Crosstown in Mercedes-Benz with the outfit on both before and after the murder at Haven Court. And Your Honor has seen, the jury has seen, in my opinion, overwhelming evidence, but even just taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I believe Your Honor has jury questions with regard to all three of these offenses.
Judge, the only thing I would add about conspiracy is there's clearly some evidence of an agreement between Mr. Govan and Mr. Smith based on his testimony. Where I believe it insufficient is.
Okay, I got to pause. We have an event. Thank you so much, Ronnie. Thank you for telling me. First ever Trial TV Live is going to have Shoot the Shite with Squeegee, episode 1, the pilot. Welcoming Miss Fabulous Jules. I will be at least watching and commenting and throwing my support. The link I posted, y'all have got to come join us. It's going to be fabulous. And if you ain't there, you square.
It's the link between Mr. Smith and to what degree there was any, they said that's what they were doing, but the degree to which there's proof that Mr. Johnson, assuming what he says is true, was even aware of those talks about that agreement. According to Mr. Smith, he had no prior plan to go do that day. They were, according to him, they were going somewhere else to Westwood, and that Dolph happened upon them. So the issue becomes there's no proof before the court that there was any advanced knowledge by Mr. Johnson of any $100,000 value.
In the light most favorable to the state, the court has sat for the last couple of days watching the proof as everyone has. And I have seen both direct and circumstantial evidence. The court believes as to all three counts. As to the conspiracy, where the defense says there's insufficient proof of any agreement prior to the murder, the court heard and everybody else heard Mr. Smith speak about the meeting that he was present for at Govan's house between he, Govan and Joe, where they spoke about the murder of Dolph. There was, Mr. Johnson was not present for that. Mr. Smith said that. But there was also Mr. Smith's testimony where he spoke about them being present, them being Mr. Smith and Mr. Johnson being together the day, November 17th, the day of this homicide, where their goal for the day was just to go out and find somebody of the PRG group, the group that Young Dolph's recording label. And their goal was to strike out to find someone. They happened on Dolph, and we saw the video once they pulled up. I believe the state's made a prima facie case between those arguments and the testimony of Mr. Smith and the videos that we saw Mr. Johnson's actions there. I believe the state has made a prima facie case, and now these are questions for the jury to reconcile.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule your motion for judgment of guilt. All right. So the next question is for you and your client. Do you have any proof?
So, Judge, I'd like to have an opportunity to meet with my client briefly, and then I'll come back up.
That's fine. Let's stand in a brief recess.
Court stands in recess.
Okay, guys, how are y'all doing? Hold on. Oh, okay. I have something that just happened. So I'm looking at the calendar. On Monday, the 7th, the Sarah Boone will start their jury selection if she goes to trial that day. I also have a commitment that day with my service dog with the organization that gave her to me. So that said, I will not be actively live, but if they're streaming something, I will have the stream up. If not, for sure, on the 8th, we will, the moment she goes to trial, we're on. I don't care where I am. But during jury selection, I don't think that's going to be live anyway, so I will not be participating. None of us will have that. So we're just going to have to play Monday, the 7th of October by ear. Okay, guys. Trial TV Live is a fabulous, fabulous channel that offers trials without any commentating. I use their feed every chance I get. I pick their feed above anybody else's feed. If they have the case I want to watch, I'm on it. So, okay, so yay. Yeah, well, I think if there's going to be a continuation in that particular case, that I'm sorry, I'm reading comments. It would only be a couple of weeks, if that. And I think that's what he said he asked for. One of his biggest things was Yeah, he's whining all the time. But one of the biggest things I see in this is that it is not unreasonable when you're trying to get witnesses from afar to show up. And I get that 100%. Oh, Jules is live. I got to go to Instagram. I got about 30 windows open here, y'all. I got email, I got calendar, got Instagram. Let's see if I can log into my Instagram. Higher the hair, the closer to God. Oh, definitely. I haven't logged in on my computer forever. But where's Miss Jules? There she is. Different Jules. I have about 3 Jules. They spell them all different too. So I think that it is a plausibility that they could potentially, I hate to say it. I don't want to put it out there. I don't want to put it out in the universe. He said 3 to 6 weeks. Yeah. Three to 6 weeks, y'all. Y'all, I hit 80,000 views. Whoop, 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 whoop. We hit 80,000 views in 4 months. Oh my gosh, y'all. That's 20,000 views a month. Well, on average. She will, and she wants a makeup artist and a hairstylist. Well, I can't say that. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Very interesting. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. Wonder if she'll staple her street clothes together too. Oh man, you know, you got to give her credit for creativity. Creativity. You got to give it to her. How many people will be that creative and risk all that extra time in jail by swiping a stapler from the prison guard's desk while that's the funny thing. I thought it was so funny that she's sitting here cleaning all of the, she's like, oh, I'll happily serve you. I'll happily help clean today. Since so and so is out sick, I'll happily take her job. I can help. And she does all this cleaning. Well, everything they found in her bunk in the jail cell, in the dorm, whatever, were things that gloves, stapler, what was it, paper clips, string, cheese, sliced cheese. Yeah, right. She's going to want tailored clothes. I'm all like, "Are you kidding me?" Oh, sorry. We ought to take a poll on that one. Will she be in high heels or flats? I don't think they should allow her in high heels because that in and of itself can and can be used and turned into a weapon. I know. That short hair, she can, you know how the grannies used to do the little pin curls? So she could take her hair, wrap it around her fingers, slide the finger condom over. That's what she was making. Over the hair. Then she take it out and she'll have a big fro. Oh my gosh. I'm terrified to say what I wanted to say. I want to get a look at her face and see if she's been doing any toilet talking. They can tell when you do toilet talk because your breath stinks really bad and your face is broken out. True. I'm not making it up. That's real true. Do you personally know him or you know of the case? My dog is so snoring over there. It's not even funny. I mean, like big time snoring. I don't know. She just, my poor baby. Her hair, if she really cared about her hair, she would not have cut it again. Oh, in a bar? Well, was it self defense? Is it self defense? I just don't get it. Honestly, I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Wah, 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 wah. No, she will not be allowed in heels. We'll have to do something. The moment we hit 100,000 views, I'm having a party. Y'all, please help me get to 3,000 by the end of October and subscriptions. I'm tired. And I still got a lot to do today, but it's okay. It's okay. Nancy Pelosi's husband sold more than $500,000 in Visa stock ahead of the DOJ's action. Oh, that could be bad, y'all. Creepy. Oh my gosh, I just saw the creepiest Halloween decoration. Oh, I can handle Halloween decorations, but some of them are just absolutely, these were really creepy, y'all. Let's see if I can find them. Click on it, and then it's a big catalog. Wow. Here they are. Oh, y'all, that's creepy. Let me show you. Isn't that creepy? Well, she is a Sarah Boone. So should we call her Queen Bee? Queen Bee would be a good nickname for us to call her, Miss Queen Bee. Hello, Miss Queen Bee. We ought to have Queen Bee t-shirts and have her hair get a bob wig. So look at those. Tell me if you think those are not creepy. They're 53 inches tall, Halloween spook doll yard stake decorations. 3. Mustang Sally Ride. But I I didn't mean to do that. But I can't read that long word. Do me a favor. Can you put space, a little dash between? My dyslexia is not having fun with this. Oh my God, suitcase Sarah instead of Mustang Sally. If I could get the rights to that, we could do something fun. Oh God. Zipper Sarah. Hey, that's what I ought to do for Halloween. I ought to put that zipper on my face and have him popping. Oh, I can't do that. That's cruel. Ew. Toxic. Gross.
Step this way, Mr. Johnson.
I knew a girl had a kitty litter fetish. She
I
ate
like
it,
your face. You're on
slept
the
in it,
right track.
dirty.
Do you swear
Her bed was made of kitty litter. Love the smell of used kitty litter.
So, Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify or not testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify on your own behalf.
All right. Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
And you've had several discussions, have you not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how
I'll be right back.
26 years.
How long has Mr. Evans been in the
About 2 years.
About 2 years. And he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, in the back, in the cons, the good and the bad. Y'all talked about all of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand those things. What's your highest education level?
High school.
You graduated from high
Yes,
school.
ma'am.
Do you have any questions for him?
Absolutely.
For your attorney?
All right.
About this process,
All
about
right.
you testifying?
All right.
You make the comment. Any other proof?
No, you're right.
Right. Anything else we need to add to the charge? We can come to
I was
that.
wondering,
How about if I print it for you so y'all can see it, what it says?
there we go, there we go. It's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it. And, give me me a couple of minutes. Let's stand in recess.
Court's in recess.
Okay, I'm back. What did they do? Oh,
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
I want to hear this. I'm sorry, I couldn't
And you
hear it up there.
understand that you have the right to testify on your own behalf. And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that? Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
We've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how old?
What did he say?
How long is Mr.
I didn't hear. I can't hear him.
Not testify.
All right, thank you. Have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right, thank you.
I can't hear it. I thought he said I tested,
26 years old.
not testifying. Okay, my bad.
About 2 years.
About 2 years. He's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, in the back, in the cons, the good and the bad. I've talked about all of those things,
Yes, ma'am.
and you understand those things. What's your highest education level?
High school.
You graduated from high
Yes,
school.
ma'am.
Do you have any questions for him,
Ma'am, for who?
for your attorney,
All right.
about this process,
All
about
right.
you testifying?
All right.
You accept that? Any other proof?
No, you're right.
All right.
Are they not going to offer anybody else?
Anything else we need to add to the charge?
Is that the defense?
Come to that.
Is that it?
How about if I print it for you so y'all can see it before you say it?
There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it.
Are they going to closing? Yeah, he'd be caught lying big time.
Give me a couple of minutes. Let's stand in recess.
Court's in recess.
Okay. Sorry, guys. It is so freaking hard for me to hear in this trial because of the noise. I wonder, are they going to offer a defense? They didn't rest, but normally that happens at the end of the defense's case. I know, I got a boo-boo. Interesting. Very interesting. Ronnie, please go to Discord. What did I just see? Oh my gosh. That's horrible. A gunman hijacks an LA Metro bus with hostages. Wild chase ends with one deceased. Press conference happening in 4 minutes. I have this crap cranked. And if you crank it 100% on all levels, which it is, that noise is just like, it feels like I have an 18-wheeler engine in my ear. Yeah, I miss my interpreter, but she's working. Oh, if they end early, I'm going to go see my sister, give her her gift. And then I'm going to I see it in Discord. That's great. That's great. Oh, I'm missing all of my peoples. Miss Karen, Miss Kevin, Braxton. But I'm so grateful for you, Ronnie. Thank you for hanging in there. And ADHD Jelly Bean, Law Nerd, thank you for hanging in there with me all day. I greatly love and appreciate you. LA. LA, LA, LA. Ole. Ole. I love the movie too. That was so cool. I you know, I I really fell in love with Sandra Bullock. I normally wouldn't like that kind of movie, but that one I kind of really liked. I don't know. I got to get rid of this pillow. It's driving me crazy. See how big this pillow is? It's what I have my feet on, but it's just driving me crazy at the moment. So I'm going to use my stool without it. When you have rheumatoid arthritis in your feet, you got to have cushions sometimes. Sitting on it, oh, I'd be asleep. That's a down pillow. Brought it from home. It's my old bedroom pattern. It isn't anymore. So I wonder if he's going to rest. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Quick poll. Real quick poll. Everybody who's on. No, it's not a lot, but everybody who's on, go vote. Why are we high-fiving Jelly Bean? Did I miss something? Oh, I love some of the high-speed movies, but like Jurassic Park didn't do it for me. Um, the one I was surprised I was gonna that I fell in love with was Avatar. I fell in love with the beauty of it. I'm usually not at that point in my life wasn't that. I was more of a girly, sappy kind of movie girl. Now I'm a lot more well-rounded. I still don't like horror. Oh, Jelly Bean's hanging with you. High five. Hanging with all of us. Thank you. You are awesome, my dear. Ronnie, you're amazing too. When are they going live today? In 2 hours at 7 p.m. Dag nabbit. I was gonna I can still go do what I was gonna do. Yeah, horror movies are not my thing. I think part of the problem was there was a speed too. My first movie that I can ever remember watching was Jaws. And I remember poking through my little head. I was like 5.5, 6, I don't know, 7. And I remember not paying that much of attention to it. And then, you know how the seats have those little slit in the people's shoulders? And I was just barely looking over, and all of a sudden that shark just jumps out. Scared me so bad. I flew backwards. I screamed. I started crying, and I hid under the seat. My poor daddy had to claw me out from underneath there and run me out. I was scared crapless because all I saw was a shark coming out at us. I was adopted, and I'd never seen a movie before. Um, and so I was adopted at almost 5 years of age. And back then, we didn't have the exposure to movies and all of that. Oh, where is there a drive-in? Mary Kay, I miss the drive-ins. We had one. Oh, we had one we used to go to all the time. Love the freaking drive-ins. We had that LTD Crown Victoria station wagon that you could fold the backs down. Do you know ones that you could put 12 kids in a square around it and the feet it had that little indent where you can put your legs down? You literally, depending on the size of kids, could get 12 kids around that in the back. Well, you could also flip the seats down and make it flat. And we made a bed. And I remember going and us laying down in the thing, watching, and parents with their little chairs out. It was awesome. And then the little playgrounds right under the movie for the kids. It was great. It was awesome. I haven't seen it either. It's kind of weird. Once I became a real storm chaser, I mean, cows don't literally fly around going "Meow" in a twister. I know, I'm so bad. Where is your drive-in? I would love to find a drive-in around here, but my problem is I can't hear. At least in the movie theater, I can get the captioning machine. But I gotta tell you, movie theaters kind of creep me out. Here's the reason why. If they still have the headrest or all that are cloth, do you know how many people go in there with kids with lice? And ooh, I know we don't even have a movie theater. Oh, I'm sorry, Ronnie. We had an outbreak of lice at a movie theater that I visited frequently one time. Really? I'll have to go see it. And after that, and knowing that, I mean, I never thought about it. So I used to take this little placemat and put it behind my head. But it just gives me the heebie-jeebies to think.
Mr. Hagerman was just telling me about your prior conversation with him, and he was making a recommendation to the court that makes sense about charging the facilitation because criminal responsibility is being charged.
That's correct. And we had that conversation, and I do agree.
Right. He's convinced me to take criminal attempt out because nobody's arguing that he didn't.
Oh, I bet they rested.
So I'm going to take criminal attempt out, and I'm going to add facilitation, and then the list of the charges will, the second degree murder will go second.
Yeah, I haven't looked at everything yet, but what I had scribbled out, Your Honor, is that if we skip count 2 of the indictment, which is the first degree murder count first, I had scribbled out murder first degree as charged. Murder second degree would come next, since it's an A felony with no parole eligibility. Then it would be facilitation murder first degree. Then it would be facilitation murder second degree. Then it would be, if Your Honor's charging voluntary manslaughter, then state, yes, you are. Voluntary manslaughter. Then it would be facilitation voluntary manslaughter. Actually, it goes voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, facilitation of officer manslaughter.
Y'all got that bus thing geared up.
Right, because the aggravated assault is a.
No, this is a standard movie theater, not a drive-in. I said I hate
And
standard
reckless
movie theaters
homicide
because
and negligent homicide, and you, I
Help
don't believe you can facilitate.
No, I should, did I not take?
they don't clean them.
I took criminally negligent out,
I like
and I was
drive-in
thinking
because
about
there's no
taking
own car.
reckless out. But I
Or
was
if
gonna listen to arguments either way.
I would think that those are obviously accidental homicides. I don't think that any proof could possibly support it. Strangely though, I think that after you take those out, that you should put a simple assault in them, because I think that simple assault is a lesser included of aggravated assault, which you charge.
Makes sense.
Murder first, murder second, facilitation of murder first, facilitation of murder second, wrong man, aggravated assault, facilitation to wrong man, facilitation to ag assault. Reckless,
The state is asking you not to charge reckless or negligent.
I agree.
so after the facilitation of ag assault, just simple assault.
I think so, Your Honor.
No facilitation to simple assault?
Yeah, I guess so, because you can't facilitate us.
I mean, we're facilitating everything else, so.
It isn't a misdemeanor, you can't
Right,
facilitate.
you can. Y'all look at the rest of that. Please.
So I don't understand. They said the placement and facilitation of a felon.
Say that again? You don't understand the placement, is that what you said?
Yeah, because we have count one, which is conspiracy to commit murder first degree. Are there lesser included offenses by offense?
Facilitation to the conspiracy. Oh, but it doesn't say that, does it? I think I have it labeled wrong. Let me see. So facilitation to conspiracy is the lesser. It's labeled wrong. It should read facilitation.
It looks like the elements are wrong too, so. Christmas. That's what I'm thinking for. Well, that's responsibility. Okay.
What happened? Wow. Yeah, it's actually a little stronger than they thought it was gonna be. Um, what are we struggling here with? So it looks like to me they've rested and they're getting the instructions in order. Oh, that was so much easier. They're gonna start tomorrow. closing argument. It's 4:30. So unless the closing arguments are going to be quick, I would imagine they're going to end here today and then start again tomorrow with closing arguments and go to deliberation. Well, jury instructions, closing arguments, deliberation. Pretty much no defense. Am I reading this situation correctly? I could be wrong. Me the first time. They're not talking. I'm turning the sound off. We see captioning. We'll come back. So, yeah, this will be interesting to see what they do. Why don't we go ahead and show this while we're waiting?
Breaking news, one person was fatally shot when a suspect hijacked a metro bus overnight, led police on a pursuit from South LA to downtown.
The suspect has been taken into custody. However, streets still blocked off for the ongoing investigation. KTLA 5's Eric Spillman live now from the scene with the latest details. Eric, good morning.
Morning, Chris. Morning, Megan. A man with a gun hijacks a metro bus, holds the driver at gunpoint, leads police on a chase, and eventually shoots a passenger on board the bus.
Yeah, I think the defense.
That person dying at a hospital before the SWAT team finally intervened and put an end to the violence. Let me show you where the bus is now. You can still see it down the block here. We're near the corner here. You see the lights still flashing on the bus. We're near the corner of 6th and Alameda streets here. But this whole thing began at Manchester and Figueroa in South LA at around 12:45 a.m. That is where police began chasing the bus. The driver had activated a panic button on board the bus. He had notified authorities that there was an emergency, that there was an armed man who had boarded the bus and hijacked it. The man was pointing a gun at him, and that other passengers were being held hostage. Now, many patrol cars chased the bus on surface streets. At several points, officers threw down spike strips to try and get it to stop. Finally, after a chase that lasted an hour and went 10 miles, the spike strips worked. The bus's tires were flattened, and the bus stopped here at 6th and Alameda. That is when the SWAT team got involved. They boarded the bus and deployed a flashbang device.
The bus in LA was kidnapped. Hijacked. Sorry.
That's how they were able to get the driver out safely. The driver climbing out the side window of the bus. He was unhurt, but very shaken up, as you can imagine. SWAT officers also rescued a passenger who'd been hiding in the bus. He too was not hurt, but another passenger was down in the back of the bus. That person had been shot several times by the hijacker, and that victim was taken by ambulance to the hospital where he died. Now, the hijacker eventually gave up after a standoff here. He surrendered. He's under arrest now, and police say it's likely he'll be booked for murder. There's no word on exactly what motivated him. Police say they don't know why he did what he did. At first, there was a report that there was some kind of an argument on board the bus that escalated. Now authorities here say they're not sure about that. But the bus driver here is being hailed as a hero. He drove that bus for an hour with this hijacker holding a gun to his head and with police chasing the bus.
Clearly, he was under duress and under the threat of violence. And so, again, for him to be able to keep his composure is a reflection on the bus operators in the system.
Have you spoken to him? How's he doing?
He's in good spirits. I have spoken to him, went over, gave him a hug. But he is also very focused on cooperating with us and making sure to see this to the end.
Back here live
Kudos to
showing you
bus
the bus
drivers.
here. Many officers still on scene here. Detectives also just arriving. They're going to be speaking to that bus driver extensively and to other witnesses to what happened here to learn more about exactly what happened. Meanwhile, Alameda at 6th Street is closed here this morning, and it's likely to be closed for quite some time. We'll send it back to you.
Wow. Wow, that that's horrible, y'all. Come on now. We don't need this in our world. This is just getting bad. Mandy Moore, welcome to Baby Girl. That just hit the news. Anybody follows Mandy Moore? Yeah, nothing's been announced from the court, but it appears they're going through jury selections. And then again, um, they left the other day without even saying to the jury. I mean, they let the jurors go, and then they didn't say to the courts, "We're in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30." Nothing. They just cut it. I was like, "What?" So they're not as formal, I guess. I don't know. I was trying to figure it out. I have no idea. Judge approves a $600 million settlement for the residents near a fiery Ohio derailment. I remember that. I remember that. Yippers. Judge denies bid from the reality TV star Julie Chrisley to cut down fraud sentence. She will be serving 7 years. Yep. Hello, Virginia. Little, how are you doing? We are waiting. We have, they are doing some quiet work in the courtroom. So we're just kind of waiting. I think what's going to happen today is at 5 o'clock, they're going to say, see y'all tomorrow for jury instructions, closing arguments, and then we'll go to jury tomorrow on this case. Wow, this hijacking bus was a big deal. Huge deal. In LA, thank God everybody else is fine, but one victim did pass from his injuries. The hurricane is definitely strengthening to category 4 and is still going to. I love the interpreter said when she was signing, it's going to hit here. I was so happy. You know, I was interested in that trial, Toxic, but as long as it's gone on, I'm like, I will definitely live the jury verdict. That we will go live for. But I'm not going to go live every day of that trial. Not going to. Now, we will find a trial between now. If it say they end tomorrow, we'll find a trial. I thought about doing an old trial, but I don't know. I would love to do an old trial. What's that song that never ends and just goes on and on, my friend? Yeah, we need to do a parody off of that song. Young Thug trial goes on and on again. I don't know. I'm not good at doing parodies, but I think it would be fun. Um, the Kentucky sheriff that is charged in the fatal courthouse shooting of the judge pleads not guilty. There is some background there. Um, there is some charges that were coming down, I think, on him or one of his deputies that was forcing and manipulating a young woman into inappropriate behavior in the judges' chambers. You can use your imagination. You can use that. Okay, it should be hurricane should be category, hopefully a 3, but could be a 4 by the time it reaches landfall Thursday, approximately 8 p.m. Yep. A part of me misses the Red Cross right now. Case stop file for cases as the gravel drops. Toxic, I might assign you this. What would be a good case that you know your cases? I don't. What do you think would be a good case that doesn't take forever for us to watch that people would be interested in that was an old case? I'd say OJ, but it's too long. Uh, we never finished watching the full Sarah Boone interrogation. We never finished watching that. That would have been cool. Virginia Little, I'm good. I'm good. I'm trying to find something to fill this time. This trial has not had a ton of witnesses. I think maybe 10 at the most. Hold on a sec. So we had 10 at the most, but the defendant got up there and chose not to testify, which is fine. And I don't think the defense is going to put anybody else on because it looks like they're going over jury instructions. Okay, let's see. Not OJ or Judy Andrews. How about Facebook murder? Gave me a few minutes. I'll find the stream. That would be great. Yeah. I live in Houston. Yay. Yeah, I know, Virginia, right? But some people really don't have a choice. But Virginia, you know where I live, don't you? I'm in Texas. I think you've been here before. You ought to come up our way. I'd like for all of us Texans to have a meet and greet. I would love to do a meet and greet in Texas. Like on a Saturday, everybody try to get in the same place, meet, get to see everybody face to face. By the way, you guys know I hit 80,000 views this week. 80,000 views. I want to celebrate our 100,000 views because to me, that's a big deal. And then I want to try and set a goal to get to 3,000 subscribers by the end of October. So I'm going to reach out to some of my friends and let them know what's happening because I'd love to be at 5,000 by the end of the year. I'm just looking for some things. Anybody paid any attention to the Titan submersible hearing on the United States Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigations? Y'all, that is horrible. Absolutely horrible. I'm a Coast Guard brat. My father was in the Coast Guard when he was for 21 years, I think. And I grew up on Coast Guard bases. So that's cool. I'm trying to think. Virginia, you live in Kingsley. Now, is that how old is that? Do you know about how many days? I don't want to know the result. Don't tell me what happened. Don't tell me anything crazy. But can you tell me how many days it killed his wife? Okay, post a photo of her body on Facebook. Oh my God. Oh. Ooh. He looked nasty. Ooh. Okay. So I will save this up here on my page. Do we know how many days it went? Day 1, part 2? Okay, I got the first part and the second part saved up there. Oh, I did. Thank you, Toxic. Long crime. Okay, let me look. Let me go to law and crime. Oh, wow. It says 8 years ago. Let me shut my door. Laying there. Oh, I wish you could see my kitty. She's curled up in my blanket. Oh, I found it. I just Googled his name and I found all of it. Found the entire list. Part 1, 3, 4, 2. Was it 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 10 days? That's a long trial, y'all. But we found it. So I'm going to delete these 2 links and put this one up there. And I'm going to put this one. Great. So we got it. So we'll start watching that one. It is still on long crime. And I just put his name in the search engine and he just popped up. Whoop. Some cop just busted somebody. They have their sound turned off, which is frustrating me. I saw that one. I think we'll do this one, and then I'll put her on her list of possible for fillers. But what we can do is we can watch him and then watch others and come back to it. If we watch it depending on how fast they talk, we could potentially only cut it down a little bit by playing it at 1.25. Near Corpus Christi, love. Well, maybe we can meet somewhere between. What would be a meeting spot between Corpus, Houston, and San Antonio in the Schulenburg? In the Hodunk town, Schulenburg, where my aunt lives. I don't know where y'all would want to meet, but we do need to do a meet and greet. Go visit, have lunch, go do something fun. Oh, that's the best kind. Toxic. We can gossip and say things. It'll be entertaining. But why do they have their sound off? Because I have our sound all the way up. My sound all the way up. Why are they off? Let me refresh just to make sure. Yeah. Why do we not have sound? Yeah. We're going to have fun with that one. Oh, perfect. Toxic. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. I've got to go visit a friend and get back here by 7 o'clock. This is frustrating to me. I'm going to see what comments are going on with this. Everyone's like, has the state rested already? Oh, the judge is calculating the time. Yeah, the judge is after the holidays, definitely. I may go camping somewhere in that area and we can meet up. But okay, so yeah, the judge has control of the sound, so that's the way that's going to be. But they're doing all kind of calculating and stuff. I can't do that the other way. I can't do it. Can't do it. Okay, Swan, you're making me hungry. I haven't gotten groceries. We're out of everything. Don't have time to go get them tonight. Quit talking about food, y'all. What do you think about the decor and the style of this courtroom? Do you think if we changed the color of the material and the materials, I like the seal on the carpet. It's behind my head. Here, I'll take me off so you can see. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There you go. You can see it. But I don't mind the shape so much if they just change everything else. You're right. That's the feel. Oh, love it. You're right. The paneling, everyone calls it fake wood. Y'all, it's called paneling. And we grew up in every home I've had, we had paneling. My mother's house still has paneling in it, but they painted it white. And you could hear the scorpions crawling up the paneling at night. It is quite small. That is true. It is congested. Okay, let's look at the poll. Well, 62% of you said it rested. 38 said no. I guess 62% won. I just find it interesting that we did not hear him say the state rest. And we're coming up. It's now 5:01. The jury is still in their room sequestered. waiting on the courts. Did they send the jury home? Oh, I know. And they're sitting here. Okay, camera people had no choice to do it the way they did because of the judge's orders. I get it. But the swiveling crotch shot killed me, man. I don't want to see a swiveling crotch shot. I'm trying to say it really close together so I don't get ding. I mean, I know they didn't want to. I didn't get that either. You say you don't want your identity shown on YouTube, but you allow your name to be used and your picture is in all the videos or your image is in the videos. Why? They say they worry about retribution. Guess what, darling? You're going to get it because you gave your name. Unless nobody knows your real name because you never use your real name. Oh, and well, the armbands are their ID for the prison. They have to keep them on. Or the jail. They're not in prison yet. They're in jail. Some of them are awaiting trial, and another one of them's already been found guilty and was going to be shipped to prison after he testified. They were going straight to the prison. I know, and the distinguishing tattoos. I mean, really, guys, your tattoo will be remembered in a prison situation or jail than your face will. The picture, yeah, their pictures were on the armbands. I'm like, to me, it just didn't make sense. I mean, what they could have done is just kept it on this view right here. They didn't show much of the prosecution asking questions. I just kept it on the swiveling crotcha. Yeah, I'm trying to keep from getting in trouble. But that swiveling crotcha. I was like, oh gosh, please. Now what are you arguing over? Your Honor, we want to hear this, but it's off the record, so she turned off the sound. Sometimes I wonder about people's thinkings. And this witness stand is very vulnerable. Yeah. Bye, Virginia. Please come back. And before you go, if you haven't already, please subscribe. We're trying to reach our 3,000. It is. I'm zooming in on her. Well, didn't mean to do that. I'm embiggening my screen. Gosh, she does blend in. And here's the other thing. The camera is getting all of the monitors. That's probably one reason why they had the swiveling cross shot, because the monitors had all computers and monitors had the evidence, and they didn't want to show that. I'd rather have a blank screen because that makes me nauseated when I see someone swiveling like that. Have a good one, Virginia. Gosh, to me, it feels like it's probably about 40 degrees outside and it's dark, but I know better. I'm going to hate the time zone. How about y'all? I really don't like going into this time zone. Case one, I should have made lasagna instead of spaghetti. LOL, I have to cook the pasta. I don't know. You got to cook the pasta either way, don't you? Never really, it's been a long time. Hi, Miss Trial. Yes, ma'am. Red room spelled backwards is a real word. Yes. But be careful. This YT channel is really starting to catch on to that kind of stuff. Read them. Yep. No, this is not Trial TV Live. Karate Cat Mom, hello. they're not having this trial. This is actually LNC, Long Crime. Thank you for this feed, Long Crime. We appreciate it. But they don't have this trial up, or I would be on them. I apologize. But if you want to leave and go over them, I appreciate you hopping in. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Well, at least a few days. How you doing, baby? Can't say that. Oh, that's a good idea. And I have seen those noodles that really don't take a long time to cook. They're already like a pre-cooked and then rehydrated. So all you have to do is put them into your pasta with the fluids. It naturally will cook. Okay, if they end this feed without, I kid you not, if they cut this feed without telling us what's happened, I'm going to go ballistic. Like freaking cray-cray. I'm going to share this right now.
Through about 2 in the morning, that's when we're going to see most of it. So I went from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. for the peak, but that's 5 to 8 foot. So a lot of this is going to happen overnight. But
I'm sorry,
the larger that
Karate
is,
Cat
the
Mom.
more water it can push. And then watch as we get towards about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the winds turn more southerly and then southwesterly. That's why the surge really starts to come up in the afternoon for tomorrow. And then you can see it'll slowly be falling apart. Now, how does that affect us here specifically? Let's head over to Colleen right now, and she's going to take a closer look.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, so going county by county here, it's very important that you know the difference of the storm surge between you and your neighbors, because we have big changes here. So as Bobby just mentioned, the
Cottage
latest
cheese is
updates,
really
we
good
have
too.
a surge.
Just
10
drain
to
it a
15
little bit,
feet expected for
because
Citrus
it can
County,
make it too
and then
snoopy.
8 to 12 feet for Pasco and Hernando County. Now we're going to move down to Tampa Bay. I did want to notice the winds. Notice the
I was
winds
tempted,
50 to
Miss
70
Trial.
miles per hour, could even be stronger than that. Now
I
we're
was
expecting
tempted.
this to intensify to a category 4 storm ahead of landfall.
Been pretty snory.
Going into Tampa Bay, we have 5 to 8 feet storm surge
Oh, wonderful,
expected.
Ronnie. That's what they were, the no
did
boil.
updates. That update is about normal to what we had earlier today. And thank you, Bobby. My graphics weren't advancing there. So there we go. And then we also in Sarasota, Manatee County, we have 4 to 7 feet of storm surge that is expected. So that remains about the same. Now that did update earlier today, but with this latest 5 o'clock update, that has not changed. And then moving into our inland locations, we are still expecting some severe weather out that way. Not necessarily storm surge, but you have to be aware that these are counties that are getting brushed by those outer bands where we have those stronger winds, and that's
Is it
where
going
we
on
could
now?
have some isolated tornadoes start to spring up as well. Of course, we are keeping you updated online through your hurricane headquarters, and anytime you have a question, please make sure you go to our website, download our app, so you have that information in the palm of your hand.
Yeah. All right. So let's start right there. I'm going to start with tracking this where we're looking at it right now. We got those 5 p.m. numbers, shows that it was at 85 mile per hour winds, right? And you can see the bigger picture there. This thing is looking good. It really is. It's getting a little bit better. There is some dry air kind of mixing in just a little
We
bit.
may watch that
right around the center,
during
but
the
not
dead
a lot.
time
And we do expect
between
it
trials.
to continue to intensify as it goes through the evening hours. Now, that's all of the recon that's
She's
out
smart.
there right now. We've got plane, that's Lakeland Linder. That's our
Then he
NOAA
can cook it,
National,
Ronnie.
Hurricane Center. Miss Piggy, that's what I'm trying to think. And Kermit, those are the name of the planes coming out of Lakeland Linder Air Force Base. They're also flying flights that are around it. So they're not only looking at the storm itself, but they're flying flights around the storm to see what the atmosphere looks on top of it and in front of it. And because of that, that data all goes into the models and you get a better model solution in theory, right? And you do, and that's why they do that. So here's that track I just showed you. And this has been an increase in wind speed. Now, again, when you see these numbers, they look scary, 130 mile-per-hour winds. That's by tomorrow afternoon, right? That's going to be right near the center. It's going to be in a small area right in here, okay? We are way over here. We will not see those winds, but it could be close to 130 right there, at least some of the highest winds, probably 100, 120 as it makes landfall for most areas.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry,
that
Miss
will be
Trial.
tomorrow evening, just after sunset. Unfortunately, it looks like near the Tallahassee area, right? Just along their coast there. There you go with the blue. Look at the blue on this. That is tropical storm warnings that go up into the mountains of North Carolina.
Oh, Karate
That's
Cat
how
Mom, I'm so
far,
sorry. Did the
because it's
trial
such a
end? Did
big
they come
storm,
out
and
with
when
a
it goes
verdict
on
and
land over the
everything?
weekend, but that wind field spreads out. So you take those real high winds, 100, 120, 130 mile per hour winds, plus all the other wind, and you spread it all out as it falls apart. And that's why you get that's amazing.
I don't know if I
to
can
see
do that,
All
Miss
right, now let's
Trial.
talk tropical storm forecast models. You can see most of them do take it up there towards the Tallahassee area. Not too concerned about a wobble. There will be wobbles, but what's going to happen is this thing's going to pick up speed. It already has started. It was 10 knots earlier. It's now 12. It's going to continue to pick up a little bit of speed. And once it does that, it usually gets kind of on a beeline.
We're in
and it can get going
recess.
to where it needs to go, right? All right, so surge.
They're
5
still in
to 8
recess,
foot
y'all.
in the Tampa Bay area. We will see winds generally in the 40s and 50s
And then
with
I
gusts to
think
near 70
this is where
miles per
Jules
hour.
is.
Higher
So
numbers right along the
she's
immediate
not in the
coast.
danger zone.
Look at the surge, guys. This is huge, and you need to pay close
Oh,
attention.
okay.
It's 5 to 8
That's
in
not too
the
bad.
Tampa area.
I've had them in my
8 to
muscles, and I
12
nearly
in
came
Pasco. Now,
out of that
Titus is
room
up
in
there
about a
Citrus County.
nanosecond.
Good news, but kind of.
No,
That
me
number
don't
has
like
come down to
acupuncture.
10 to 15. They had 7 last time. We're thinking 10 to 15. So even if we get 10, that's going to be, 3 feet more than what we had last time. So it's going to do a lot. Here's the timing. All of this, the weather gets worse tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and then in the evening hours, obviously. We will get better early Friday morning. That's the surge. This is for the Tampa Bay area because it's the tides in St. Pete. But look, the surge starts coming up early in the morning, but really from about 3 or 4 p.m. through about 2 in the morning, that's when we're going to see most of it. So I went from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. for the peak, but that's 5 to 8 foot. So a lot of this is going to happen overnight, but you will notice those water levels coming up. This is the reason why right here. Look at the yellow. That is a large swath of tropical storm force winds.
That is.
The larger
That's
that
huge.
is, the more water it can push. And then
That's
watch
right.
as we get towards about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the winds turn more southerly and then southwesterly. That's why the surge really starts to come up in the afternoon for tomorrow. And then you can
Heck,
see
I'm
it'll slowly be
claustrophobic. I
falling
don't fall
apart.
asleep in
Now,
an
how does that
MRI. I
affect us
wish.
here specifically? Let's head over to Colleen right now, and she's going to take a closer look.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, so going county by county here, it's very important that you know the difference of the storm surge between you and your neighbors because we have big changes here. So as Bobby just mentioned, the latest updates, we have a surge 10 to 15 feet expected for Citrus County and then 8 to 12 feet for Pasco and Hernando County. Now we're going to move down to Tampa Bay. I did want to notice the winds. Notice the winds 50 to 70 miles per hour, could even be stronger than that. Now that we're expecting this to intensify to a category 4 storm ahead of landfall. Going into Tampa Bay, we have 5
Pretty
to 8
strong.
feet storm surge expected. That did updates. That update is about normal to what we had earlier today. And thank you, Bobby. My graphics weren't advancing there. So there we go. And then we also in Sarasota, Manatee County, we have 4 to 7 feet of storm surge that is expected. So that remains about the same. Now that did update earlier today, but with this latest 5 o'clock update, that has not changed. And then moving into our inland locations,
I
we
can't
are
handle
still
that deep stuff.
expecting some
Ow.
severe weather out
Ow.
that way. Not necessarily storm surge, but you have to be aware that these are counties that are getting brushed by those outer bands where we have those stronger winds, and that's where we could have some isolated tornadoes start to spring up as well.
That's
Of course,
what
we
I
are
get
keeping
worried
you
about,
updated
tornadoes.
online through your hurricane headquarters, and anytime you have a question, please make sure you go to our website, download
So,
our app, so you have that
When you have the
information in the palm of your
flooding
hand.
and then you have
All
the
right, so let's start right there.
tornadoes
I'm going to
on
start
top
with
of it.
tracking this where we're looking at it right now. We got those 5 p.m. numbers. Shows that it was at
Okay, Swan,
85
really?
mile per hour winds, right? And you
Ah.
can see the
You
bigger
wanna come
picture
work on
there.
my neck?
This thing is looking good.
Bet you
It
get that
really
all the
is.
time.
It's getting a little bit better. There is some dry air kind of mixing in just a little bit right around the center, but not a lot. And we do expect it to continue
Boy,
to
Tennessee's going to get a
intensify
lot of rain
as
too.
it goes through the evening hours. Now, that's all of the recon that's out there right now. We've got a plane, that's Lakeland Linder. That's our
Okay.
NOAA National Hurricane Center.
They are replaying it again and again and again. So we've got the gist on that. Have y'all heard of canine masseuse? I'm a certified canine masseuse. I can massage your doggy. I used to have a pet shop. I used to have a grooming shop and massage studio for dogs. I wish I could. I would love to. Oh, I used to get massages quite frequently after my car wreck. Um, haven't had one in a while. I probably need one. Call me a dog. Massage therapist moved and I haven't found one anywhere. Yep. Hmm. Exactly. People don't realize there's a lot of training in canine massage therapy. It was intense. I think I had 8 weeks. Yeah. Now, being a storm chaser, I love tornadoes, but I want them out in the middle of a field where there's nobody getting hurt. I don't want to be around where people are harmed, but it happens, unfortunately. So, do we have any more comments? Let me see if they have any comments. Let's see if Log Crime has commented. Uh, I hate it when people say, not my circus, not my monkey. You know why? Because I have a monkey. Nope. Okay. No information from them. So you did it for 17 years? Girl, how often did you get massages yourself? If you're doing that kind of work, you need to be in once a week getting taken care of too. That's important. Really important to take care of yourself when you're taking care of others. That's what I keep telling people. I'm looking for some news on YouTube to fill time. That is so true. And that can be so frustrating because no matter what you're doing in your life, no matter how good you are, they demand all this continuing education. Okay, that's great. We have the continuing education, but it's not accessible and financially affordable when you have to travel halfway around the country to go to it. I think that they need to make it more in an affordable way. Oh, I need to get this back on. Oh, yeah, your hands do get sore. I'm just trying to find more stuff to watch. Oh, yeah, definitely thumbs. I have a friend who's a massage therapist, and her thumb is permanently, it does this now because I don't, what causes it when people's hands do this? It's like they're like this. I can do it. They're like this. Their thumbs. What causes that? She said it's from, see, I can do that, but it doesn't stay. Oh, but she said she got that from all the massages she did. Do we want to listen to some stuff about PD? Question. How many of y'all been to Japan? Would you sleep in one of those sleeping pods? It's literally the size of a mini recliner. It's only like 3 feet long by about 7 feet tall. Yeah, I bet you do. Mm-mm. Oh, we didn't get to do the Ashley Benefield hearing. Ooh, arthritis, yeah. Oh God, I hope I don't get that way. I hope I don't get that way. I'm trying to find it. I'm skimming so we don't have to wait for them to come in. Oh, that neck felt so good to pop. Okay, we'll do this for a little bit. If they don't come back by 6, I'm out.
Is this just the voir dire?
It's the entire first day.
First day. All right, thank you.
All right, Your Honor.
Well,
On behalf
I'm
of Ms.
waiting.
Benefield,
Toxic. They're
and
still
pursuant to our motion to
look. They're still up and going, and they're moving around.
First thing I want to address is the juror misconduct. The court has pretty much framed the parameters and that the prosecutorial misconduct allegations are for another day, if at all. So for today, we're going to discuss what I've characterized as identifiable and unidentifiable juror misconduct. I think as it relates to identifiable juror misconduct, that term is being used and focused exclusively on juror number 15, that was Sarah Walcott. And I want to remind the court as I go through my argument that at the conclusion of jury selection, the defense still retained one peremptory challenge. Now, the most compelling evidence of identifiable juror misconduct as it relates to Ms. Walcott is the following. First thing I'd like to do, Your Honor, is supplement to our Exhibit E on our motion for new trial or Exhibit B on a motion to interview jurors. I want to supplement it with a copy of Ms. Walcott's questionnaire. If I could have the clerk mark it. Does the court want a separate copy?
Yes, please.
Yes, I have copies for everybody.
And clarify again, you said this is an additional page to Exhibit B of the defendant's motion to interview jurors.
Yes, B for the motion to interview jurors and the E for the motion for new trial. And may I present a copy to the clerk for marking?
Yes.
I'm going to let this run. We have a centipede about, hey, big, over a foot long. I got to go kill. I'll be back.
The questionnaire, Your Honor, contains a very obvious admonition that says, under penalties of perjury, I declare that I have read the foregoing jury questionnaire and swear or affirm that the facts stated in it are true. Now, one of those questions, as I've highlighted for the court and for the record, is, quote, have you or a member of your immediate family been, unquote, victim of a crime? Ms. Walcott put an N in that block, indicating no. We filed in our motion for new trial under Exhibit E and in our motion to interview jurors, Judge White, under Exhibit D, a domestic violence injunction petition filed by Sarah Walcott in case number 2016 DR 001301AX. The facts also include are that her then boyfriend, Albert Ballinger, was arrested on February 20th, 2016 for allegedly grabbing her hair by the back of her head and slapping her across the face 5 times. The deputies observed redness on the left side of Miss Walcott's face. Mr. Ballinger was arrested, and Miss Walcott filed a petition declaring herself to be a victim of that offense. That is in absolute and direct contradiction to the form that she signed under oath. Additionally, Your Honor, during the voir dire portion of the trial, the following questions were asked. There's not a whole lot of relevant ones, but to set the stage for the court before I read the exact questions, Ms. O'Donnell had asked about child custody matters, and I had asked about experience in the domestic violence courts. Here are the specific questions that
They exaggerated. So you cut the head off, but it still lives. And the pinchers still live. There'd be the head. So the best thing to do is cut the head off. Burn it. So I'm going to go put it in the pit and burn it. It can't crawl out. Oh, I got to get my phone. Y'all keep watching. I'll be right back.
that were asked and the pages and lines where they appear. On page 233, Judge White, line 9, Ms. O'Donnell asks, have any of you here ever had any dispute with your significant other about your child or the custody of your child? Additionally, Ms. O'Donnell asks on page 234, line 23, has anyone here ever had like a heated custody battle with anyone? She then acknowledges another juror, 26, who raised their hand, and she goes throughout her voir dire very meticulously back and forth, each side of the courtroom, left and right. As the court knows, the jurors were numbered to a certain amount on the left side and then the remainder on the right side.
Yep.
Additionally, on page 236, line 17, Miss O'Donnell is heard to say, and how about over here?
I'm sorry, you said 276?
236.
236.
Line 17.
Thank you.
If I'm going too fast, Judge, let me know. I'm sorry.
Because the only way to properly kill
Just
him is
writing
to
as
burn
fast as I
him.
can. Go ahead, sir.
On line 17, Miss O'Donnell asks, and how about over here, indicating to the right side of the courtroom where Miss Walcott is seated. There were several other people that raised their hand. Anyone that's had a contentious battle besides number 26 in the back over here? How about over here on this side, number 51? On the next page, 237, Judge White, line 15, Miss O'Donnell asks once again, and who else over here on this side? And she calls out juror number 62. On page 38, and this is still over child custody matters, page 238 on line 14, Miss O'Donnell asks, okay, someone else raised their paddle. 38, and you had a custody dispute with your children? Prospective juror, 38, yes. And finally, on page 239, Ms. O'Donnell goes back to the other side once again. And on line 8, she asks, anyone else on this side of the room? Okay. No one else.
Okay.
Now,
Everything's resolved.
she finishes her voir dire in the court.
Yes, I
on
still
me.
have my little spiders, and they
And
get
on page
bigger. They're
283,
doing great.
Your Honor.
His project's
line
doing well. He's
19.
gotten all hundreds so far.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I asked the following question of the veneer. Has anybody in the prospective veneer been involved in domestic violence courts?
I was
There's a show of
disappointed, y'all.
paddles. I follow
the
that
spongy
up
things this long,
by
they wrap your
asking
hair and
on
they
page
snap and you wear
284,
them and then they come out. No.
line
Work.
8,
Bought it. This is
how
all I got.
many of you know or have experienced an abusive male? And I might add that the court reporter, of course, is diligently noting the paddle numbers of the jurors that respond affirmatively, and the court will note juror 15 is not among them at any point. And the court reporter even goes so far as to say on line 22 of the same page, 284, court reporter, wait a second, I need your paddles, don't just yell out. Now let's look at what the evidence is that we produced for the court in light of those voir dire inquiries. Well, first, we provided, Your Honor, with Exhibit G to the motion to new trial, or alternatively, Judge White, Exhibit E for the motion to interview jurors. We provided the court with a domestic violence injunction where Sarah Walcott was the respondent, the person that it was filed against. It was by her ex-husband. The case number is 2003 DR 4890. This was a domestic violence injunction filed and sought by her ex-husband, Charles Walcott, on behalf of their minor son, Hayden Walcott. The ex-husband sought custody of the minor son. The petition was ultimately dismissed, but for our purposes, that's completely irrelevant as it was filed against Ms. Walcott. In case that's not enough, Your Honor, as Exhibit H to our motion to new trial, which was Exhibit F to our motion to interview jurors, we attached another domestic violence petition filed against Sarah Walcott, case number 2004, DR 002205. It was an injunction once again sought by her ex-husband, Charles Walcott, once again on behalf of their minor child, Hayden. In this instance, the court issued a temporary injunction to Mr. Walcott, and Mr. Walcott sought and was granted temporary custody of the minor child, Hayden Walcott.
Better?
Mr. Walcott's accusations in that petition alleged child abuse against Sarah Walcott and specifically stated that Sarah Walcott, quote,
they're still going,
picked up the minor, Hayden, by the arms. Of that, of course, Judge White, is that Ashley Benefield made child abuse allegations against Douglas Benefield. And I assure you, especially given the voir dire that the court conducted, we took several hours that the court patiently went through all prospective jurors that were subject to cause challenges. I have a very high degree of confidence had this information been revealed, Ms. Walcott would have gone out on a cause challenge, and I don't think that the state would have objected to it. However, that too is really irrelevant because the defense had a peremptory challenge that remained, and I can tell you unequivocally, we would have excused Ms. Walcott had it been disclosed. Additionally, Your Honor, Hayden Walcott, again, this goes to the voir dire question about how any of you been involved in the domestic violence courts, and the court may recall that the petition, the questionnaire rather, that Ms. Walcott executed says her or her immediate family, which would include her child, Hayden Walcott. We attached as Exhibit F to our motion for new trial, which is also Exhibit C, as in cat, to our motion to interview jurors, an aggravated battery charge against a pregnant victim, case number 2014 CF 3121, against Hayden Walcott. She was the victim, Mr. Hayden Walcott's live-in girlfriend. He appeared on the scene heavily intoxicated, and Sarah Walcott posted the cash bond for him to be released. Once again, despite the question about domestic violence, no disclosure. And finally, Your Honor, again, as it relates to the voir dire, in a bar fight charged with felony battery on June 1st, 2024, this would have been right prior to us selecting the jury and the trial commencing, in Manatee County Sheriff's Office arrest number 2024-012314, which I would also at this time ask that the clerk mark as a supplement to our Exhibit F to our motion for new trial and mark it as F2.
Any objection? State.
Relevance, first of all. I don't know what it is. First time I've seen it.
It's the arrest affidavit of Hayden Walcott for what I just stated.
I don't know how that's relevant.
All right, so there's no objection is relevant. Any other objections? Go ahead. Overruled. So mark that as
to Exhibit F of our motion.
F2. F2. All right. Yes, sir.
This is a bar fight on June 1st, 24, where Mr. Hayden Walcott is observed on video, according to the deputy, punching the victim in the face with, quote, significant force. Once again, not disclosed in voir dire of the questioning of Ms. Walcott about abuse of males or domestic violence. The second part of our presentation, Judge White, goes to the unidentifiable juror misconduct. And that is where we have a witness standing by to testify. I'll go through it if the court likes, and then I would like to call the witness, but of course that'll be up to Your Honor. So this is what happened. If the court recalls, on the evening of the verdict, the first thing that occurred was a question from the jurors about whether or not Dr. Quintel's conclusions about Doug Benefield being A, super controlling, B, a real alpha male, and 3, having an issue with intimidation, was Dr. Quintel's conclusion or based upon information that Ashley provided to him. At the time they asked the question, I took the position, believing it to be pretty simple, that a readback of Dr. Quintel's testimony would quickly put an end to that consideration, because my question to him was, did you, Dr. Quintel, as an expert trauma specialist, reach any conclusions as it related to Douglas Benefield. There was a dispute with the court about whether or not the jury knew that they could ask for a readback, but what then followed, Your Honor, was a really
Oh, you're welcome.
puzzling and very alarming recitation of events on a public website by law and crime networks called Verdict Watch. We were able to capture it before it was taken down, and it was taken down pretty soon after it was posted. But there was an individual by the name of that hoodie guy. And what was so alarming about this was that everything that the hoodie guy reported came to pass exactly as he reported it, but a couple of minutes later by the jury. So, for example, at 10:20 p.m., 10 minutes before the parties were notified that a verdict had been reached, the hoodie guy posted a comment stating, "Verdict incoming." That's Exhibit A1 to our motion for new trial.
All right, I'm looking directly at that. I'm looking at motion to interview jurors. I'm looking at defense exhibit A1, the first page of that.
On the motion for new trial. I'm going back and forth between the motion for new trial and the request to interview.
All right, then is the exhibit in the motion for new trial different than the motion to interview jurors? Because I'm looking at A1 from the motion to interview jurors. It says
You're
exactly
sitting
what
here
you just said.
bouncing all over the place. Get your
I
crap
believe we
together, dude.
repeated it. Let me just do a real quick check here.
Just saying. You can't bounce all over the place and expect
Yes.
the judge to understand where
These
you're
are
going.
the actual screenshots in the motion to interview jurors that we provided for the court. The summation that I'm giving the court is coming from page 23 of our motion for new trial.
Okay, so my question is, both on page 23 of 26 of the motion for new trial, and today during your oral argument, you've referenced verdict incoming as being at 10:20 p.m. The what I've been provided doesn't have a timestamp. How are you able to make that assertion?
I believe we made that assertion by virtue of preserving and noting as it was taking place what was happening. That's one of the reasons why we have the witness standing by. Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. So the second thing that happens, that at 10:25 p.m., moments before the jury comes in, that hoodie guy posted a comment stating, quote, "Per sources, 5-1 guilty with the man stuck on not guilty or manslaughter." Now, the court may recall that following that first question and the dispute about the readback, the court told them rely on your recollection and sent them back out. They returned shortly thereafter and said that they were hung. This was what was posted as a result. The next thing that's posted at 10:27 p.m., according to that hoodie guy, is a comment stating, "My sister snuck a flip phone in." That's Exhibit A3. At 10:28, Your Honor, that hoodie guy posted a comment stating, "I am the brother of one of the jurors. She just texted me this. Per sources, 5-1 guilty with the man stuck on not guilty or manslaughter." Exhibit A4. At 10:28, that hoodie guy posted a comment stating, "My sister snuck a flip phone in. She texted me 5-1 guilty, may compromise on manslaughter." And at 10:30 p.m., the jury comes in and announces they have a verdict of manslaughter. And that was a mere 2 minutes after the hoodie guy posted what he did. I will defer to
People are so
Mr. Pinnell
stupid.
and any discussion the court wishes to have with
How
him about
stupid can you be?
juror interviews and what the rule says. But I would remind the court that the standard in the rule is not very high. It requires reasonable basis to believe that the verdict may be subject to attack. And if so, if that is shown, the court does not have discretion according to the rule. The rule says the court shall order an interview. And of course, that's the whole purpose of the interview. It would be to discuss whether or not something like this in fact took place. I further tell the court that as it relates to Sarah Walcott's falsification of the questionnaire and refusal to disclose on voir dire the independent evidence that we've discussed here today, I do not see respectfully any way that the court's going to be able to get around that. That is misconduct proven beyond any doubt. And you can try to parse the question, have you been involved in domestic violence courts any way you like? But I don't think you'll be able to do it in such a manner as to eliminate the fact that you had not one, but 2 domestic violence petitions filed against you, which you did not disclose, and that your husband sought custody of your minor child, and you did not disclose that either in response to the state attorney's question. With the court's permission, I'd like to call Ashley Boyer now to testify to the...
Judge, I'm going to object. I have not been notified of any witness. They have not listed any witness. I have no idea who this witness is. Their discovery obligations are to tell me who their witnesses are, so I have the opportunity to know who they are before they call them. So I don't even know who this person is.
This is a person who approached us after the verdict or immediately before the verdict to show us pictures of what was being posted on the Law and Crime Network's Verdict Watch, and told us that she thought initially that it was just some troll that was looking to inject themselves into the proceedings. But when she noticed the timing and the subsequent verification, if you will, by the jury's actions, she brought it to our attention because she was concerned. She is independent. She's not affiliated with the defense in any way.
Has she been disclosed?
We haven't had a discovery request for this hearing, Your Honor.
So, the state has to ask for that information?
No, we haven't. We never received it.
So has there been a disclosure pursuant to the rules? You have to list, well, you know what?
Yeah.
All right, so no.
In addition, we did not know if the court was going to actually take testimony here today.
So don't disclose her unless I decide to hear her and then disclose her.
No.
Okay. And you want her to present testimony remotely?
Yes, she's.
Have you filed a motion under Rule 3.116?
She's about 9 months pregnant. Your Honor. No.
Okay. All right. Denied. I mean, the rules are clear. Now I'm confused. Was that the opening, and then you're going to do the closing?
No.
I was just going to discuss. I was going to discuss the rule and the case law. All right.
That's our motion.
All right. Do you have anything else you want to say, and then I'm going to go to the state?
Yeah, I have one other request for the court. We're under the impression, Your Honor, that there is a court security footage video that's maintained. If there is, we'd like to make a request that it be preserved because we think it may show Ms. Walcott and whether or not she responded in any capacity. Trying to give the court reporter the benefit of the doubt that maybe she missed Ms. Walcott holding up a paddle to any of these things. So to the extent there is such footage, in the interest of justice, we would like Your Honor to take steps to preserve it. Mr. Pinnell will address with the court any questions of law that the court has.
All right. I am not the custodian of the information that you're referencing.
I understand, but I think if the court asks that it be preserved, I have a high degree of confidence that it will be. Is that acceptable to Your Honor?
Sir, I'm not the custodian. If you want to file a motion, I guess we can have the parties here and we can be heard on it, but I'm not the custodian of those records. State.
First, Judge, I would object to the lawyers tag teaming with their arguments. This is one lawyer can do these arguments, whether it's factual or legal. That being said, I first want to address the paddle issue. The representation that Mr. Taylor has made about what happened in jury selection with those paddles is completely and 100% inaccurate. When those questions are asked, paddles are raised. The court reporter does not write down the number of every paddle that was raised. Not once have I ever seen in a transcript that the court reporter tries to write down 30 different paddle numbers as to who raised their paddles. I cited in my motion 2 different places where I asked very specific questions, and I started asking questions in response to that. I can represent to the court that I almost never go to every single person that raises their paddle. That is a habit of mine. I don't go to every person that raises their paddle. So to make the assumption that someone did not raise their paddle based on the fact that I did not speak to them, I think is completely improper. And I also believe that the defense asking the question, has anyone had any contact with domestic violence courts? He says in his response 2, which I'm assuming means he saw 2 people raise their paddles. Nowhere in that transcript does anyone say what numbers raised their paddles. It is quite possible that Ms. Walcott did raise her paddle, and we are sitting here maligning her, acting like she withheld this information inappropriately, which I find highly objectionable. And the rules for this sort of thing, interviewing jurors, yes, jurors can be interviewed, but what Mr. Taylor did not mention is how strict the standard is in order to get to the point where you interview a juror because of public policy reasons. Because how are we ever going to get
Getting
jurors
rid
to
of the
come in
little
here
critter.
if they know that after the fact someone is going to dig into every aspect of their life and call them liars when they didn't lie and distort the record to meet their own needs? There has to be a line drawn. And I would like to bring the court's attention to, it's in my motion, but I'll state it just briefly. The case of Baptist Hospital, which is cited in my motion, and also the case of State versus Hamilton, which I believe defense also just provided. It says, when you're talking about juror non-disclosure, however, in the light of strong public policy considerations, Florida law only allows juror interviews in limited circumstances where the moving party has made sworn allegations that, if true, would require the court to order a new trial because the alleged error was so fundamental and so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire proceeding. And additionally, in Hamilton, it says, when a defense or the proponent of this fails to allege facts establishing a prima facie argument for prejudice, they do not get to interview jurors. And it is the state's argument that the defense has not provided prima facie evidence of this. The defense is saying lots and lots of terms and commingling. There's victim of a crime, charged with a crime, custody battle, injunction, and I think it's all getting blurred together. So if you go by exactly what the defense is saying that juror 15 did, the first thing is that she allegedly was intentionally not disclosing that she was a victim of domestic violence. And using the questionnaire where it says, have you or a member of your immediate family been the victim of a crime? Yes or no? And it is checked no. There is no evidence of any intentional deception. There are very, very different definitions of the word victim. Is it a victim in an injunction? Is it a victim in a crime where someone is arrested? How about if you're a victim and someone is not arrested? How about if you're a victim and the police come out and they don't even file charges? So that's why it is incumbent upon the attorneys to ask these questions, is to clarify, because not every person answers these questions appropriately because they don't understand what exactly legally is meant by these. Additionally, how many times have we gotten questionnaires that have absolutely nothing checked on them? Would that mean that they're lying as well? That's why I believe you cannot rely solely on a questionnaire. You have to delve into it.
He needs to
And
learn to leave
the record itself, the transcript that you have, shows that the defense did not delve into this appropriately, because even when he saw paddles raised, he did not go to those people that raised their paddles. So if he had exercised his own due diligence, perhaps could have found out this information and found out why juror 15 maybe misunderstood or mischecked this box. But to insinuate that this person was lying on purpose is quite frankly offensive. And I do not believe that we can attribute that to her just based on a written questionnaire when the attorneys did not follow up appropriately one way or another. Also, the fact that she was a victim of domestic violence, according to the standard for non-disclosure, the defense has to show that it was material to the jury service and that it was prejudicial. So how is the fact that this juror may have been the victim of a domestic violence situation prejudicial to a person who's claiming they were the victim of a domestic violence situation? So quite frankly, it's to the contrary. I would think that a juror that was misrepresenting or that was a victim of domestic violence would be sympathetic to a defendant who said, I was the victim of domestic violence. So in that regard, the defense cannot show any prima facie case or showing of prejudice. Then the defense in the written motion talks about the son was the defendant in a domestic, and then also now somehow the son's a defendant in a bar fight. I'm a bit flabbergasted as to how this even is relevant that he was in a bar fight. I don't recall anyone being asked if anyone had ever been in a bar fight, but the questionnaire says, have you or a member of your immediate family been charged with a crime? And she did answer yes. So I'm not sure where the son's charges fit into this, unless the defense attorney is trying to say that, have you been involved in domestic violence courts somehow encompasses the son being charged. But if it wasn't juror 15's charge, then why don't you answer that question in the affirmative?
Yeah,
so I
sure
think it's
did.
luring
You
many,
got
many
it.
lines together. But when you break it all down, she made no improper representation about her son. She never said anything improper. And none of the questions that were asked by the attorneys in the questioning pertain to anything like this. So the defense cannot show prejudice in that regard either. Then, Judge, there's the fact that she had these domestic violence injunctions. The defense in their motion says child custody / domestic violence / abuse matters. But there's no evidence in the transcript. If you get the opportunity to read the transcript, the state found several places and the defense talked about them. The state did ask, has anybody had a dispute about child custody? Never once did I state who raised their paddle, and I do not represent that I talked to everyone that raised their paddle. Again, I said, has anyone had a heated custody battle? Same thing. People raised their paddles. I spoke to a few of them, make no representation that I hit them all. Then the defense said, has anybody ever been involved in domestic violence courts? And that's when the two people raised their paddles, and then he moved on to a different question. So at least where it comes to that, I don't believe there was any misrepresentation at all, or that the defense can show that there was any misrepresentation. And the defense didn't follow up on any of those questions when he asked, has anybody been involved in domestic violence courts? If you read the transcript, he just moved on to another question. He did not follow up with those two people that raised their paddles. So as it applies to juror number 15, the state's argument is that the defense has not made a prima facie case of prejudice, or even in most of these, he hasn't even made a prima facie case that the information was withheld or that the juror was untruthful. Also, Judge, this trial lasted 7 business days. So that's 9 days with the weekend. This jury was picked on a Monday. This information was not written in a motion until well after the verdict. This is information that could have been gleaned from the defense, because clearly they got it from somewhere. They could have gleaned this information while the trial was still going on, while we still had alternate jurors here, while we could have asked juror 15 these questions. But the defense waited until after the verdict did not go in their favor to then put forth all of this information, where we are in the position that we're in now. And I believe the case law is very clear that that is not what this was meant for. It was not meant for you to wait to the point where it's irreparable to bring it up, that it should be brought up as soon as someone has done their due diligence enough to find the information on their own. If the defense was going to research every juror, they could have done it during the 9 days that this case was pending while these jurors were still seated. As to what I call the second issue, the potential phone in the jury room. First of all, the comments that are attached to this do not have times on them. It says how long the verdict clock. It may be incorrect, but some of the ones I'm looking at do not have times on. It just says verdict clock 6, like for instance, I'm looking at exhibit A-5, and it says verdict clock 6:18.
If the court looks at the bottom right-hand corner, next to the white space bar on the bottom, it's a clock.
Tinkleman. I love
Okay,
it.
I can't.
Tinkleman.
So if it's on there.
That's so cute.
With the little in red.
Hey, Toxic, do me a favor and go to Discord, please.
Anyway, Judge, I do believe that there is some discrepancy about exactly when these comments were coming in, but it is also the state's argument that this is an anonymous source. And we know from the law and how we deal with anonymous sources, they are given the very least amount of credibility. They are not to be believed solely on their own. So we should not give this anonymous source any more deference than we would give any other anonymous source in the legal system. One of the things that is internally inconsistent is that this person is apparently saying his sister is on the jury. And his sister has a flip phone, his sister's giving information. But the comment that says, this is what she just texted me, and then he gives like a colon, per sources, 5-1 guilty. Why would a juror say per sources? A juror would just say, we're saying 5-1. They would not say per sources. That indicates to me that whoever this hoodie person is, if they are getting the information, is getting it from someone other than a juror, not someone that's on the jury, because why would someone on the jury say it like that? Additionally, the court gave instructions to the jury all throughout the trial, all throughout every break that we ever took. You inquired to them after they came back from every break. Have you gotten any information from anyone? Have you heard about the case? You know, whatever those specific questions
Boy,
were.
her
And the
attitude
jury
really gets
indicated
going.
negative each time. The jury never any time during when they were deliberating or any time thereafter said anything to the court that they had information that someone was acting inappropriately or someone had a phone or something like that. They never said anything to you, even though
Oh,
for
the
days and
judge's
days and
head
days they knew
moved.
you were asking this question every
He's
single
moving
time.
around the courtroom. We may be back.
Also, Judge, even if you do take that this person somehow had a flip phone in the jury room, there is no indication that there's anything other than outgoing texts. Even if there is, which I don't think there was, but even if there is, these are outgoing messages. There is absolutely no evidence or even indication that there was anything incoming that would have tainted this jury. And I would like to read from, it's my motion, and it's quoting the Mailer case, Mailer, that I cited in my motion. In order to constitute juror misconduct sufficient to allow post-trial jury inquiry, the objective act
Okay,
must have been committed by
I
a juror
forgive
which
you.
compromised the integrity of the fact-finding process. And then there are examples listed in this case. And some of the examples are a juror was approached by a party, his agent or attorneys. Witnesses or others conversed about the facts and merits of the case in the presence of the jurors. Number 3, the verdict was determined by aggregation and average or by lot, game, or chance, or was other
I don't
improper
think
manner.
it was,
Number 4,
honestly.
a jury went to the scene
I
and
think
reported
this
its
is what they
observations
call
to
a
the rest
Hail
of the
Mary,
jurors.
full of
Number
grace.
5, a juror had a personal knowledge of the case and conveyed this knowledge to the jury. Those types of things are listed in the case as being objective acts which compromise the integrity of the verdict. Some anonymous post that we have absolutely no evidence of where it came from, it is more likely than not that this person got the information from some of the press people running around, or maybe court personnel that might have known something was going to happen. There's no indication that this was from inside the jury room. There's no indication that it was anything other than somebody posting on social media trying to get attention. And for us to inconvenience these 6 jurors in this manner, in this contentious case, in this way, it's quite frankly not appropriate. And this defense has not produced the minimum prima facie evidence in order to get an interview of the juror. So we would ask you to deny the request.
Thank you. Big argument. I don't mind if one of you wants to take the first part of a closing or argument and the other takes the second part, but I don't disagree. It's one or the other. Mr. Taylor, if you want to stand up and you want to address the court for your rebuttal, I'm happy to hear it. If it's going to be Mr. I'm sorry, again.
Fennell.
Fennell.
Refer to Mr. Fennell. May I approach the case law?
Yes, or hand it to the deputy. Sure.
Yep, exactly, Toxic.
Your Honor, I don't want to waste time on platitudes, but everybody in this courtroom knows that the jury system is based on their jurors being honest and forthcoming and giving correct answers, whether they're intentionally correct or incorrect. It doesn't really matter whether they're intentional or not. It just matters whether they're accurate. The state alleges that the motion should have been filed sooner. The rule says it has to be filed within 10 days of the verdict. It's clearly filed within 10 days of the verdict. The idea that Mr. Taylor was supposed to research the jurors while he was busy defending his client, I don't think is a fair assertion. And he had plenty to do representing his client in a murder case. The state raises a lot of good questions about what we don't know. And what I would suggest is
Celebrate
they actually prove the point. We don't know a lot of information, and that gives us a reason to interview the jurors. As Mr. Taylor said, the rule does not, although juror interviews are disfavored, the rule has a pretty low bar. It says a party who has reason to believe that the verdict may subject to legal challenge. And it says the motion shall state the name of any juror to be interviewed and the reasons the party has to believe the verdict may be the subject of challenge. And upon a finding that the verdict, quote, may be subject to challenge, not definitely, not.
Okay, we got movement again. If they just say adjourned and we waited this long, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be mad. Oh, you better not, ma'am. You better not, ma'am.
Defendants in court. The court has decided to charge absent material witness. It will read, when it is within the power of the state or the defendant to produce a witness who possesses peculiar knowledge.
That's what they were fighting over. Got it.
And who is available to one side at the exclusion of the other, and the party to whom the witness is available fails to call such witness, an inference arises that the testimony of such witness would have been unfavorable to the side that should have called or produced such witness. Whether there was such a witness and whether such an inference has arisen is for you to decide, and if so, you are to determine what weight it shall be given. This inference does not apply to the defendant because he has a lawful right not to testify, and his failure to testify cannot be considered for any purpose.
So I bet they were back in chambers fighting over those words. That's what was going on, y'all. I bet you. Yep, celebrate. Oh, yeah, celebrate. Yeah, gotcha. I was like, bring good time. Come on. This is tired, y'all. We got to get you groomed. We got a special date on the 4th. The 7th. Got to get you groomed. Down. Leave it. Leave it. Okay. Leave it. Yeah. Yankee. York. Yours. Yours. My dog will not eat food until you say the word yours. I can say yellow, yak, Yankee, yard, York, yorn, and she won't eat until she hears the word yours. So they have been arguing over that part of the jury instructions, and I think she just took it back to the chambers for that. So, yes, the court can,
I ended up putting
overtime,
3 full
they get
paragraphs in there
overtime.
for criminal responsibility. Is all of that necessary on page 23? Kind of felt like the second paragraph kind of explained what it was. And then the third paragraph was the one that Mr. Evans asked for, so.
I think you need all that.
Okay. You know, it's a lot of optional stuff in there, so.
Let's clean that up.
This is where you want it, right here. Facilitation. F6. Placement. That's where you want it. Just that same sentence. Everything you think about the whole paragraph, which is about what's they however, they have to start the however. That's not. So that's yes.
We have one thing about the sentence,
Page.
so to add to page 6, before, at the end of the conspiracy definition, but before facilitation to wit conspiracy starts.
Hold on. Let me get to where you are. So say that again.
So on page 6, at the end of the definition of conspiracy,
Okay.
but before, the section for facilitation. So after the word therein, period, to add, however, comma, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction.
However, mere presence is not sufficient to support a conviction.
That's right.
Does it go somewhere else?
It's already there.
Okay.
Yeah, you already had it in the criminal
I thought y'all said it
responsibility.
was going in 3 places. Just 2.
He's good. He's good with this.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they're still going. Honestly, I'm shocked. At 7, we're switching no matter what. Was gonna go get dinner, but we're gonna watch a live. We're gonna watch Squeaky of Justice. Squeegee of Justice. We're gonna go over there. Or I am. I can't restream their live. Well, maybe I can.
We good?
Yes, Ron.
All right. So when I finish the verdict form, I'll email you the whole document again. And that'll be it. When we come in the morning, I'll charge first, and then give you opportunities to argue. Okay. Well, we will close first, unless you choose to put on some evidence.
All right. Thank you, Ron.
All right. But please remind me of that. We don't need to forget that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be an important.
It would be. It would be an important thing. So somebody remind me. But
So they're not gonna finish.
anything
This
else
is
we
it.
need to take up? No? You can adjourn court till 9:30 in the morning.
Jeez. All of that freaking waiting to adjourn court till 9:30 in the morning. Y'all. Okay, I'm gonna run and get a quick dinner. Then I have to get my homework done, and I'm gonna be watching Squeegee of Justice's live, her very first live, their very first live. And they're gonna have the infamous Jules on. So I'm gonna go support that. So with that, what a day this has been. A rare mood I'm in. It's not like falling in love with a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why it's not like being in love. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run. Seriously, I need food. I've only had that one thing today, and then I got to get some work done. So we'll be on 9:30 in the morning. Okay. First of all, I want to thank my fabulous mod, Ronnie, for sticking with me through thick and thin today, and also ADHD. And I want to thank for all my new people that hopped on. Y'all are freaking amazing. Hope to see you again tomorrow. With that, peace out. Time to go.